Hi everyone, it's good to have you again. Welcome to another exciting tutorial. In this tutorial, we're going to be using React Native to build Air India app. Oh, did you just hear that? I mean Air India app. And we're going to be using React Native to build it. Air India app is a booking flight application majorly used in India and across the world. And it's a very robust flight application app with so many exciting and cool features. And here I'm going to be showing you how to produce these cool features using React Native. So before we continue, a quick disclaimer. This tutorial is not aimed at competing with anybody nor exposing anybody's brand. It is just a tutorial aiming to help people learn how to replicate cool and exciting features using React Native. And one of the tutorial is this Air India tutorial, which is aiming to help people learn some of the cool features of Air India app using React Native. So I wouldn't know if they use React Native to produce the app. So without wasting time, let me take you through some of the things we will learn in this tutorial. Let me take you through some of the exciting features. So I'm going to be showing you the demo of the app. So the first one you can see on your screen is the home screen. So if you check the home screen, you can see it has the header Air India, and then it has this eye vision animation, which is very cool. So this eye vision animation, and then it has a text animation. So you can see we're toggling between the text and then the eye icon. So I'll show you how to do that eye animation there. Then if you come down, you see we have a welcome message. Say namaste. So I say namaste to all my fans. Namaste to all my fans in India too and across the world. Welcome to this exciting tutorial. So after that, we can see the first section there. We're displaying we are using the card to display some destinations there. So and then we have Mumbai, and look at that beautiful UI. Look at that beautiful card there, and it is horizontally scrollable. So if I scroll it, look at this, is beautiful, isn't it? So I'm going to be showing you how to do this. So we have Mumbai, then we have Goa, we have Siliguri, and so on. This is beautiful. After that, we have the travel advisory. This is cool with exceptional page indicator pagination. So with exceptional pagination, you can see it's very beautiful. So you can scroll it too, and see the pagination is changing in real time. This is beautiful. After the travel advisory section, we have another section here. Look at, we have check-in, we have booking boarding passes, we have travel information, baggage, and look at the UI. Look at the way this thing was produced. Kudos to the team that produced the Air India app. They really did a great job. I must commend them. Look at these beautiful features here. We have the Explore India, and look at the Explore India. Just look at what's going to happen there. See the animation, how cool it is. You can see the centralized card has a lower height. It has a reduced height compared to the previous and the next. And you can see we are showing part of the previous and the next. And then look at this. This is beautiful. I'm going to show you how to make these. And then look at it's snapped to and it's fit toward the center. When you scroll, this is beautiful, isn't it? I'm going to be showing you how to do this. This is cool, very exciting, right? So I'm going to be showing you how to achieve this. Then after that, you can see after that we have the popular destination section. And look at, so the last one is view all. This is beautiful. And after that, we look at we go to our virtual assistants. Look at the virtual assistant is there, and it's a floating virtual assistant. So I'm going to be showing you how to do everything you are seeing on the screen right now. Then after that, it's not just, we don't just leave it there. After that, you can see the bottom tab. Look at the beautiful bottom tabs we have here. This is cool. So the currently active bottom tab is the home screen. It's a home, and you can see it has a different style applied to it, and this is a dynamic style, and with an indicator all in red. So if we go to book flight, for example, let's go to book flight section, book flight tab. So if we go there, look at how beautiful it is, how everything is changing dynamically and in real time. And then let's go to my trip. Look at my trips screen. Look at we have the flight status, and look at how everything is changing in real time. This is beautiful. I'm going to be showing you how to achieve this. So this beautiful home screen, I'll show you how to do all these exciting features, how to build all these exciting features using what we're using React Native. And then after that, we'll go to the book flight section, the book flight tab. So if I click on that, you can see this is beautiful. And then we have what we have this beautiful UI. Very great. We have three tabs there. We have the tab for one way, we have the tab for round trip, and then we have the tab for multi-city. And then it is also dynamic. So if I go and press the round trip, look at this is beautiful. If I press the multi-city, and everything is working seamlessly fine. And then we'll come back to our one way, look at the beautiful background we have here. And then if I use the back arrow here and we go back, this is beautiful. So we'll come back here, and then you see the one way screen. The one-way tab is currently active by default when we press on the book flight. And look at what we have there. We have the first card. We have it is a vertically scrollable content element here. Then we have the first card, which shows the departure city, and then the to, which is what the arrival city. And then you can select it. The default state is selecting that the user have not selected anything. So I'm just going to press on the from city. So if I press on the from, and then look at a modal will be displayed. Look at this is beautiful. We have this beautiful modal for the user to select what their departure city, and you see select departure city, select departure airport, and then you can come here, you can search for your favorite, for your desired city. So let's say for example, if I press, you can see it's very active, it's responsive. So and as I'm pressing it, is what it's searching for it. So we have Mumbai, and let's say I want to select Delhi, India. I'll just press on what my desired departure airport. So I'm going to press Delhi, India. The airport there is Indira Gandhi International Airport. So if I press that, look at how everything is updated. This is cool. This is beautiful. And then I'm going to select the to city. So if I select the to city, I'm going to press on the to city, and look at this beautiful UI as well. And it's saying select arrival airport. So let's say I'm going to select, let's select Mumbai, India. So that's it. So we select Mumbai. It's beautiful, and we are using Zustand to manage the state for the global state management. So we're using Zustand for the global state management, and this is cool. Look at what's happening. So I can also adjust it. So if I press on our from city, you can see the next time I'm pressing on it, it's what retaining my pre-selected option. So it's retaining it. I selected Delhi before, and so it's retaining it. And what I can simply do here, what if I cancel Delhi, I just come into the search field and use the close icon, the cancel icon there. If I cancel that, look at this is beautiful. It's working, and look at the field change. The UI is rendering changed, and if I go back, if I close the select departure airport, see it's no longer there, and this thing is managed seamlessly using what Zustand. So go back to it again, and you can see the UI we have here is different. The search box is having what the search icon, and then enter city / airport name. But see when we select one, so let's go back to it again, you see that the search box there will be different. Look at the search box we have here is what is different. This is superb. So let's continue. So after that, when we select our location, using the location card, we now will select what the date. So we can press on this date card, the travel date card. So press on it, you can see this is beautiful, exactly the way they have it on India. And then you can see for we're in the month of July 2025, and for the month that has gone, that has passed, the past days in July, you can see we grayed out what those days, so that we disable it so that user cannot select it. And then we are using what the remaining days of that month, and then it goes on like that. And then we have what August, we have September. And another exciting thing, you see that each day has what a travel fee, a travel price attached to each day. And this is beautiful. I'm going to be showing you how to do this. And then we have the calendar for 12 months. You can see this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. So I'm going to be showing you how to do this. So select, I'm going to select 29th and see what's happening. I'm going to press it again to confirm it. And when we come down here, we'll use the confirm date so that we can update our trip store using Zustand to update our travel date. So if I press it, look at beautiful, and it has changed to what July 29, which is what Tuesday. And then look at the beautiful format we're using there. I'm going to show you how to do that. After that, we're going to go to the passenger card. So I'm going to press on the U on the card. So if we press it, the drop down we open the modal. Look at this, is beautiful. Exactly the way they have it on Air India. And then you can see by default we have adult equal to 1, and then we can select the passengers as we desire. So if let's select what infant 2, and let's say confirm. So we're supposed to have everything work fine. We're supposed to have what 3 passengers, 1 adult, 2 infant. See, beautiful, and it's calculating it in real time. And if I change that, let's add 3. Let's add 3 child, and then let's see if I save this. Look at this, is beautiful. We have total number of passengers to be what 6, and this is cool. So I'm going to so let's just leave this way. I'm going to remove this, and then let's let's confirm this, and you see it has updated. The next one is the class. You select the class. I'm going to press on what the card to what pop up what the modal, and look at this beautiful modal for the class. And economy is pre-selected as by default, and you can see we have all the classes. So if I toggle on this, if I choose premium and then press confirm, you can see the class has changed to what premium economy. This is cool. If I choose business, see it has changed to business. After that, we have the promo code card, and look at the promo code exactly the way they have it. And then we have what the concession type. So inside the concession type, you can see we have normal fare, we have a student, we have senior citizen, and then we have armed forces. So if I choose armed forces, for example, let's see how the state updates in real time. So if I choose student, see, this is beautiful. And then after that, we have the search flight button that helps us to search and generate flight based on the user's selection. So if I go there and press on what search flight, just see what's going to happen. Let's get going. Let's see this together. You see, this is beautiful, and it has generated flight for what based on what the user's selection. And look at this cool screen as well. This is the booking flight screen, and inside the booking flight screen we have 3 steps here. We're currently in the first step, which is what flight selection. So this is where the user will select what they will select their desired flight based on the flight options for this route. And the route is what Delhi to what Mumbai. So we have generated different flight for that trip. So the user can select their desirable what flight and then the flight time. So we have what the first step is what the flight selection is the current step, and then we have what the second step, and then we have the third step. So after that, we have the information about what the trip information, which we are displaying what the departure city and then the arrival city. So the departure airport and the arrival airport, which is what Delhi to what Mumbai, and then we are displaying what the date. So the date is what the date we selected was Tuesday, July 29, 2025, and then we're also displaying the passengers. And look at this, is beautiful. We have what 1 adult and 2 children. So this is beautiful. It's showing everything just the way we selected it, and you can see because children, we have 2 children there, so it's using 2 children. So let's say if I use 1. So if it's 1 children, let's see what's going to happen. And you see it uses 1 adult. So let me go here. Let's change the adult to 2. Previously you see that it was adult because the adult count was 1. So I'm going to change the adult to 2 and make child count to what 1. Let's see the changes there. So let's search for flight again. Beautiful. See, we have 2 adults and then 1 child. So because it's 1 child, it's not using children, it is 1 child, and we have 2 adults. So it has changed it has pluralized it based on the count. So we have 2 adults, 1 child. This is good. And then we have the modify booking section. After that, we have the date selector here. Look at this date selector, is cool, and we render the date, the month, and then with the price and the currency. So another cool thing I want to show you, you can see the currency now. We're currently using what India rupee. So we have another one which is what currency converter. So this currency converter, if you check it, I'm going to do something very cool. I'm going to change the currency. The current currency now is India rupee. Let's use US dollars. Notice the price. We have rupee. We have 16,834 rupees. So if I change the price, if I change the currency, so I'm going to press on the currency converter. It's just exactly the way they have it on Air India. I'm going to use what USD. So if I press USD, look at cool, this is beautiful. You can see it has changed the currency and then the price according to what the currency. So we see now the price has changed to $202, $202.01, because the price the currency, we change the currency, and then let's change it to another currency. So if I change it to, let's change it to this, you can see everything is working seamlessly fine based on our choice and selection. So if we come back to, let's come back to USD, for example, you can see, and then see the price change and the currency also was changed. So if I select this, see, this is beautiful. You see, I selected another date, I selected Monday, and you see it has changed and updated everything, even from our trip store, from our Zustand, through using our Zustand management, state management. Everything is working in real time and very fast. So you can see it changed it. So if I choose Tuesday again, look at this, is beautiful. And then we have the currency converter. After that, we have what the class, we have the class section, and it's displaying the class that we selected before. You can see it is business that we selected, and you can see the price and the currency also changed based on what our currency converter. So it's now using what USD, and then it changed the price. So let me change it back to Indian rupee. So notice we have 615.29 dollars here. So if I change it to Indian rupee, look at how this thing works. Beautiful. It's integrated in real time across board. As you can, it has changed it to what, 51,274 rupees. No, God, this is beautiful. And if I select, let's say select, you see, beautiful. It's changing. It has changed the selection, and it's active. It's updating in real time according to our desired selection. So we're using business here. After that, the next thing we want to do is to check what the flight filter. As you can see, it's showing us that there are 10 flights found for your trip. This is beautiful. And then we can also sort the flight based on what the duration, the cheapest, earliest, and what latest. Currently we are sorting the flight based on what duration. So it's duration that is showing currently. And then we have what non-stop, this flight. So we're displaying non-stop flight here, and then after that we can see the flight options, the flight items. So the different flights based on this the user's selected trip and then route. So the route is Delhi to Mumbai. So we're generating different flights, series of flights for that with different time, so that the user can choose the time that is convenient for the trip. So you can see the first flight generated is from 1800 to 2000, and then we're using Air India. So I'm going to be showing you how to display this beautiful UI, just the same way they have it on Air India app. And then you can see different flights with different times. So this one is 1830 to 2030. You can see this one is 19 o'clock to 21 o'clock. And you can see this is beautiful. Look at all the information every day. Everything is exciting. This is cool. I'm going to be showing you how to do this, and when the user finally choose the convenient one, so we can use the from. So if I press on the from, 18,181 rupees. So let's press on the drop down, and you can see this is beautiful. So it's giving us what the flight options. So the flight options, we have what basic, we have the basic, and then the benefit for basic. So we have carry-on bag, we have seat selection, and then we have standard option, and then we have the benefit for standard option, and then we have flexible flexible option, and then we have the options there for it too, and the benefits rather there too. So these things and many more is what I'll be showing you how to achieve using what React Native. And come on, I hope you. And come on, this is going to be an exciting time to learn cool things, great futures you can see already. So we are going to get started right away, and don't forget to like, to share, to subscribe, and then send in your comment. I'll respond to them. So quickly, I want to use this moment to thank everyone for your engagement on my channel. Thank you for your likes. Thank you for those who have subscribed. I thank those who have not subscribed yet, because I know you are going to subscribe. You are hitting the subscribe button right now. You are liking this video already. Thanks everyone that share my video. This motivates me a lot. I cannot thank you enough. Yeah, the reason why I'm still making more videos, because I'm motivated by your response and feedback. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for everything. Please, and also note that the source code of this tutorial is freely available at my GitHub account. So check the description box below and get the complete source code for this tutorial for free. And then going forward, I'll be releasing most of my tutorials for free, so you can have the complete source code at my GitHub account. Do ensure to like it. And so if you have the capacity to support my channel in any way you can just use the buy me a coffee link and then buy me a coffee, and I'll be very excited, so that when I'm producing these great futures, I can also be sipping my coffee and then keep myself warm and active. Thank you very much. So without wasting time, let's go get started with these exciting features. So we're going to get started with the entire project now. Don't forget to check my description box for the link to the entire code. The source code is freely available at my GitHub account, so I'm going to leave the link in my description box, and if you've been following, you already know my GitHub account, so you can just go there and get the complete code of this for this tutorial. And as well, I'll advise that you follow along so that you get the explanation and what's actually happening, because you know this is a robust application, and then we'll have a lot of things to discuss, a lot of features that will excite you, that will help you learn a lot of cool things. If you have ever been through Air India app, you'll see that they have a lot of exciting features. And then this is a tutorial. We are not, disclaimer, it's very important, this is a tutorial. We are not competing with anybody. We're just trying to help people learn and understand how they can replicate most of the functional application using React Native. That's what we are doing. So just go through the GitHub repository, my GitHub repository, and then get the entire code for this project, while I'll concentrate more on explaining the workflow, the integration, and how all the codes work together. So I'll go to my terminal. So in my terminal, I'm going to create a new terminal. So I'm just going to come into my terminal here, and then I'm going to paste the code that we use to create our project. So it's also be made available in the source code. So it is called, we're going to say npx create expo app. So an Air India app is the name of the app we want npx to create, expo to create, and then so it's creating it to create a template, and then we're using TypeScript. So our project is being created, it's creating the files. So let's wait for it. So the project file has been created. So all we're just going to do is we're going to come to the terminal and say cd. So we'll navigate to that file. So we're going to say cd Air India app. That was the name we called it. Cool. So we are there. So the next thing, we just open it in another VS Code terminal window. So we're just going to say code dot to open it in another way. So we're good to go. We have a starter template. So let's come to that. So we have the data template opened in another VS Code window. So what we're just going to do now, we're going to get started with the starter template, and then with our folder structure, the data structure for this project. So to do that, so the first thing, like I said, the source code is already in the GitHub, my GitHub account, my repository. So however, I'm going to be using the starter template that I've created, so to make this thing faster, so you can just follow along. It makes it faster, so we don't have to do everything manually as it takes longer. So I'll just go to my desktop. So I'll just go to my desktop here. I already have the app, the starter template is already here. So I'll just come in here and open it. So let's copy some of the folders into the project. So I'll come here, and then the first one I'll copy is the source folder. So copy folder, just that it has been added. So we have it, so everything will be explained shortly. So the next one, our test config will just maintain what we have here for now. So the next thing I'd like to copy here is so the next thing I'll copy is the package.json. We are going to be using most of the information we have in the package.json here, so I'll just move it here. Let's open it here first. So we already have everything in here. So I'll just come to this package. This is the package.json we have for the project. So they are similar, except for all the dependencies we will need for this project. So instead of importing them or installing them manually one after the other, I'm just going to change the dependencies here. So I'll leave the React Native, and Expo. I'll leave it and add the remaining ones to it. I'll copy it from here based on updates. So these are the dependencies I'll be using. So let me just show you the dependencies. Just follow along what I'm doing. It's faster that way. So these are some of the dependencies we'll be using. So we're using 53 point. So the time I did it was 53.12. So let's check if it's 53. So we have 53.20 already. So we will leave Expo. However, we'll copy all these. Axios, we'll copy this, bring it to here, bring it to our dependency, copy the rest after Expo. So we'll need Expo, we need all these. So just going to copy everything, then we'll remove the ones we don't need. Come back to our package.json. So after React Native, okay, after expo, let's just put it here. So all the duplicates will be removed. So I don't need this. We're going to use the latest React Native version, which will come with the one we just installed. So we'll remove this. We'll use the latest. So we use the default installed version. So React 2, we need to remove is React. Okay. So our React Native should come here. So I'm going to move it here and bring it here. So we're good to go. There's no error. So we can go ahead and then install this. What about the TypeScript there? So it's the same. We have the types React, TypeScript, Babel core. So everything is the same. So what we just do here now is just save this, Control S. So I'll save this so that by the time we use our npm install, everything will be installed. So you need to save this first, so which I've done. So everything is fine. So what we need to do now is to install. So I'm going to come to our terminal. Inside our terminal, I'm going to say npm install. So it can install all the dependencies to install everything at once. So all the dependencies have been installed. So let's check the dependencies one after the other. So we have Zustand, that's what we'll be using for our state management. We have a React Native, we have React, we have React Native vector icons, React Native screen, React safe area context, Reanimated, we have modals, we have mmkv storage. That's all okay. I'll probably be using Async Storage in this tutorial for some reason. So we have React Native directions, we have React Native maps, we have animated numbers, we have Lucid React Native, we have JWT decode, we have JSON web token, we have expo secure store, we have expo location, expo constant, status bar, expo axios, we have React Native vector icons, so we have the types for JWT token. So we have JWT decode the types for it. So we have our React navigations. We have React navigation slash native stack slash we have slash native. We have a React navigation bottom tabs, and then we'll be using Async Storage. We'll be using Async Storage for this tutorial. So that's everything we have. So we need to do, let's say for example, I go into the source folder. Inside the source folder, I'm going to let's go to our navigation. So the navigations are there already. So I'll go into the navigation, and you can see all our imports are working. That's to show that everything is working fine. If not, it will be throwing errors. So let's say for example, if I want to, you can see, so this is not existing yet. So we will do that shortly. So what I'll do, let's import axios from, let's say axios. So you can see the dependencies are working. So if I say axios, you can see we have axios, and it's working pretty well. So everything is working fine. So the next thing I want to do now is we want to start our app. So we'll just continue. Let's start our server, and then let's load our app, the starter template, and then we'll get everything going from there. So to get that done, I'll come to my terminal. I'm going to say npx expo start. So I'm currently working on a project, so that's why the port 8081 is not working because it's been in use. So I'm going to use 8082 instead. So I'm going to tell it yes. So I use 8082. So you can see our server started, and then we have a prompt. So we need to update these dependencies to the compatible version for our application to run well. So I'm going to be doing that on the ground, so you can just do that as well. You just update this. I'll show you how to do that too. So we need to update async storage, reanimated, safe area context, our React Native screen, and the native app, the React Native maps. So we need to update them to the expected version. So we'll do that shortly, so that I won't have any error and our application can run smoothly. So I'm just going to open another terminal here. So inside the terminal, I'm going to simply copy all the dependencies that were highlighted. So I'll come here and say npm install. I'll paste everything I copied. So install. So I'm going to say the expected version, that's what we're going to use. So we'll remove this. So we're good to go. I'll just tell it to install. So to install everything. So everything has been installed. So we're good to go. We can go back now and use. So let's stop the server and restart it again. So I'm just going to say Control C. We stop the server. Go to your terminal. Control C. Server stopped. Then I'm going to do npx export start again. So if you go now, you see that everything is working fine. We no longer have that warning again. So we can go. So as my usual practice, I'm going to be using Reflector 4. You can just download Reflector 4. It's free. There's a free version. So because I'm using my iPhone with my Windows computer, and that's the fastest and the only option I have currently. So I'm just going to scan this so that with my iPhone camera and then using my Reflector 4, I'll be able to connect. So let's get this started first. So my project is starting. You can see it's starting from here. So the next thing I'll do is to get my Reflector 4 so I can display the screen. So my Reflector 4 is up. So this is called screen mirroring. So I'll just go to my iPhone and use the mirroring icon from my iPhone to connect to exchange the interface so that I can display my screen on the computer. So let's quickly, I'm going to display my screen, my phone screen, using this Reflector 4 now. So there's a code that I need to use to impute on my phone so that it can exchange the interface. So 4394, then OK, and call. You can see I have my iPhone screen already on the computer. So we can minimize this and then bring this down. So this is what we've got currently. So everything is working fine so far. So next thing we want to do is start working on the home screen and then the navigation. So to do that, we're quickly going to come to our source folder. Since our source folder, we have the screens. So inside the screen, I'm quickly going to create one screen, which is home screen. I'm going to say home screen.tsx. So we're going to save home screen.tsx, and then what I'm just going to do, I'm going to use our tsrnf. Save this. Let's go to let's start working with our navigations, and then we're going to start with the tabs navigation. Everything has been added. I'm just going to get started with the bottom tab. So I'm going to bring in my tabs navigator. So if I import the tabs navigator here, so I'll explain that quickly to you. So what I did here is I defined a type called tab stack params that specify the route for the tab navigator, which are home, book flights, my trips, flight status, and loyalty. So each route has a type of undefined, indicating that no parameters are expected for each of these routes. So we're not expecting any parameters. So if we need parameters, we'll come back and then make updates to that. But for now, we're not expecting any parameters, so we use undefined. So what we're just going to do here is, so after that, we come to I declared a constant, and the constant here is what I called tab stack. So tab stack, and the tab stack is taking what a create bottom tab navigator. So the next thing I did is to come down here and create the bottom tab navigation, the navigators using the tab stack params. So what I simply did here is I created a bottom tab navigator with the tab stack params. So I use this stack params to create the bottom tab navigator. So we're going to have 5 bottom tab navigators. So tab stack params is from React Native navigation / bottom tabs. So if you see, we have create bottom tab navigator. So that's what I just did here. I just created a bottom tab navigator, 5 bottom tab navigators with the tab stack params. So that's what I did here. So after that, I created another type called tab stack screen props. So the tab stack screen props is a type that combines props from bottom tab screen props and the root stack screen props. So that's what I'm doing here, and it's generic. It combines the bottom tabs, and you can see it combines the type. It combines the props from the bottom tab screen props and the root stack screen props. So you can see it, and they're using composite screen props to combine them. So we're using the composite screen props to combine the props from the bottom tab screen props and then the tab and the root stack screen props. So we're combining them. So and then our bottom tab screen props is using the tab stack screen props with generic, so we can extend it and add more to it. and then our root stack screen props. So you see the root stack screen props very shortly when we go back, when we get to the root navigation. So after that we come down here and then we create what the tab navigator. So inside the tab navigator we're using the word to return. So we declared a constant tabs navigator with the return function, and we're using the tab stack. Remember the tab stack here, that's what we use to create what our bottom tabs. So we first of all use the navigator, tab stack navigator. So inside tab stack you have navigator, you have screens. So if I say tab stack and I do dot, you can see you have navigator, you have screens, you have group, you have config, and you have group. So we're going to use the navigator here and create what, and after the navigator is like the wrapper for the bottom, for all the bottom tabs. So we come here and do what, bottom tab stack dot screen here. So just like I did earlier. So if I say tab stack dot, you can see it, and we use the screen, and then we now created what, all the screens here. So we have 5 screens which we are going to create shortly. Screens. So if I say tab stack and I do dot, you can see you have navigator, you have screens, you have group, you have config, and you have group. So we're going to use the navigator here and create what, and after the navigator is like the wrapper for the bottom, for all the bottom tabs. So we come here and do what, bottom tab stack dot screen here. So just like I did earlier. So if I say tab stack dot, you can see it, and we use the screen, and then we now created what, all the screens here. So we have 5 screens which we are going to create shortly. So the type we have used now, the way we have created our screens, it has a lot of benefits. The way we have created our bottom tabs has a lot of benefits. One of the benefits is type safety. It ensures that the root names and params are correctly typed. Another benefit of this method is it provides auto completion. It helps with auto completion in your development, and then code readability. So it gives you type safety, auto completion, and then code readability. And then by using these types, you can build a robust and maintainable navigation system in your React Native app. So the next thing we need to do is to create the screens, the bottom tab screens. So we're going to go quickly into that. And to do that, I'll come to my screen here. We've created the home screen. So we'll go to the home screen. And inside the home screen, you will see what I'm talking about when I talked about type safety, auto completion, and code readability very shortly. So if I come to the home screen, for example, here, I'll use... So I'm going to import my tab stack screen props. You can see from my so it has imported that, and then you will see that, so this is auto completion. You can see, and it reads the code, so you can see it has bring up all the bottom tabs. So that's the thing. So, and it's type safety. So any type that you didn't declare in our tab stack params will not be available. Any tab that is not part of the tabs we have in our tab stack params will lead to an error. So it's type safety, and you can see the auto completion, and then it provides code readability. So we're going to be using home here. You can see the error is gone. So, and inside here you can see we can pass our navigation and our route. So if we save this, we can come back to our bottom tabs and import home screen. Cool, and we're good to go. The error is gone. So I'm going to quickly do for the book flight screen. So for the book flight screen, we're going to come to our home, to our screens, and create. So we're going to say book flight screen .tsx. So if we come there, rnf. So here we're just going to do the same. So I'll say tab stack screen props, and then we're going to have our book flight. Then we can pass our navigation and then our route. So we're going to go back to our tab navigation and then import our book flight screen. So for our placeholder, so for the remaining tabs, we're just going to use a placeholder which are declared in our tabs component. So it's inside our tab component here. So there's a placeholder there. So what we are using this for, majorly what we use the placeholder for, is for the tabs that we're not implementing yet. So that's just the thing. So that's what I will explain that to you. So we get our root prop from our React navigation /native, and then the root prop type is generic, and what I specify here is we're using the record, and then the record, inside the record we're passing the string and then object and then the undefined. So the root parameters are stored in an object with string keys and then with values that can be object or undefined. So that's what I'm doing here. So the value can be object or what undefined, and are stored what with string keys. So this is it. And then so we come here, we pass it here, and simply what I'm doing here is that the component render a simple view with no text, with two text elements. So this component is what has two text elements. It's a simple render. So the first text element is what the root name, and then we pass what the screen. So and the second text element display a placeholder message indicating that this screen is what coming soon. So why do we use this? This component can be used as a placeholder for screens that are not yet implemented in our app. So you can pass the root props to this component when navigating to a screen that doesn't have a concrete implementation yet. So that's just the idea. That's just what we're doing here. So you'll see everything shortly. So I'm going to save this and then import it to our. So I'm going to import it here. So I'm going to say screen, and then we're good to go. Everything is working fine. So the next thing we want to do now is to quickly go to our root navigator, our root navigation. So inside our root navigation, we want to apply our changes, everything we've done so far. So for now, I'm going to comment this out. We don't have the screen yet. We'll get there very shortly. So if we save this, everything is fine. So what I did, so just the same way we did for our bottom tabs, we're going to repeat something similar in our root stack navigation. So in our root stack, you can see here we are using what create native stack navigator, while in our bottom tab we use a create bottom tab navigator, and then we pass our root stack params to it, just the same way we declared the bottom tab the bottom stack params, the tab stack params rather. So you can see, and then we declared what the tab stack and then the flight selection screen. So and then you see the tab stack root and the flight selection root. So and you see this tab stack now we are bringing it from what, from our tab stack params, that's from our tabs navigator. So we're bringing it from our tab stack params, so you can see we're bringing it from here, and these are the 5 tabs roots that we declared. These are the 5 roots we declared. So and then so we are bringing it, so this is the idea, is the root. We render the screens and the tabs at the root navigation level. So the idea is whatever comes first is what appears first. So hence the reason why we brought what the tab stack as the first on the list, as the first root here is the first root, and inside the tab stack now we are passing what the tab stack params into the tab stack, and the tab stack param comprises of the home, the book flight, my trips, flight status, and loyalty. And inside this root on the list here, home is the first. So when the app renders, the first screen we are going to see is the home screen, which is a member of what the bottom tabs. And the reason is because it is the first on the list here, and then tab stack is the first on the root navigation. And remember I said our screens will be rendered at the root navigation level, and the tab stack is the tab stack params was passed into the tab stack, and we're using with the help of the navigator screen params, which is from Reanimated/native. And you can see where we imported the tab stack params and the tabs navigator all from tabs navigation, and then we're using the create native stack navigator from React navigation /native stack. So we're good to go. So we came here just the same way we did for our tab stack. So we have a root stack, and then so the same way we did the type for this. So everything is fine. So we'll come here, and after that we're creating the first screen. So the first screen, just the same way we have the root stack navigator coming from our root stack here, that we're asking to create native stack navigator, and then we're passing the root stack params, and inside the root stack params we have the tab stack and the flight selection route. So and for the tab stack we're passing so when we come to our tab stack, in our tab stack we're passing so inside our tab stack we're passing the tabs navigator. So that's the idea. So we're passing the tabs navigator, which is from these, and inside the tabs navigator that's where we have all these routes, and inside the tabs navigator we have all this the screens. So this is the idea. You can see home screen is the first screen on the list. So home screen becomes the first screen to display when this app is loaded. When this app renders, it is the home screen that will display first. So we have all the tabs navigator, we have the screens, and you can see, so we have the tabs navigator, and we exported it here. So these are the styles that we used here. So you have access to it from the source code, everything is there. So we're exporting the tabs navigator, so we can import it in our root navigator. So and in the tabs navigator we have the screens there, you can see. So home screen is the first on the list. So if we come to our root navigator, that's why we have the tabs navigator, and the tab stack is the root, and then everything is fine. I hope everything is explained well. So we save these and then save our placeholder, and then save our tabs navigator. So before our screen can be rendered, we need to also make adjustment to our app.tsx. So the app.tsx file, we need to update it because it's still showing this for now. So we'll go to app.tsx here. We'll bring it in, and when we're going to change everything we have here. So you can see that's where we're getting the open app.tsx to start working on your app. So we're not going to be using this. So we'll come here, and then before we get started, we're going to import navigation container, and then we can come here now. We'll remove all of this, and then we are going to get our navigation container, and then inside it we'll import our root navigator. So root navigator, let's close it. So we're good to go. So normally, usually, at times it may require you to reload the app, but sometimes as well, if you save it, it will just work, give you some seconds, few seconds, and it will update by itself. So let's try and see if it updates. If it doesn't update, then we'll have to restart the app. So if I save this, so you can see, cool, it has updated it, and everything is working fine. It has updated, and then you see we have our bottom tabs already. The next thing I'll do here is to get started with what the Air India app, the customization of our bottom tabs. So to do that, we'll go to the first thing we want to do is to go to our custom tab. So what we're going to do now is to create the custom tabs. So we're going to create the custom tab bar. So it is already here. The custom tab bar is here already. So I'll just be explaining everything to you so we can run faster. So what's happening here is I created a constant called custom tab bar, and inside it we're passing a type bottom tab bar props from our React navigation / bottom tabs, because we are going to be using it in relation to the bottom tabs. So and then inside the bottom tab bar props, we have the state, the descriptor, and then the navigation. So the state, what are we using the state for? The state is just it helps us to check the current state of the tab navigator, including the root and then the active index. So that's what we use the state for. It will help us to check to know the current state of the tabs navigator, including the root and then the active index. The second one is the descriptors. Descriptors is an object containing information about each root. So all the information about each root is stored inside the descriptor. So it's an object that contains information about each root, such as options and navigation configuration. So they are contained in the descriptors. So the third one is the navigation. So the navigation is an object that provides method for navigating between the routes. So while state is what helps us to check and then to know the current state of the tab navigator, including the root and the active index. The descriptors contains the information about each route, while the navigation is the object which provides method for navigating between between all these routes. So we're mapping through the state, the route, and then inside we're getting the route for each of the route. We want to get the information about each of the routes. So for each of the routes, see, we are passing the route key. So we are passing into the descriptor, and then we destructure the descriptor and we get the options. So we want to get information about each of the routes. So using the key, and then from there we have our config. So the config now retrieves the configuration for the current route from the tab config object, so which I'm going to be showing you shortly. So that's where we retrieve the configuration for the current route. So you'll see what we use all that for shortly. So we're using is focused. So its focus here determines whether the current route is focused, or let's say if it's active. So that's another name for it. So in here we declared a constant called onPress, and inside that onPress we have another constant called event, and that event is equal to our navigation.emit. Remember our navigation from here. So inside our navigation we have emit there. So inside here we're getting the type, which is tab press, and then the target is the root.key, and then we got the can prevent default, and then we make it equal to true. So what we now want to check before we navigate, we want to check if we want to check if the route is not focused. So we want to check if the route is not focused and the event was not prevented. So we want to check it if the route is not focused and then the event was not prevented, then it will navigate toward the route using navigation.navigate, and then it will navigate toward the route, and then we get the route.name, so it will navigate to it. So that's just the onPress event. So we want to check before it navigates. We want to check if it is focused. That means the user is clicking on the current route, so it will not trigger the navigation, so it remains there. So but if the route is not focused and the event was not prevented, then it will now navigate toward the to that root. But if it is focused, then it will prevent what? It will prevent the navigation, so it can prevent default. So that's why we're using true there. So after that, we come here to render all these things, everything we have we have explained so far. So we have the accessibility function. So inside our touchable opacity, we're passing the key will be equal to root.key, and then the accessibility role is button, and then accessibility state, so it's focused. If it's focused is true, you go to what? Selected will be true, else it will be an empty object. So accessibility label option.tab accessibility label. So, and then we have the unpress, and that's it. So we won't be wasting time on this. So after that, we are importing the tab bar icon. So the tab bar icon, so that's where we get our config label from. So quickly, I'm just going to show you the tab bar icon. So we have the tab bar icon here, and then we have the tab config. So that's what helps us to render the icons. So if we come here, if we come to the tab bar icon props, so we have the icon props. So we have the icon, and there's a key of type of icons, and then we are using glyph map so that we can do a dynamic, we can render our icons dynamically. So you need to pass this glyph map, so for you to be able to render your icons dynamically. So we come here, and then we have the color, so, and then we have the size. So inside the tab bar icon, we the structure the tab bar icon props here. So we destructure it, and then we get the icon, the color, and the size, and then we import our ion icons from expo/vector icons, and inside that we get the name, so we can pass icon. So we use this glyph map and our types that enable us to pass our icon dynamically. If not, it will throw an error. So please note that. So that we pass our icon, so we can give the icon name, we can pass it dynamically, we can render it dynamically, and then we pass the size, and then we pass the color. And I think this is self-explanatory. So we can now come to our tab config. Inside our tab config, we declared the type tab config, and then we're passing the icon. We're passing, you can see we're passing the same thing again, and then we have the label, which is equal to string. And inside here, so we have our tab config. So I declare a constant tab config. We're using record, and we have a string, and then we are passing the tab config. So inside here, so you see if it is home, the icon will be we are using the icon name home, and then the label will be home. If it's book flight, so book flight, we are using an icon called aeroplane, and then we are using the label is equal to book flight. And notice all these icons will be coming from our ion icon, because we are passing ion icons. So it has to be compatible with ion icons. So my trips, so we are using briefcase from ion icon. So we are using flight status, calendar, and we are using loyalty person from ion icon. So as we can now come here, and then we render the tab bar icon. So here we now come here and import the tab bar icon. So we import the tab bar icon, and then we import our config, tab bar config. So we call it tab bar config. So it's tab bar config, and the name of the component is tab bar config. So if we go to our custom tab bar, you see that I imported that. So our tab bar config, if you come down here, so hence we are using this. So you can see, so tab bar inside our tab bar icon. So icon equal to the config dot icon. So if we come here, let me show you config dot icon. So you can see we are getting the tab bar config, and we are passing the root name to it. So that's the idea. So that's why we have the config, the constant config. We pass our tab bar icon, and we're passing the root name to that. So if we come here, so that's why we are rendering in here. So we're saying tab bar icon. So the icon will now be config the icon. So for the color, we want to render a dynamic color. So if it is focused, we use this color. Else it will use, if it's not, for those ones that are not focused, it will use this color. So that's the idea. And then for the text, for the name, for the label, so we're using the config dot label. Remember everything from our configs. You can see, so we have the home, and then we have the label. You can see, so we have the icon, and then we have the label. We have the icon, and then we have the label. So that's the same way to render it here too. So I will come here, so to take the config dot label. Here it is taking the config dot icon. That's the idea, and then we are good to go. So we save this. We're going to save everything, and then bring it to our root, our tab navigator. So we'll save, let's save the custom tab, the tab bar icon, and then we have our config, tab config, and we'll go to our tabs navigation. There's our tab navigation now. We can uncomment it. So this is it. If you uncomment this, so let's import the custom tab bar. Let's import it. Cool. So if everything works fine, we should have our custom tab bar tabs icons. So if we save this, beautiful, and everything has changed, and you can see everything is rendering beautifully. And then we have our custom tab bar, and you can see home screen is currently visible, and that's why we have our home screen. And then you can see the color for the home screen is red, and then we can see the tab indicator, the indicator is there. So I'm just going to navigate to another screen, and let's see what we find, what we have there. So let's go to the book flight. This is beautiful, isn't it? We have the book flight and the tab. Let's go to the my trips tab and see what it's going to bring. Remember, we use placeholders there. Beautiful, you can see. So it's rendering my trip screen. This screen is coming soon, exactly the way we did it inside our placeholder. So let me show you. So you can see root.name, my trips, and then screen. So this screen is coming soon. This is beautiful. And then we can go to our let's show it from our root navigation. So from our root navigator, from our tabs navigator. So yeah, so we pass what the placeholder. You can see placeholder screen, placeholder screen, placeholder screen. I believe this makes sense a lot, right? So if we go to the next one, you'll see what will happen. Cool, this is beautiful. And then we have the loyalty screen. This screen is coming soon. So we can go back to our home screen, and you can see everything is working fine, beautifully. So we're good to go. So we'll continue. Let's continue with the home screen, and let's start getting all the features, all the beautiful features we have in India. And remember, this is just for tutorial. This is not aiming at competing with anybody. This is just to help people learn and then upskill and help people see the possibilities in creating Air India using React Native. So let's get started with the home screen. So let's remove all this. If we need them, we'll come back to it later. So let's continue with the home screen, where we're going to remove this. So we're going to do everything from scratch. So what I'm going to use here, we already have a navigation context. I'm going to be explaining that shortly. So we're going to be using the navigation context. Okay, let's just go and explain navigation context. It's in our context here. So I'll just explain it to you. So we have our navigation context here. So the navigation, so inside our navigation context type, we have what the navigation. So inside the navigation, we have we're using the composite navigation props, which helps us to combine the bottom tab navigation prop and then the native stack navigation props. So what is the navigation property about? The navigation property here now is a composite navigation prop that combines the bottom tab navigation props, which has what the tab stack params. I obviously remember that. So the tab stack param is a navigation prop for the bottom tabs navigator. So and then it has number 2, the native stack navigation props, which has what the root stack params. And remember, the root stack params is the navigation props for the native stack navigator. That is our root stack. So what we are doing here after that, so we are combining them. We want to combine them using the composite navigation prop. That's what we're doing. We're combining these two navigators. So after that, we created the nav context. So we come here and then we pass an export to it. So let me minimize this. Let me zoom out. We'll come back to that later. So here we created a constant called nav context. So this nav context is created using the create context from React. So we're using create context, and then inside this we now pass our navigation context type. And so if we come here, we have the create context from our React. So this is create context from React. So what we are doing here is that we initialize this context with a default value of null. So this is the default value. So we passed navigation context type or null. So but we are initializing it with null, which indicates that it will be populated later. So that's what it means. The nav context provides a way to access the navigation prop in components that are not directly connected to the navigation stack. By using this context, components can navigate between screens and access navigation related functionalities. So we can navigate from anywhere within our app. So we're good to go. So if we save this, we can save this and then come to our home screen. This is our home screen. Let's import nav context. So we're going to say nav context.provider. That's the thing, and then we bring it in here. So we're good to go. So inside our nav context.provider now, we can now pass our value. So the value will be our navigation. So we'll pass this navigation into it, and you see the error is gone. So we're good to go, and then we can come here. Let's use our safe area view. Let's import safe area view from React Native. Safe area view from React Native. And inside that, we're going to be passing a style to it. So the style, I'm going to be adding the styles. paste the styles, the entire styles we are going to be using. So I'm going to paste it in line. Don't forget, it's also part of the code. So it's also part of the source code, so you can get it from the source code. So I'm going to say style sheet. Let's import it from React Native, and then where you're going to be using this container for our safe area view. So I'll just go to our safe area view and pass style. So style will be styles.container. So styles.container, we're good to go. So we're giving it flex one. We're giving it flex one a background color of white. So inside, after that, we're going to be using the status bar. So let's import status bar as well. So we're going to get status bar from React Native. So inside our status bar, we're going to give it bar style. So bar style, we're going to use dark content, and then we're going to give it background color of white. So let's give it background color of white. So okay, we have, I think we have an error. Let's check it down. Okay, we're having an error here, so it's asking for the width, so we're just going to quickly add that so we can get our dimension. So from here, let me just quickly add this to here. So when the error is gone, we no longer have any error there. So we're going to start with the home header, and to get started with the home header, we're going to create it in our components. So let's go to our component folder. Inside our component folder, we're going to create another folder inside it. Let's call it home. Let's call it home screen, home component. So let's call it home screen folder, and inside that we're going to create a file. So let's call it headers. And let's call it home header .tsx. So I'm just going to say tsrnf. Then we can come to our home screen here and render that inside after our status bar. So I'm just going to say it home header. So it has been imported. So if we save it, cool, beautiful, you can see it's appearing already. So we can start making adjustment to this. So for now, I'm going to comment out the handle press. We'll come back to it shortly. So if we save this, beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we have the first section of the header. So we have what the Air India. So that's what we're displaying here. So we give it an icon. So the icon name is menu, and that's why you can see menu here. It's appearing. So we give it so it has the name Air India, and then it has the title. Brand.title is the style. So if we come to brand.title, so we come to brand.title, so we give a font size of 20, font width bold, color, and then letter spacing of what 0.5. So we're good to go there. So we have this display. The next section is where we have the eye animation. So that's what we're going to be working on very shortly. So if we come here, we can have one. So we're going to comment this out. We're going to work on it very shortly. So the impress function to comment it out. We'll work on it very shortly. So if we cool, so this is beautiful. You can see the bell icon. So everything will display very well shortly. So we have the right side group and the bell icon and the eye and vision animator, and then we have the left side group, so the menu and Air India, which is what we have here. So let's start with the animation with the eye. Let's start with the eye the eye vision animator. So it's a component. We're going to create the component. So let's go ahead and create the eye vision animator component. So we'll come to our component. So we'll come into our component. So inside this component, let me create something else. So we're going to have just create index.tsx. So go to inside our home screen component, we're going to create the eye. So we're going to create the eye vision animator.tsx. So inside the eye vision animator, so we have so these are the codes here, including the styles. Everything is here. So I'm just going to save it, bring it to our home header. So inside our home header here, I'm going to render it. So we're going to remove this. Let's bring it down. So let's import it from. So it has been imported. So if I save this and then save it here, so beautiful. You can see that we have it, and this is beautiful, isn't it? So I'll be explaining what I did there. This is beautiful. Just want to show you first. So you can see this is beautiful. We're bringing it from our iVision animator, and everything is rendering fine. And then we have the bell icon, so which is this, and then we're using the notification icon, and we're using a flex direction rule to achieve all this. So if we come down here, we have the component that the container for both the bell icon and then the iVision animator, so they belong to the category of the right side group. So that's, we have a word there. This is the container, and the container is right group. So if you come down here, you have the right group. So you can see our flex direction rule, align items center gap 0. So that's why we have it this way. And then we have the header container itself, which with width, and then we're using the width of the screen. Then we have the height of 50, background color white, flex direction rule. So that's why we're able to achieve this. Then align item, justify content space between, padding horizontal, border, bottom. So you have all this in the code, and then we're applying the shadow to it and the elevation of 2. And then we have shadow offset, and then we have opacity and a shadow radius. So we passed it to our container. So that's the entire container. That's the entire container for the component. And then we have what the left group container is similar to the right group container. So for the left side group, so we're going to go. So I'll quickly go to the iVision animator and explain what's going on there. So the iVision animator is a component that animates the transition between two views, and in this case we are using a text view and an icon view. So you can see this is the icon view, this is and then we have the text view. So it animates these two, between these two views, and then the animation involves a 3D rotation effect. So that's what we are doing. It has a 3D rotation effect. So if we get started, we have the props. The first thing we did, we have the props, and the prop is iVision animator props, which has what duration. So the duration, we use the duration for the duration of the animation in milliseconds. So we passed a default duration to that. So if you check our, so you can see that we passed a default duration. So let me bring this down so you can see. No, not this. Okay, we're going to bring this down anyway. So you can see we passed the default duration of 500, and then we have autoplay interval. The interval between automatic animation in milliseconds. So that's the autoplay interval that we use in there, and then we pass 5,000 milliseconds. So if you come down, let me minimize this a little so you can see everything what's going on here. So quickly we're going to go into the state and the ref, because a lot of logic is going on here, so that I need to explain quickly as fast as possible. So okay, let me just, so we have more space, so we're good to go. I want this to be visible as well. So we have the state and then the refs. So the first one here is we have the animated progress. So we're using the reanimation, we're using reanimated, we use shared value from reanimated, and then the first, so this is a shared value that tracks the animation progress. So it's used to track the animation progress, and the default value is what is 0. Then after that we have this showing icon. So a showing icon is a state variable that indicates whether the icon view is currently showing. So that's what so it's a boolean. So we want to know if it's currently showing. And then the next one is we have interval ref. So the interval ref is a ref that stores the interval ID for the autoplay timer. So very shortly you see everything that we're doing there. So from there we go to the animation logic. So the animation logic, the first one is the start animation. So we have the start animation function. The start animation function is a memoized function created using the use callback hook from React. It's used to start an animation that toggles between two states. So we pass the parameter into it. It's an optional parameter. So it takes an optional reset timer parameter, which defaults to what? To false. So this parameter, what we're just using it for, it helps to determine whether the autoplay timer should be restarted after the animation completes. So that's what we're using this parameter for. So after that, we come into the logic here. So the first one is when the animation is called. So when we call the animation, the first thing we want to do is to determine the target value for the animation based on the current state. So we are going to use what is showing. So we're going to determine the target value now. We want to check if it's showing icon is true, the target value will be set to what 0, else it will be set to what 1. That's what we're saying. So when we now come here, the second thing we want to do is we now use the with timing from Reanimated. So we're using with timing from Reanimated. This with timing function, we will use it to animate the animated progress value to the target value over a specific duration. That's what we're just saying here. So if we come here, let me show you so you can see everything clearly. So that's what we're just doing here. So the with timing function is what we use to animate the animated progress value to the target value. So the target value, which is here, which is the target value, so we animate it to the target value over a specific duration. So the with timing function is what we use, and it's from our Reanimated. So what we're now saying here is if finished is equal to true. If finish is true, so when the animation completes, that's what it means. If the animation was finished, that's if finished is true, it will toggle the is showing icon state using the set is showing icon function. So if reset timer is true, we also want to check if reset timer is true, it calls the reset autoplay timer function to restart the autoplay timer. So that's what we are just doing here. So we want to check if finished is true, then we will toggle the is showing icon state using the set is showing icon function. So we toggle it. So if it is 0, it will become 1, and if it is 1, it becomes 0. So that's what we are just saying. So we are making it opposite of the current state. If it completes, if it finishes, if this finished is true. So we also want to check if reset timer is true. If reset timer is true, this function, it will call the reset autoplay timer function to restart the autoplay timer. So and we are passing our dependencies to it. So our dependency, so this function will always be triggered, will always rerun when the state of is showing icon, duration, and animated progress change. When the state of any of these changes, it will rerun this function. So the second logic we are passing here is the reset autoplay timer. So the reset autoplay timer is another function that we created using the use callback hook from React. So what this is doing here is it is checking. So it checks if there's an existing interval stored in the interval reference. So if there is, it clears the interval using clear interval. So it wants to check using the interval ref.current. We want to check if there's an existing interval stored in that interval ref. So if it is true, it will clear the interval using clear interval. So it will clear the interval. So we declare the interval ref here. So you can see the interval ref here. So it's checking it. If there's an existing interval that is stored there, it will clear that existing interval using the clear interval. So that's what we are doing here. The second thing we are doing here is it set a new interval using set interval. So we clear the existing interval and set a new interval. So we're setting the new interval which calls the start animation function at the specified autoplay interval. So as we toggle between the state, it will also clear the current existing interval and set. So if it clears the existing interval, it will now set the new interval. So when it sets the new interval, the start animation function is called with false as the restart timer parameter, indicating that the timer shouldn't be restarted after the animation completes. So that's what we're just saying here. So the next function we have here is the use effect. So the use effect hook is used to initialize the autoplay timer when the component mount and to clear the interval when the component unmount. So that's just what we are using the use effect for here. And you can see we are calling the reset autoplay timer, and that's what we're doing, and then it returns it. So that's just what we're doing, and it clears it when the component was on mount. So that's what we're using that's why we're using the return. And then interval ref.current, so clear interval, so it will clear it when the component on mount, and when the component mount, it will reset the autoplay timer. So that's just what we are doing there. So the next logic we wrote here is the text animated style that we use to run the animation. So we are using the use animated style from from our Reanimated. So what the text animated style is used for, we used to apply to the text view. So that's why we call it text animated word style. So we created a constant rotation. So we're using the rotate y. So the rotate y value is interpolated from 0 to 180 degrees as animated progress value goes from 0 to 1. So this creates a rotation effect around the y-axis. So that's just what we're using this for. So that's why we're using interpolate. Interpolate is also from Reanimated. So we're using animated.progress value as the input is 0, the output will be what 0, and as it translates, as the animated progress value goes from 0 to 1, this creates a rotation. The rotate y value is also interpolated from 0 to 180 degrees. So at the point of 1, the rotate y will become 180 degrees. So as it's moving from 0 to 1, as the animated progress dot value is moving from 0 to 1, the rotate y is also moving from 0 to 180 degrees. That's what we are just seeing here. Then we're using extrapolation dot clamps. So after that, we have the opacity. So we're using the interpolate. So the opacity. So the opacity value is interpolated from what is, we interpolate the opacity value from 1 to 1 as animated progress value goes from 0 to 0.49. So as it goes from 0 to 0.49, we interpolate and then change this from 1 word to 1. So that means nothing happens. That's what this one means. Nothing happens here. So then we also interpolate from 1 to 0 to 0. We want to interpolate from 1 to 0 as the animated progress value goes from 0.49 to 0.51. So here it will start what fading out. That's what we are doing here. And then we interpolate from 0 to 0 as animated progress value goes from 0.51 to what to 1. So it makes it remain hidden. So that's what, there are just three things happening. The first one, no change will happen. The second one, it starts fading out. And then the third one, it remains what hidden. And that's why we have from 1 to 1, we have from 1 to 0, and we have from 0 towards 0. So from 1 to 1, no change happens. From 1 to 0, it starts fading out. And from 0 to 0, it remains faded. It remains completely hidden. So that's what we are doing here. So we can now come here inside our, so this is where we are returning the opacity. So we return the opacity, and then we are getting it from what, from our transform. So inside our style, so we're getting our what, we are getting the transform, and then the transform, inside the transform. So the transform is an array. So it's an array that includes a perspective value. So we are passing a perspective value of 800, which this is what helps us to create a 3D like effect. So it is this perspective that helps us to create what, a 3D like effect. So we are passing the value of 800 to the perspective, and then a rotate y transformation that applies the interpolated rotation to what, to that apply the interpolated rotation value. So this is what gives us that 3D like effect. So that we're using here. So after that we go to our icon animated style. So we're still using the use animated style. So, and then this is applied to the icon view. So we're just applying this to the icon view. So when the animated progress value is animating from 0, is moving from 0 to 1, this is moving from 80 towards 0, just like opposite of what we did. And then this one too will be opposite. I think this explains, this is simple enough. So it will be opposite of the text value. So since we are toggling between the two of them, so they have to be opposite, so that we can toggle between the two of them. So I will not be going into that. So the combination of this animated style creates a flipping effect between the text view and the icon view. As the animated progress dot value changes, the text view rotates and fades out, while the icon view rotates and fades in, creating a seamless transition between the two views. So that's what we are just doing here. So that's just it. You just try it yourself, lay your hands on it. That's why I also advise that you code along. Don't just copy the code along. Let the code be a guide so that you can build a muscle memory. So you code along, and then you understand, you get used to it. So that's why we have this flipping effect. You can see, so it starts fading and then it changes. See, so that's why we have that flipping effect. So we come here, so we come into our animated. So we're passing it into animated.view, and you can see we're passing the text animated style. So we're passing the text animated style here. So we're passing the text animated style, and you can see we're passing that to the container, and it is an animated.view. So we're using animated from Reanimated, animated.view from Reanimated, and then we see we have passed the text. So the text, this is the text, and then the vision, we have vision. So that's these are the two texts there. So that's what you are seeing on the app displaying beautifully. So, and after that, so we close the text animation, and then this is the text animation, and then we have the icon animated style. So for the icon animation, and then we pass it to our eye icon. So the eye icon, we got it from, let me show you on top, at the top here. So we have our eye icon. So we created, so this is the eye icon component that we created. So this is it. So that's what's going on. So and then you see we pass the props to it, and then it has the size and it has the color. So beautiful. And then you can see we are using eye icon, and we're using ion icons from vector, from our expo vector icons, and then we are passing what the name of the ion icon is I, and that's the thing. I think this is beautiful enough. So we'll continue. We can save this and save this as well. So I think this is good. So we're done with the header component. So the next one we want to go to is to start rendering the beautiful UI you see in India. So that's where we're going to continue from right away. So the next thing, let's go back to our home screen. So inside our home screen, we'll come down here, and then I'm going to import scroll view from React Native. Inside the scroll view, inside the scroll view, we're going to add style. So the style will be styles.container. So we have style.container. No, it will be style.content. So, and then after that, we're going to say shows. So shows vertical. So shows vertical indicator, because we're going to be displaying, we're going to be using the scroll view to display some content vertically. So after that, we'll save this, and then inside here we'll use the view. So we're going to say view, import view, and then inside this view we can just do style. So we just say style. So we're going to get we have styles dot welcome. So we're going to do the welcome section. So welcome section, then we have text, import text from React Native as well, and then inside the text we're going to have welcome, let's call it, so they use capital letter, so we're saying welcome to here India. And then after that we have another text. I say namaste, and on that note I'm also saying namaste to my fans. Thank you for your support, thank you for everything, thank you for subscribing to this channel, thanks for the likes. I really appreciate it, and it means so much. So I'm going to say style, and I'm going to say here I'm going to use style.welcome text. So don't worry, I'll be showing you everything. I can check the code, the source code out from the description box below. So the namaste too, we're going to give it a style. So we're going to give it style. So let's say namaste. So I call the styles namask. So if I save this, you can see this is beautiful. So we can add an exclamation mark to this. So this is cool. We're good to go. So this will be the welcome section, and then after that the next one we want to do is the destination. So the destination carousel, so we're going to be using flat list for the destination carousel. So I'm going to call it destination carousel. So for the destination carousel, so we'll go to our data and then bring flight data. So we have all the data there. So we have quite a lot of data here, so it's also available. So the first one I want to deal with is the destination. So I want to use the destination. So let's remove this. Can remove this as well. So I want to have the destination. So I've added some dummy data here. So we have the destination. It has a type of destination. So let's go to our TypeScript and show you the types. So we have the flight selection types. So we have the destination has the ID, string, name, price, image, and description. The description is optional. We pass an optional chain into that. So you see we have the ID 1, and then we have the name Mumbai from. So we pass the price. We just added a default price, a fixed price to that. Then we have the image. So we pass the image to it, and then we have the description. So gateway of India. So we have another one. We have Goa. We have Siliguri. And that's it. We just pass 3 for tutorial sake. So that's destination. So we can come to our home screen. So our home screen, we're going to render the destination, and to do that, so flat list from React Native. Let's close this flat list. So we're going to use flat list from React Native. And inside it, we're going to get the data. The data will be equal to destination. So let's import destination. So after destination, we're going to have the render item. So we're going to create the render item shortly. So the render item, we're going to make it, let's call it render destination card. So we're going to get destination card shortly. So we have, it is horizontal, then shows horizontal indicator false, shows horizontal indicator will be false. Then so let's quickly get the render destination card. So I'm going to go up here, and then inside here and here I'm going to paste the destination card. So render destination card. Let's import opacity from React Native. Let's import image from React Native as well. So we're good to go, and then we get the destination, the type from our TypeScript. So we have the render destination item card, and then we're passing the item. Remember, we're using flat list, so you have to use this item props. If not, it will throw an error. So the item, so this item is basically the props from flat list, and then is that item, we are passing this item to it, and that item is of type of destination, and the destination we have here. So that's the idea. That's what we're passing to that. So inside here we're passing what we will render. This is the card we use to render what the destination the destination. So we are using touchable opacity, and then we pass the destination card style. So it's inside the style below. Then we have the image source, and then we are using the item.image. You can see URI, we're using item.image, so it's coming from the destination. And after that, we have what the view. So to create an overlay, just exactly the way they did it in India. So and then we pass in what the item name, the name of the destination, and then the price, and then we give it some style. So destination name, style, and then the destination price. So if we come here now and save this, we should have it displayed. So I'm just going to save it. Beautiful. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? Look at this, it's beautiful. So, and it's horizontally scrollable. You can see this is beautiful, exactly the way they have it on India app. So you can see, and you can see the touchable opacity. It's giving that fade effect when you touch it. So this is beautiful, and you can see the overlay. This is beautiful, isn't it? So if we go back to the flat list, so if we come to the flat list here, the next thing we want to do is we're going to call on the snap. So we're going to call snap to interval, and then we're going to use the width. So we can see the width, multiply it by 0.85. So if we save that, and then we can come and say decelerate. Let's get the deceleration rate. So the deceleration rate will be fast. So we're going to say fast. So and then we get so if we do it, so just see what's going to happen now. So you see, this is beautiful. So you see, then another thing we want to add is we're going to add the content container style. So we're going to say content container style. We already have the style in our styles. So styles.destination, destinations container. Okay, let's do it this way so it can be visible. So we're going to say styles.destination container. Then we're going to pass style as well. So the style will be style.destination list. So you can see this is beautiful. This is very beautiful. So if I scroll it, you can see this is beautiful. You can see, isn't this looking beautiful? This is beautiful, exactly the way they have it on India. So let's continue with the next card. So the next card is the travel advisory. So the first thing I'll do is to render the advisory card. So we can close this. So we render the advisory card here, and then we let's import advisory from our TypeScript. So remember what I said about flat list item props when we're rendering, when we're using the render item. So this is how you have to do it. If not, it's throw an error. So we'll come down and then let's do the flat list there. Let's add a flat list to it too. So let's close this. So we have the travel advisory. So the travel advisory, we need to create the ref. So I explain everything. So let's import travel advisory from our data. So imported. So if we come to our data, you have travel advisory. So this is travel advisory. So we have ID 1, title, travel advisory, message, and type warning. So we have, see, so we're just using 2 here. So if we come to the types here, we have what travel advisory. So we have ID, title, message, and then the type is warning or info. So that's the thing. So we'll come back here and get started with it. So the ref, so for the ref, we're going to create, so I'm going to create the travel advisory scroll ref. So let's come up here. So before our return, let's quickly create the travel. I'm going to say const. So I'm going to say const advisory scroll ref is equal to use ref from React. So use ref from React. Then we're going to be passing the flat list to that. So the initial value will be null, and then we'll pass the flat list to it. And then we also need to create some state too for the travel advisory. So we're going to say const, and then this will be use state from React, and then this will be of type number, and the initial value will be 0, and then we'll pass number to that. So in here we're going to have, let's have the current advisory index, and then set current advisory index. So the next one we want to do, okay, we'll just do it one after the other. So let's come down here to our travel advisory index. So I'll just be explaining the whole thing to you. So we imported the data. We are using the ref advisory scroll ref. We imported the travel advisories, and after the travel advisory, we have the render item. We pass the render advisory card to that, and then so the data prop is set to travel advisory, which is an array of travel advisory objects. So which I showed you in the data, in our flight data, just previously. So so we're passing is we want to make it horizontally scrollable, and then we're passing page. We are making the page. We enable the page. So paging enabled true. So so here, then we don't want to display the we set the horizontal scroll indicator to false. So here we have the unscroll. We're passing the unscroll event to it. So the unscroll event. So I'm just going to explain that. So the unscroll prop is set to a function that calculates the current index of the advisory based on the scroll position and update the current advisory index state. So that's what we're just doing here. So we're using the event function, and then we are getting native event, and the native event we are getting the content offset. Inside the native event we have the content offset, and inside content offset we can have the y and the x-axis. So in this situation we want to use the x-axis because we are scrolling horizontally, and then it's a type of what number. And so what we are doing, that's what I just said just now. So we're using the math.round, and then here we calculate the current index of the advisory based on the position, and update the current advisory index state. So we calculate, so we get the event or native event or current, so divided by width. So we're checking the position, so we calculate it based on the scroll position and update. So we update the current advisory index state. So we're passing what this index. So we get the scroll position by doing this, and then we update the set current advisory index. So that's what we're just doing here, and then we set the scroll event total to 16. So we have the pagination dot here. So we are using the view. The view is a container. So we have the page indicator. So that's the container, and inside that we are using the travel advisory. So what we are doing here, let me just explain everything here. So we are creating a map function. So the map function, we are mapping through the travel advisory array to create a view component for each advisory. So we're creating a view component for each advisory. Then after that we have the page indicator dot. So each component has a style of styles dot page indicator dot, which represents a single page indicator dot. So that's what we're doing. You will see everything shortly. Then we have the active dot. So here, if the current advisory index is equal to index, if it matches the index, then the style dot active page indicator dot style is applied. So we will apply the active page indicator dot style to the advisory whose index is equal to current advisory index. So that's what we are seeing. So in general, this code creates a horizontal scrollable list of travel advisory with a page indicator that updates as the user scroll through the list. So that's what we're doing. So as the user scroll through the list, it will update what the indicator. So I'll bring this up and let's save this, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is beautiful, exactly the way they have it. So you can see the dot is also visible there. So this is beautiful. So if I scroll it, you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see this is beautiful. So that's what we're just talking about here. And then you can see the travel advisory. This is rendering very beautifully. So we can continue. So after the travel advisory, the next one we want to do now is the service option. So we'll come outside of this. So let's go to travel advisory and close this. So the next one we're going to do is the service. So it's the service option. So I'm going to import the data from our service, from our data, from our flight data. So quickly, I'm going to show you flight data service option. So we have travel advisory, we have service option. So this is it. We have ID, we have a title, we have the title check-in, so boarding passes, travel information, baggage, airport information, and then we have images. We have image for each of the objects here. So that's what we're going to be using quickly. So we'll come here. So we'll quickly come up here and then pass the render service card. So we have the render service card here. So the render service card, just the same way we've been doing before. So you can see, so we have the touchable opacity, the style is there. We are rendering the image using the image component from React Native, and then we're passing the item.image, and then we have the service overlay. We're using service overlay here too, and then we have the item.title. So if we come down to our flat list here, so inside our flat list, so we are passing the render service card into the render item. Is also horizontally scrollable, shows horizontal indicator false, and then we have the container style. So all the styles are there. It's down, inline style, so you can see them here. So I'll just come here and then let's save this as well, and then we should have our service card. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. You can see this is beautiful, and this is exactly the way they have it. So just going to enlarge so I can show you how beautiful this is, right? So we will not be wasting time, so let's move on. The next one we're going to do is the explore India carousel. So for the explore in the India carousel, I'll go to my home screen. I'm going to my component folder and create that. Let's create it. So we'll come to our home screen. Inside our home screen, I'm going to create the explore. So let's call it explore India carousel. Explore India carousel.tsx. So I'm going to save it here. Let's import it to our home screen, and then I'll explain afterwards. So I'm going to import explore India carousel. So you can see this is beautiful, exactly the way they did it. So I'll be explaining to you. I just wanted to see it so I can explain. So this is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful, exactly the way they have it in Air India. So you can see this is beautiful. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you the whole thing from beginning to the end. So we'll come here. So we're going to come back to all this shortly. So let's go and explain the UI first. So inside the UI we have the view, we have the container, and then we have the title, the header title. So we have explore India, exactly the way you can see on the screen. So we have the title there. After that we imported scroll view from React Native, and inside the scroll view we pass the scroll view ref to that. Same I've been explaining scroll I've explained ref before now, so I don't think we should have any issue there. So the last one, we use flat list and we pass flat list as a type. Here we are using scroll view, so we get use ref from React and then pass scroll view to it, and the initial value is what? Null. Then we also set a state, the active index, and set active index, and then it's a number and the initial value is 0. We are using screen width, so we got the screen width from using the dimensions from React Native, dimensions.get window, and then we get the width. Then so we have the card width equal to screen width multiplied by 0.7. So I already added the comment there, smaller width to show more of size card, and you can see that the way it's displaying. You can see the previous and the next. You can see a little of them. So that's the idea. And then we have the card spacing, we have 20, and then side preview, so 10. How much of side card to show? So you can see, so that's the idea. So I'm going to be showing you how I did all that, and then so from there we have the destination, we have the destination data, and then we have explore destination. So if you come, you see we have I have ID, title, I have description, and then we have the image. The image is there, and then we pass a type, explore destination. So explore destination is the type and it's an array. So I'm just going to call. So we'll come to the handle scroll event. Before we do that, so we have the pagination enabled is false, the selection list is fast, snap to interval. So snap to interval, we're using the card width plus the card spacing. So using the card width plus the card spacing. So that is a card width, this, and then the card spacing. So that's enable us to get this UI we're seeing. So when we snap to interval, you can see. So you can see. So that's the idea. So that when we change it, you can see it snap, and then you can see it changes the one that is centered. You can see it becomes smaller. So you can see. So that's the idea. So we have snap alignment. So we align it towards center. So that's the idea. You can see. So and that's why we're having this beautiful UI. And then we have the content container style. So on scroll, let's start with the on scroll event. So with the on scroll event, so let's go to the logic and explain them what's going on there. So the handle scroll function is called when the user scroll through the card. So that's the idea. So when the user scroll through the card, the handle scroll function is called. So what's it doing? What's happening there? The first one is to get scroll position. So that's the constant get scroll position. We want to get the scroll position. How do we get the scroll position? So the scroll position is calculated based on the content offset.x value of the scroll event. So that's why we passed. So that's why we're passing what event.native event.content offset. Like I told you, it could either be x or y. So x is horizontal. So we want to get the value. So we get the value of the content offset.x of the scroll event, and then we're using the native synthetic event. So we're using the native synthetic event, and inside that we're passing the word native scroll event. So this enables us to have access what the content offset. So that's the idea. So from the event we can now what access the native event and the content offset. So we're using the x value, the horizontal value. So we're checking that. So we want to get the value of the scroll event. So after that we calculate what the index. So the index is calculated here now by dividing the scroll position by the total width of a card, including what spacing. So that's what we have this. So we divide the scroll event by what the total width of that card of a card, and plus what the card spacing. So that's what we're doing here. And when we do that, we use the math.round function to round the index to the nearest whole number. So that's what we're using math.round function for. We use it to round to the nearest whole number. So after that, we now come here. After that, we now update what the active index. So the active index now it becomes, so that's why we're using sect active index equal to what the index here. So that's the idea. So the sect active index function is called to update what the active state, the active index state with the calculated what index. So we update the active index state with what the calculated index that we have here by using what by calling what the set active index. So after that we come to our scroll to index. So the scroll to index, what we pass, the first thing we pass what a parameter of index to that, and then it's a type of number. So this scroll to index function scroll this scroll view to a specific index. So this is what we use to scroll the images, the data to a specific what index. So what are we doing here? So first one, we check the word ref. So we want to make sure that we want to check the function check if the scroll view ref is not null or undefined. So and that's why it's saying it's checking if scroll view ref.current is true. So So if it's true, that means it's not null and it's not undefined. And if you come to the scroll view ref, the initial value was what? Was null. So we want to check and ensure that it's not undefined and it's not null. So if it is true, we'll calculate the scroll what position. So the x coordinate. So the x coordinate of the scroll position is calculated based on what? The index. The index, the card width, and the card spacing. That's how we calculate the x coordinate of what? Of the scroll position. So we're using what? The index, the card width, and the card spacing. So that's it. And that's why we're saying scroll view dot current dot scroll to, and we're taking what? The x coordinate, and then it is based on what? Index multiplied by card width plus what? Card spacing. So the animated option is now set to true to enable animation. So that's why we have what? Animated equal to what? True. So we set what? The animated to true, so that the animation can be what? Enabled. So that's the idea. So this is what helps us to scroll to index. So you can see that's the idea. So that's how we calculate the x coordinate. So we use the index and then the card width and then the card spacing. And this is beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. So the next one is the render card. So the render card here is a function that returns what? A JSX element for each card. So what are we now doing inside here? What's happening here? So the first thing is we check active index. That's why we say const is active is equal to index we compare it, index equal to what? Active index. So what are we doing there? We said the is active variable is set to true if the current index matches the active index. So, and then you can see we're passing item, and then we're passing index parameters to it. So we're checking if index is equal to active index, then is active is what? True. So if it's active is true, the first thing and the next thing we want to calculate is the card height. So if we say, that's why we have what? Card height here. So if active index is true, card height will be what? 300. Else card height will be what? 350. So that's why the current index height reduced. So that's what is happening. That's where we got that from. So we're using the card height. So if it's active is true, the height will be reduced to 300. Else the remaining card will have what? 350. So the side cards are what? Taller. So that's why the side cards are what? Taller than what? The active card. So the next one is we calculate the margin top. So we now say the margin top, we now set the margin top based on whether the card is active or not. Active card has a smaller top margin of 15, while inactive cards have no top margin. So that's what we're doing here. So we say margin top. So if it's active is true, it has what? 15, and then or else it will be 0. So that's the idea, and that's why we can center card has smaller top margin. So that's the idea. That's what we're doing. So in general, the render card function returns a JSX element that uses these calculated values to style the card. The active card is displayed prominently in the center, while inactive cards are displayed on the side with different height and margin. And that's why we have this. This is beautiful, isn't it? So the render card, if you see now, so we have the render card, and inside the render card, so you can see we have our view, we have the touchable opacity, and then we have the onPress. So the onPress, now we pass our scroll to index, and then we have the image. So that's where we render our image. So that's where we render the card. So after that, we have the title and description under the image. So the title and description under the image. So this is where we render them. So you can see, so we have the image title, and we have what? The description. And then so we come to our scroll view, and it's our scroll view. We pass our handle scroll. So and then we have our destination. So inside the scroll view now, we now would render the destinations using what? The destination data. So destination.map. So we map against it and return what? Using what? The render card. So the render card that we wrote here. So it's as simple as that. So we return the render card. So don't forget, the render card function returns a JSX element that uses the calculated values to style the card. So the active card is displayed in the center prominently, while the inactive cards are displayed on the sides with different height and what margin. So that's the thing. So that's why we are passing the render card in here, and you can see it returns what? A JSX element. So this is the elements are inside the render card here, and that's what is just happening here. That's it, everything inside the scroll view, and we're good to go. So we save this, and then we can go to the next. So this is beautiful, isn't it? Wow, so we can go to the next. So if we see what we've done so far, this is beautiful. So the next thing we want to do now is after the explore section, we want to go into the popular destination. So they have another UI, another section called popular destination. So quickly, I'm just going to work on that so we can move faster. But popular destination, we save this, we go to render popular destination. So we have ID, name, and image as well. So we can come to so we have this is the flat list for popular destination. So I'm going to import data from our flight data, and then we have the popular destination. Let's bring it up here. So we have the popular destination. So ID, name, New York, image. So we have the image. So this is it. So we can just go back here, and then we save everything. I think this is simple and straightforward. So if we save it, beautiful, exactly the way they have it. So you can see, so you can have more destinations, and then the last one is what view all. So that's what we're doing here. So I'm just going to show you. So it has what popular destination as a title, and then the styles are already there. So we're using the flat list to render it. So the data is equal to popular destination as shown in the flight data, and then we have the render item. So it's horizontally scrollable, and then you have the content container style as been added to. So quickly go to the card up here. So in the card, what we are doing here is we are returning the item. We are returning the item, and then we pass the type of popular destination, which I showed you. So we're using touchable opacity, and then we are checking if item.name is equal to view all. So if item.name is equal to view all, it will render this UI. So if we come to our flight data, so you can see we have item.name as the last one. So if the item.name is equal to view all, we are telling it to render what? To render this UI, and the UI has what? The view all card. So we have the grid icon, we have the grid dot, we have the grid dot style here. So that's why we are able to get this the view all icon. So that's how we were able to get it. This is the style. So you can check the style down below, and then else. So if the name is not, if item.name is not equal to view all, then it will render the image component from React Native. Then we pass the style to the image as well. So we pass the style to it, and then it has a source. So the source is item URI item.image, and then after that we pass what the text. So item.name. You can see, so everything is appearing beautifully. So if I zoom it in, so you can see everything clearly enough. So we have what? We have New York, we have Vienna, we have Toronto, and then we have view all, and then the images are there as well. So we're good to go. So the last thing we are going to render for the home screen is the floating virtual assistant. So just the same way they have it too. And before we do that, let's go down here. So after this, so what we can do here is we're going to use the view. So and then save closing tag, and then we are going to pass the style to it. So we're going to say style dot bottom tabs, bottom padding. So cool. So you see, so it has given it space so that our content won't hide behind the tab bar. So we can come here, and then let's do the virtual assistant, the floating virtual assistant, the same way they have it in there. So we're going to come out of the scroll view here. So let's arrange our code. So we're good to go. So we'll come out of our scroll view, and then we can have it here. So this is our virtual assistant. This is the code for it. So we have touchable opacity, and then we have view. So inside the view, so I just added the emoji here. So I customize the card and make it round. So, and then I think that's just all. So if I save this, beautiful, you can see our virtual assistant and see it's absolute. So pass the absolute style to it. So as index, so you can check the style out downward below. So floating assistant. So you can see that we have floating assistant position absolute right 10, bottom 10 is index 1000, elevation 8. So and the avatar, so that's how we width and height to give us the round shape, and then we added border radius as well. This is beautiful. So we can save this, and then so far I think we're good to go. So this is where we're going to leave it for the home screen. We've done all the UI for the home screen. Everything is there. So if we check through, we have the namaste, the welcome to Air India. So we have this beautiful card, and then we have the travel advisory that is horizontally scrollable and with active pagination. Then we have this beautiful UI as well. So, and this is beautiful, you can see. After that, we have the explore in there. After explore in, we have the explore in there, and that's where we have this beautiful card. This is beautiful. And then we have what the popular destination, and then we have the virtual assistant, and then we also have what the bottom tabs. Beautiful, everything's beautiful. So the next thing we're going to do now is to book flight. So that will help us to book our flight. We're going to be using Zustand state management, and then we're going to be seeing more exciting features. So the next thing we're going to do now is we'll go to the book flight screen. I'm just going to press on it on the bottom tab. So we're now at the book flight screen. So let's get started with that. I'll go to the screen, go to book flight screen. Let's bring it up here. So we have the book flight screen here. So I'm quickly going to add the styles there. Let me add in the style. So I wrap the entire component inside the nav context, and then we're using the value navigation from the screen here. And okay, let me minimize this a little for now. So inside that we have the view, and then we have a container. We have the image background to display an image background exactly they did it in Air India app, and then I'm rendering a background image there, which is this. And then if I save this, we should have the background image. So, and after that we're using the touchable opacity, beautiful, and you see it's showing already. So we're using touchable opacity, and then we're rendering the back arrow, so the go back. So we're using navigation.go back, and then I'm using arrow left. So arrow left is from Lucid, it's from React Native, so Lucid React Native. So I'm using arrow left from there. So this helps us to go back. So if I press that now, we should be able to go back. So beautiful, everything is working fine. So we can go back, and you can see this is working beautifully. So we're good to go. And then the next thing we'll do now is to start working on the screens, the flight selections. We want to get all the tab screens. So we're going to have runway, multi-city, and we're going to have one way, round trip, multi-city, tabs. So these are the trips. So let's just get started with it without wasting time. So I'll come here, and then after the image background, so I'm going to render trip. So I'm going to call it trip tabs. So we're going to get that done shortly. So to do that, I'll come here, and inside our component, I'm going to be using the components for almost everything, so that you can understand the flow. So inside our components, I'll come here. So inside our components, I'll come here and then create a new folder. I'm going to call it book flight, and inside this inside this folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call it tabs, and inside the tabs, I'll create so let's create the trip tabs here. So I will just say trip tabs.tsx. So this is our trip tabs. We have our trip tab here. So inside our trip tabs, we have all the tabs. We have I created a constant called tabs, and the constant is an array of strings. So we have one way, we have round trip, and we have multicity, and it's as type const. So it's read only. So inside that, after that, we have another type. I declared a type. So the type is tab, and then it's a type of tabs. This tabs and is what with number, so I'm passing the number into that. So inside our trip tabs component, I declared a state, so active tab and set active tab. So using what useState, and then I pass the tab type to it, and then the default value is one way. So anytime we are checking the tab screen, we want one way to be displayed first. So it's up to you, it's up to your choice. So you can use round trip. So but I'll be using one way for this tutorial, and then I declared another constant indicator x, and using what useShared value from Reanimated. So the active tab state variable stores the currently active tab. So and I initialize it with what one way, so that's the default. So after that, I came here. So before we do that, I think it's better to, so let's get the one-way trip. So for the one-way trip, we're going to create the file. So inside our tabs, inside our trip tabs, so we're going to create, let's create one-way trip, or let's say one-way screen.tsx. So inside the one-way screen, I'm just going to do tsrnf. So we have tsrnf. We can save this and then come to our trip tab. Let's import the one-way screen again, so the error can go away here. So let's import one-way screen. I'm going to remove this. So let's import one-way screen. So we can save the trip tab here, trip tabs, and then so let's import trip tabs. So we're good to go. So I'm just going to save this and then explain. So beautiful. You can see we have the trip tab, we have the tabs there. So you can see this is beautiful. We have one way, we have round trip, and we have multi-city. That's what we'll focus majorly on here. So I'm just going to explain what's going on here. I think that way it makes it better and we can move faster. So like I said earlier, I created the tabs and the constant, I declared constant called tabs, and then it's an array of string which has one way, round trip, and then multi-city and is as const. So it is read only. So I created a type called tab as a type of tabs, and it's I passed a number to it. So because we're going to be using it to manage the state of our active tab. So we're using the component now. We're using this useState hook from React. So the useState hook, we use it to manage the state of the active tab, and then so we're using active tab and set active tab. So we're using React useState, and then we're passing the tab type, which is tab, the tab we declared here, and then we initialize it with one way. So the default is one way. So the active tab state variable stores the currently active tab initialized to one way, or that's just the default. So the next thing we did is the component uses was the useShared value hook from Reanimated, React Native Reanimated, to create a shared value for the indicator's X position. So you're going to see that very shortly, and then we have the handle press. So the handle press function is called when a tab is pressed. So we have three tabs here. We have the one-way, round trip, and multi-city. So we use the handle press function when a tab is pressed. So and then inside the handle press, we pass the parameters. We pass the parameters there. So the one we pass two parameters, the tab and then the index. So the tab is of type tab, and index is of what number. So what's happening here generally? So what's happening here? Number one, we update active tab. So we want to update what the active tab. So the set active tab function is called to update the active tab state with the newly selected tab. So if you see, we have the set active tab here. So we call it what? To update the active tab state when the newly selected with the newly selected tab. So secondly, we are animating the indicator. So the indicator x value is updated using the with timing function from Reanimated, which animates the value to the new position. So the position is calculated based on the index of the tab, assuming each tab is approximately 100 units wide. So when we press on another tab, let's say round trip, is what we use the handle press to animate the value to the new position. And remember, the position is calculated based on the index of the tab. So that's the idea. So it's calculated based on the index of the tab, and that is why we are passing what number here. So it's a number. So we are using the tab. So that's why we have what the tab also here. So for example, if I press on the round trip, it will change the indicator. So the indicator is horizontal. So that's why I use on the indicator X. So you can see this is beautiful. This is beautiful, and then we have the multi-city, and you can see the indicator, everything is working fine. And then we have the one way. So if we come back to one way, so that's the handle press. So we now declare constant the tab screen. So the tab screen is an object that contains three properties, or another name for properties in this context is keys. So it contains three properties. So we have one way, round trip, and multi-city. So each property corresponds to a tab name, and its value is a GSX element. So that's why the value of one way now, we are returning what the one way screen is a GSX element. So that's why we're getting this component and the element from our one way screen. So for one way, the value is one way screen, which is a GSX element that represent the content of that tab. So that's the idea. And then we have the round trip. So if our round trip, well, we're displaying a text here for now. So when we build the actual component, we will change it to what we will change the value to what the GSX element, the component name. So I've provided that here. We'll just comment it out for now. So for now, we're using like a placeholder. So we'll come down here. So when we got here, so we're performing a map on what a map function on the tabs. Remember the tabs, that's where we have so we have our one way, round trip, and multi-city. So we map through the tab so we can display what the name, the title, the name of each tab. So we are using the map function, and then we have our touchable opacity. So the key is equal to tab here, and then so we pass what our handle press that helps us to update what the state of what the active tab, and then also animate the indicator X. So when we press on another tab, so after that we have the text where we display the name of the tab. So like I said, so the tab has one way, round trip, and multi-city. So here we are passing what the tab, and that's why we have what the one way, the round trip, and then multi-city. So these are the three names in the tab. So and that's it. So down here we are using the scroll view, so the scrollable content area. So inside the scroll view, so what we are doing here, so tab screen active tab, so this is just a JavaScript expression that uses the JSX, the bracket notation, to access properties of the tab screen object. So so we want to access the property of the tab screen object, and you can see the tab screen object, you remember, still have the property. So the property is one way, round trip, and multi-city. So we want to access it. Those are the properties, and you can see showing. So what we are doing is the tab screen is an object. Remember, it's an object that contains properties, so properties or keys. So it contains properties like one way, round trip, and multi-city. So each property has a corresponding value. So and if you see, the corresponding value here is what for one way, so we have the GSX element. The round trip, we have the GSX element, so react.jsx.element, and then multi-city react.jsx.element. So each property has a corresponding value, which is what a GSX element. So e.g., we have the one way screen. So let me just quickly take you back there. So you can see the value corresponding to the one way property is what one way screen, and so on. So So then the active tab is the state variable that stores the currently active tab name. So e.g. we have one way, the round trip, and then we have the tab screen active tab. So that's where that's this. So we have the tab screen active, then we pass active tab. So this uses the value of the active tab as a key to access the corresponding property in the tab screen object. So this is the key, is it uses the active tab, and you can see the active tab is equal to one way, round trip, and multi-city. Remember, so we're using it as a key to access the corresponding property in the tab screen object. So this expression helps us to dynamically render the content of the currently active tab. By using the active tab state variable as a key, the code can switch between different tabs content without needing explicit conditional logic. So that's the idea. So and you can see this whole thing is working out. So we are rendering this in the scroll view, so we can scroll the content of each of the tab. So for the one way screen now, by the time we start adding more information, more data to the one way screen, so we'll be able to scroll what on the screen, on the one way screen, the content of the one way screen, we'll be able to scroll it vertically. So that's what we're doing. So we're using, so shows vertical scroll indicator 4. So we'll be scrolling vertically. So without wasting time, let's just go get started with it, and then you see how everything unfolds one after the other. So before we continue with our one-way screen, it is very important that we create our state management. So and then we're going to be using Zustand and Async Storage to do that. So quickly, let's just have that created first, because we're going to be using most of the data from our Zustand and then our Async Storage. So I think it's more important we create that. So without wasting time, I'll come here and then inside our source folder. So inside our source folder, I'm going to create the storage folder. So storage folder, or we could call it store. Let's call it store. So inside our store, we will have, we will have a use script store. So use script.ts, and then we'll have the async storage as well. Async storage.ts. So let's import async storage. So we have async storage from our React native async storage. So we are going to be I've imported what async storage. So quickly, the first one we want to deal with is the set storage item. So what we are using this for, so the set storage item is a constant. So I'm exporting it, so we can import it inside our use script store, and every other places we'll be using it. So I declare the constant called set storage item. So and it's an async, so I'm passing an async to that. So what it means is that the function is asynchronous, and meaning it returns a promise, and that's why I'm saying, you can see it's returning a promise. So that's what it means after the colon. So we see it's returning a promise, and then we provided two parameters there. So we have the key and the value. So the key is a type of string. This function takes a key parameter, which is a string that identifies the value to be stored. So this key is what identifies what we want to store inside the async storage. So that's this key. So the value takes a value parameter, which is a string that will be stored in the async storage. So that's the value you want to store, and then the key. So you'll understand that. We don't need to waste time on it. We will understand that when we get to the Zustand clearly. So just understand the way I explained the value and the key, the property and value in our trips tab. So if I come back here, so you see it's a property, it's an object with a property one way, and then this is the value. So property is the key, and then this is the value. So the same approach, the same idea, but you will understand very shortly. So we have the key and then the value. So and then it's returning a promise. So the promise, this function returns a promise that resolves to void, meaning it doesn't return any value. So it doesn't return any value. So when you find something like this that it's void, it means it's not returning any value, because we want to use it to store. We want to use it to store information inside the async storage. So we're not returning any value. So it's just for it to store information. So that's the idea. That's what's going on there. So the async storage set item. So we can now come. So we got it from async storage. So we are now getting async storage dot set item. So you can see we're now passing the key and we are passing the value. So what we are doing here, so this function attempts to set the value associated with the given key in async storage. So to set it means we are storing it. So we are storing it. So every information we are storing in async storage must have a unique key. So it has a unique key, and the data is what the value. So we have the await keyword. So the await keyword is used to pause the execution of the function until the promise returned by set item is resolved or rejected. So if there's an error, it will reject it, and if there's no error, it will resolve it. So we are waiting on this set item to return the promise. So because we say it will return a promise, so that if it's stored successfully or it is rejected if there's an error. So that's just the idea. So if there's an error while setting the value, the function catches the error and logs it. So it will log it. So I'm taking this out for now, so we'll come back later to it. So I comment it out, so we'll come back later to it. So that's just the idea. We use this set storage item to store information inside the async storage. Simple and short. And for every information you store inside async storage, you must provide a unique key. Must have a unique key, and then the information, that's the value. The content of what you are storing inside async storage is the value. So that's the idea. So the next thing is to get storage items. So I have the code for the get storage item. So what I'll just do here is, so this is it, and this is similar to what I explained for the set storage. So in this case, so we're using const get storage item. So the async, just like the way we pass it, is a function. It's an asynchronous function, meaning it returns what a promise. So this is the promise, and you can see here it's not void. It will return what a string. So we're telling it to return what a string. So it must return a promise, and the promise is a string. So we passed the key here as well. So the key is a string, and then what is key? So we get the value using what the key. So it is the key that will help us to get the value. And remember, I said the key is a unique identifier that we use to store any value in our async storage. So to retrieve the value that we saw using the set storage item, we need the key. So we must pass the key. So it's the key that we use to match. You now look for a matching key inside the async storage. So if it exists, it will return the value of that key. So that's the idea. So the key function takes a key parameter, which is a string that identifies the value to be retrieved. You see from our async storage. So it is what identifies the value to be retrieved. So we retrieve the value based on the key provided. If there's a matching key inside the async storage. So the next parameter we have here is a default value. It's a default value which is a type of string, and the string is empty. So the default value parameter will be returned if the key is not found in storage, or if an error occurs. So if an error occurs, or the key that the user sent was not found in the async storage, it will return the default value. So that's the idea. So if not provided, if no key was provided, it defaults to an empty string. So that's the idea. So if there's no key, if there's no key provided, if no key was provided, so it will use the default value. That's the idea. So it will use the default value, which is an empty string. And so like I said, this promise is to return a string. So the function returns a promise that resolves to a string value. So that's the idea. So it will return a string value. So we come to the async storage. So we come to the constant value here. We're using the try catch block. So we have a constant value. So constant value equal to await async storage dot get item. So you can see the difference. When we are storing the item, is a set item. So here now we want to get items that are stored, and then we are getting it using the key identifier. So what we are doing here now, so the function attempts to retrieve the value associated with the given key from async storage. So it will look for the key that the user provide, and then look for a matching key inside the async storage. If found, it will return the value of that key. So that's the idea. And if it's not found, it will return the default value, which is an empty string. So this is it, the default value here. So that's the idea. So remember, we're using the await keyword. So the await keyword is used to pause the execution of the function until the promise returned by the get item is resolved or rejected. Just the same way we did it for set item. So that's the idea. So we use it to pause it. So the value, so we have the return value or default value. So the value here, so what we are saying here is if the value is null or undefined, the function returns the default value. That's what we're saying. Otherwise, it returns the retrieved value. So it will return the retrieved value here. And if the value doesn't exist, it will return default value. And then we're using the catch block to return So if there's an error, if an error occurs while retrieving the value, the function catches the error and return what the default value. So that's the thing. That's the idea. So the next one we're going to use is the set storage JSON. So this is the code. I'm just going to explain it also. So what we have here, we have the declare this constant set storage JSON. It's an async, so I already explained that, meaning it's an async, it's an asynchronous, it's an asynchronous function which returns what a promise, and in this case the promise is void. So what do we have here? We have this T signifies that the function is generic, meaning it can work with any type T. So that's what we're doing here. So and then the key string is the same as what I've explained before. So for when you are setting storage, you need a key for every value that you want to store in the async storage. So it's still the same. We have the key, which is string, and then we have the value. So the value is what is T. So the key will be string, while the value is what we match it to our generic T here. So the value takes the value parameter of type what T. So here it's taking a type of what T, which can be any type, e.g. it can be an object, it can be an array. So that's what I mean when I say it can be of any type. So that's what I mean when I say of any type. So we are making it generic here, so we can pass either object or an array and so on like that. So and then the promise, it returns what a promise, which is void, meaning it's not returning any value. So that's the idea. So what are we using this for? So inside here we're also using what the try and catch block. So we're saying await async storage or set item. So it's almost the same with the set item we did earlier. So just a little different. So the difference here is the JSON.stringify the value. So what we are using here is that the value is converted to what a JSON string using JSON.stringify. So that's the thing. So any value we receive, we convert it to a string. So and because the value is of type T, is a generic which can return any type. So is that an array or an object and so on. So whichever value we have for the key, it will convert it to what JSON. So to convert it to a string using what JSON.stringify. So with JSON.stringify the value. So that's why we're passing the value into it. And the await, as usual, the await keyword is used to pause the execution of the function until the promise returned by the set item is resolved or rejected. So that's just the idea. So the JSON string is stored in async storage with the given word key. So that's just the idea. So all these things will become very clear shortly. So that's the idea here. So the next one we're going to do is what the get storage JSON. So the get storage JSON is similar to, so just little different from our get storage. So I'm just quickly going to explain that one. Is similar to the set storage JSON. So the async, like I said, so we declare the constant get storage JSON, we're passing async, and just the same way. So the T here is what the function is generic, meaning it can work with any type of T. So we have what the key and then the default value, just the same way we did for the get storage earlier. So I believe you already understood that. So the default value in this context, we are passing what the T, the generic type. So what we are saying here is that the function takes a default parameter of type T, which will be returned if the key is not found or if an error occurs. Remember what we use our default value for. So if we don't find the key that the user is passing, we'll pass what the default value. So and the default value here will be of type T. So if the key is not found or an error occur, it will return what the default value. And then we have a promise as usual, so it will return a promise that resolves to a value of what type T. So remember, it can be an array, it can be an object, so we return that function. So without wasting time, so we go to the I think this is almost the same thing. So here we have the constant value, and then we have we're using the await, and then we're using async storage.get item, and then we're passing the key. So it returns the value of the matching key that the user is passing. So that's it. So we get the item, we get the value. So what we are seeing here is the async storage.get item, then the key. So it attempts to retrieve the value associated with the given key from async storage. So that's the idea. So after that, we want to check. So we use the await as the same as the usual way. So for the return value, so we're saying if the return value is found, it will pass what? It will pass the return value as JSON using what? JSON.pass. So it will pass the return value as what? JSON. And if the return value is not found, it will use what? The default value here. So for our catch block, it will return the default value. If an error occur, it will return the default value. and also we can use console.log to console the error that was returned. So for the date, we're going to, so this is the function for the date. So we have const set storage date. So this, I think by now you're already familiar with all this. So we have the async, and then we have the key, and then the date. So we have the key is string, and then the date is of type date, and then or null. So it's a promise, so we are returning a promise, but this promise is not returning any value, so hence it's void. So what we are seeing here is that the date, so the function takes a date parameter, which can either be a date object or what, null. So that's what this is saying. So we come here in our try catch block, we're saying if date, so we're passing a condition. So we're saying if date parameter is not null, because we're passing date or null. So we're saying we want to check if date parameter is not null, the function stores the date in async storage. So that's the idea. So if the date is not null, so await async storage dot set item. So we will use the key, we get the key, and then it will store the date in async storage. So we also the date is converted to an ISO string format using the to ISO string function or method. So that's what we're doing here. So else async storage, if the date parameter is null, the function removes the item from async storage using remove item. So that's what we're doing here. So if the parameter is null, so it will remove remove the item from async storage. So this is the function for the get storage date. So for the get storage date, so our async storage, we declare constant get storage date. So we're passing the key, and then the key is string, and then we're returning a promise. So the promise will either be date or null. So we now come here and inside our try catch block. So we have we're using the async storage.get item. So I think we've explained this over and over. I believe you understand all this by now. So the value here, so the constant value is equal to await async storage.get item. So we're getting the value for the key that is being passed here. So we'll return the value for that key if it's found. So what we're saying here is if value, so we'll return value. What we're saying is if a value is found, the value will be converted to a date object using the date constructor. So that's it. So this is the date constructor. So if a value is found that a value matching the key that the user passed, if that value is found, then we'll convert we'll convert the value to a date object using the date constructor, which is this. Else, if no value is found, the function returns null. So all these functions that we have used so far, it helps to provide a convenient way to retrieve data value from async storage, to set and retrieve data value from async storage. So we're good to go. So we can now continue with our ustrip store, and then we'll be using the Zustand. So Zustand state management for this. So inside our ustrip store, I'm just going to add the interface for our trip store, for our trip state rather. So to add the interface, these are the interfaces we're going to be using. So I'll just explain everything to you, that way we can move faster. So we're using an interface, and we call the interface trip state. So this is the interface, this is the type for our Zustand state management. So I called it trip state. So it's going to get this, we're going to use the trip type. So if we go back to our types, so our flight, so let's bring that here. So if we go into our types here, so we already have it. So we have the trip type, so it's more like an enum. So you can see we have the trip type. So we have three types declared here. So we have the one way, we have the round trip, we have the multi-city. So that's the trip type. So the trip type is equal to the type of our trip type. So let's import trip type. So it has been imported. Then from city, you know how airline works. So your departure city, so it's the from city. So let's import that. So let me just show you all these things in our type. So we have so this is the city interface. So we want to get the ID of the city. So we get the ID, we get the code. So for each city has its own code. It has the name, the country code, the airport, and then the time zone. So that's what we're returning. And for the country code and then the time zone, we'll make it optional, so it can be undefined. So pass the optional chain into that, so it can be undefined default. So if it's not provided, it will not throw an error. So After that, we have currency, we have the transit. So let's just use them one after the other so you can understand. So we have the city, the from city, that's the departure city, and then the to city, the arrival city. So we are passing the type of city or null. So that's the idea here. Also city or null. So travel date, we are using the date constructor, and then the return date. So if we are for the round trip, so we're passing the date constructor. So the travel class. So we import the travel class. Let's import travel class. So if you come here, you see the travel class here. So it's also like enum, it's an enum. So travel class is a type. So we have economy, premium, economy, business, first class, any, and then we have an empty string there. So and then we have the concession type, so senior student armed forces. So after the travel class, so we have what the promo code is a string. Then we have the concession type. So let's import that as well. Then we have the multi-city leg. So let's just import all the types. So it's an array. So the multi-city leg is an array. So let's import that, and then we have the passenger count. So we want to count the passengers. So we come here. So the multi-city leg. Let's quickly check that type out. So we have the passenger count here. So we have adult is number is equal to number, so it's an object. So adult number with type of number, children, and then infant. So these are the three objects with the properties we provided there, and it's type of number, so we can count the passengers. So we have the multi-city leg. So multi-city leg, we have the from, and then it's a string, then to, so string and date. So we're using the date, so date is a string or null. So we stringify the word the date. So that's what we're just doing here. So this multi-city leg JSON, and this is multi-city leg. So from, to, and then date. So that's just the idea. So everything will make sense very shortly. So we're passing also initialize store into the word into our interface, into the type trip state. So and it's what it doesn't have it doesn't take any parameter, and it's returning what a promise which is what void, which means it won't return any value. So that's the idea. We're not returning any value from our initialized store. So after that, once we've created just the same way React used it works, just the same way used it works in React. So if you get a trip, you have to set a trip. So set we have a trip type, then we set trip type. So we have a set trip type for all the trips that we created, or for all the types that we created here. So that's just the idea. So if you can just mirror it the way we use state management in React with the use state. So we have the setter function. So we have the set trip type, and then so this is taking what a single argument. It's taking a single parameter and it's returning void, just the same way we've been doing. So that means it won't return any value. So we're not expecting it to return any value. It's not going to return any value. That's why it is void. Just the same way we did for our async storage is similar. So it's similar to this idea. If we go to our set, here, so you can see, so this is taking two parameters, and then it's returning what promise, which is what void, it means it won't return any value. So it's the same. They're similar. It's just the same idea. So here too, it's taking this in this scenario, it's taking just one parameter, which is type, and that type is a type of trip type, and it's returning what a void. So no value is expected. It's not going to return any value. So that's it. So we're setting the trip. So and you need to remember the trip type. The trip type is a one-way round trip and then multi-city. So we do the same thing for the set from city to. So we have the setter function for almost all of these. We have the setter function for it too. So we have the set to city. So it's the same. So this is city or null. So we're passing the city parameter, which has a type of city or null, and it won't return any value. It will return void. That means it won't return any value. So the same goes here. So we're using the date constructor here, and then the set promo code. So it has the parameter is code with a type of string, and then it's void. So concession. I think this makes sense. So for the passenger management too, so we set passenger. So it has a parameter of passengers, and then it's a type of passenger count that we used earlier, and it's return what void as well. So no value is expected. So the same goes for, so we want to set adult count. So we set child count, and then we set infant count. Remember, these are the properties inside what the passengers. So inside the passengers, using what the passengers count, the passenger count. So if I showed it earlier, so these are the properties: adult, children, and infant. So we want to update their state to based on user selection. So that's why we have to get what set adult count, set child count, and set infant count. So get total passenger. I want to calculate the total passenger for the trip. for the user's trip. So that's why we're using the word the get total passenger function here. And it's what, it's a type of what, it doesn't take any argument, no parameter is passed, but it will return what, a number. So we're expecting a number. The value that will be returned was, it's a number. So this will be for the multi-city trip, so we're not going to be concentrating on these ones for now. So when we get there, we will explain them. So but if you can just mirror it, it's just the same thing we've been doing. So it's just the same as what I've explained earlier, so you can see. So the next one is the flight, is a search flight. So it's a function, and then it's return a promise, and the promise is returning. So this is not taking any parameter, so but it's returning a promise, and the promise will be an array of flight options. So let's import flight options. So it will return an array of flight options. So we can save this, we don't have any error. So let's get our flight options. So we can see this is the flight, these are the flight options. So we have the ID, we have the trip type, then the segment, so the flight segment, the return segment, the total duration, then we have the price. So we have the price for each of the class. So economy, premium, economy, business, and first class. So these are the classes we declared here. Then we have the available classes. So we are passing what, the travel class into that. So remember, so it's already showing them. So then stops, so we have stops, we have stop cities, we have baggage, so we want to check the baggage, check baggage, carry on. We have refundable, we have changeable, we have meal included, Wi-Fi available, so set selection, and frequent flyer meals. So all these we have has a type of what, boolean. So yes, so it has a type of boolean, and then frequent flyer meals, frequent flyer miles is a type of what, number. So we're good to go. So let's get started with our Zustand state management. So to do that, the first thing we'll do is we need to import Zustand. So we need to import create from Zustand so we can get started. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say export. I'm going to say export const. It's export const. Let's call it use trip store. So use trip store will be, so we get the create. So we need to import Zustand first. So let's come up here, and then we're going to say import. So we have Zustand, and then inside that we have the create. So cool. So I'm going to say, so we're going to use the create. So we're going to pass the type to it. So the type will be what, our trip state here. So it will be trip state. So you can see everything is working. And then inside this, so we have our return, our callback function. So our callback function will be, and inside the callback function will pass the parameters to it. So the return function, we have the set, and then we have the get. So we can now begin here. So if we come in here, we want to get the trip type. So you can see it's bringing them, it's bringing all the types. So the trip type, so the default trip type will be one way. You can see this is beautiful. So you can see we have any suggestions there. So the trip type will be one way, so it will be our default trip type. So we use the set trip type to update the state. So but we want to pass trip type, we want to pass one way as our default trip type. So it's up to you. You can use round trip as your default trip type. The next one is I'm going to get the from city. The from city, so the from city, the default state, the initial state, I want it to be null. Then the to city, so the to city, I want it to be null as well. Then after that, we're going to get the travel date. So let's get the travel date. So the travel date will be null as well. So the initial state will be null. Then we have the return date. So it will also be null. So most of these things will actually be either an empty. The initial state of most of these will either be empty or null. So that's the idea. So without wasting time, so we'll come. So after the return date, we want to get the travel class. So the travel class will be an empty string. That will be the initial. Then the promo code. Let's get the promo code. Promo code will also be an empty string as default. Then after that, we want to have the concession type. The concession type will also be an empty string as default. So after the concession type, we want to have the passengers. Let's get the passengers. So the passengers will be, it's an object, remember, and inside the object we have what, adult. So you can see, so adults, we want to make adult 1 as default. Then children, so children will be 0 default, and then infant will be 0 as default. After that, we want to get let's add the multi-city leg, multi-city trips, so it will be an array. After that, the next one is, okay, let's do is initialized. So is initialized will be false. So after that we need to initialize our store. So we'll come here and say, so let's say initialize store. So remember, it's a function, so we're going to use async method. So we're going to say async. So inside our async, so inside here we're going to use our try catch block. So try. So inside our try catch block, so inside our try catch, inside our try, so let's start with the try block. So we're going to say const. So because this is going to be an array, so we're going to use array. So array, so will be equal to await. So we're going to be using the promise.all. So I'll explain what we're going to be using, what this means shortly. So inside our const, we can get the trip type. So we can get the trip type. I'm just going to add the remaining ones. I'll be explaining everything to you very shortly. So let's just add them here so we can move on. And then to get rid of this error, we're going to come here first and say, let's get the set function. Let's use the set method from our, so from here. So remember, we passed it as an argument. So where's it? So we have the set and then the get. So let's work with the set first. So for the set, we're going to get the trip type. So we're going to get the trip type, and the trip type will be trip type, and then it will be as trip type. So it will be of trip type. So I think I'll just add everything here too, so that I can focus more on the explanation how all these things work in real time. So for our catch, we're going to pass the, so I've added the catch, the error, the catch block. So don't worry, I'll explain everything extensively so you understand what's going on. So the next thing I want to do is we want to work on the setter functions, the setter functions. So we'll come here and say set trip. So let's start from set trip. So we're going to get the set trip type. So remember, it has an argument. Yeah, we pass a single argument to it, and then we call it type. So this will be, so we're going to be making use of our set storage from our, so set storage from our, we're going to be using set storage item from our async. So you see it's coming up, so we're going to import it, and then we'll pass the key like I said. So the key here will be trip type. So let's call it trip type. That's the key, and then we'll pass the type. So we'll pass the type. Then after that, we will use our set from our Zustand, and then we're going to say set. So we're going to set trip type. So we set trip type equal to what, the type that the user that the user passed. So we'll set it to the user selection, and then the next one is we're going to do the set city from city. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll make adjustment to it. So set from city. So set from city. To set from city, in our set from city, we used a city. So we use city as the parameter. So we use city, and city is the type of city. So we import city, and it's either city or null. So let's pass the null to it. And inside that, so inside our set city, we're going to be using set storage JSON instead. So we're going to say set storage JSON, and the type is from city. That will be the end. That's the key from city. So from city, and then we'll pass city, and then here we'll pass so we're passing it to our from city. So from city will be equal to what city. So we're going to go. So the next thing is to do the to city. So to do that, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this, and then we're saying set to city. So I'll set to city. So let's get that correctly. Set to city. So I set to city. We're also using city now. Set storage JSON, and then this will be to city. So that's the key, and then it will take what city. Then this is to city. So to city will be equal to what city that the user selected. So after that, we want to do let's do for set travel date. So let's do the date. So we come here and say set travel. So travel date. So set travel date. So we passed an argument called date into that, and then the date will be type of date or null. So we'll say set storage. So here we're going to use storage date from our Async Storage, and then we're going to pass the travel date. So we're going to say travel date as the key, and then we're going to pass our date, and then so we can set our state, our Zustand state. We can update it now, and then we're going to get the travel date. So the travel date will be type of what? It will be equal to date. So I'm just going to populate for the remaining ones so that everything will be explained all at once. So I've added this set return date, and then you can see so it's taking date, and then so let me just show you where all these things are coming from our trip state. So you can see we have a setter function here. So that's what we're using. So we have the return date, so set storage date, and then we're getting set storage date from async storage, and then we pass the key of what return date, and then we're passing what the value is what the date the user selected. So that's the thing. So and then we'll update what the state of our Zustand, and then we change it to what the selected date. So the return, and then it will be equal to what the user selected date. So the travel class also, so we get the set storage item from our async storage, and then we'll pass the key is travel class, and then the value is what class CLS, and then we set what the Zustand state, the Zustand travel class. We set it to what the selected travel class, which is this. So set promo code the same, then concession type. So we have the type, so we get this set storage item. So and then the key is what concession type, and then the value is what the type that the user will select. So the selected user type will be what will be stored as the value, and then we will now update what we set our Zustand concession type towards the type selected by the user. So the same goes for the passengers. So the passengers, so here we say set passengers. So we are taking what the type and the parameter of what passengers. So we say set storage JSON. The key is what passengers, and then the value is the passengers. So the passengers selected by what the user. So we update our Zustand to, and we change it to what passenger. So since they are the same name, so you can just write passenger straight away. So we have to set the adult count as well. So set adult count, so constant current passengers. So we want to get it. So we fetch what the current passengers using the get method. So if we come back to the top here, we actually have a get. So you can see we have a get here, so that's what we're using. So we need to get, first we need to get the total selected what adult. So we need to get the passenger, so we need to get the passenger, so we get all the passengers selected by this user. So we get all the passengers, so we get the passengers information. Then we now update what, we now get update, so we spread the current passenger, and we use the word adult is equal to mat.max, so 1, and then we add what, the count. So that's the idea. So then we do state, we also what, we get the set storage JSON from our async storage, and then we have the passenger and then updated passenger. So the key is passenger, and then the value we are passing is what, updated passenger. So it helps us to update the passenger, the adult passenger count, and then we also update our Zustand, update our passengers in Zustand. So then we do the same thing for child count, and then for infant count. So as the user increase the number of adults or infant or children for the trip, is what calculate and update what the number accordingly and get the total. So we get the total passenger here. So we are destructuring, we get the passengers from our Zustand. So we're using the get method. So we destructure it and get what, the passengers from our Zustand, and then we return that. So we do the addition here. So inside the passengers, we have the passengers, we have the adult, we have the children, and then we have the infant. So we just add them up because it's a number. Remember, it's a number. There are types of numbers. So this is for multi-city, so we'll not be dwelling on this right now. So when we get there, we'll come back and explain that. So I'm just going to close this up for now. Multi-city, remove multi-city, we'll come back to it. So the next thing we want to do is the search flight. So we want to get the search flight function. So I'm just going to add the function for the search flight, and then it will be explained. And you can see this is beautiful. See, the error is no longer there. All the errors that we saw has gone. So this is beautiful. Everything is working very well. So the only error here now is we need to import this function. What I'm just going to do, I'll just begin with the explanation of this whole thing from the beginning to the end, and then you can see how it works. Or what we can also do is we make it practical. So as we're applying it, I will explain the function. I think it's better that way. So as I'm applying the store data, I will explain them one after the other, so in real time, so that I won't have to duplicate explanation. So we'll start applying them, and as I'm applying them, I will explain what every function here is doing. So for now, I'm just going to comment out this, and we'll come back to it later, and then we'll comment out this. So we'll come back to them, then I'll explain everything like I said. So for the payload, I'm going to also, let's import the flight search payload from our types, so our TypeScript. It's been imported. So quickly, I'm just going to, let's import some of the async storage. So let's get started and import all of this. So JSON. So here we also need to import multi-city leg JSON from our TypeScript. So I think we're good to go. So we have an error. The error that we're talking about is, so it's showing from the promise here. So if we check the error, a function whose declared type is neither undefined nor void, so must return the value yes, because we're passing it, we give it a promise, so it will return a promise, and it will return what, a flight option. So I know where the error is coming from, so we just come down here. We will fix that later. Anyway, so it's the return function here. So the return function is not supposed to be, we have to pass the return function. So what I'm just going to comment it out for now, then we'll get back to it later. So we need to pass optional chain into search flight here. So good, so we don't have any error anymore. So we can continue. So then we go back to our we'll go back to our one-way screen and let's start working on it. So what I'm also going to do, I'm going to change the way I render the one-way screen. So I'll come here, let's remove this, and then I'm going to be using the function instead. So I'm going to say export default. So export default function, one-way screen, and then we're going to pass and remove the props and remove this. So we're going to remove this as well. So we're good to go. Save it. Everything is still working fine. So we need to import our ustrip store. So I'm going to say const. So will be equal to use strip store. So ustrip store has been imported. So we're going to be making use of some of the data inside the ustrip store. So we'll get from city because we want to render the location card. So from city to city, the departure and arrival city. So I want to load that. So and then we'll get to city. So we can continue. Then we need to initialize store. So we're gonna get initialize store. So initialize store, I think problem. So okay, we're supposed to add a comma here. So yes, everything is working fine now. Then our associate is initialized. So we'll get that too. So we're good to go. So the first thing we want to do is to get the location card. Okay, before we get that going, let's quickly we need to initialize the store. So I'm going to use useEffect hook. We're going to use useEffect hook to initialize the store. So what we're going to be using the useEffect hook for, we want to use it to initialize the store, our trip store. So what we're doing here is we want to check first if initialized is true. If initialized is not true, so that's it. If initialized is not true, then we want to initialize the store. So that's the idea. So the condition checks whether the store has already been initialized. So if the store hasn't been initialized, this function is called to initialize it. So if it has not been initialized, so we use it to initialize it using this function. So that's the idea. So and then we are passing a dependency array into it. So the dependency array means that or the dependency array specifies that the effect should only run when the initialized value change. So this is when this use effect will run only when the initialized value change. So and it initializes boolean true or false. So it will only rerun, this use effect will only rerun when the value of its initialized changes. So the next thing we added is while the store is being initialized, we use a loading indicator. So here, so it will display this whole loading indicator. So if it is not initialized, so it will use this loading indicator while the store is being initialized. So it will have the loading. So that's what we're just using this for. So we can move on. So the first, let's just get started with the UI. So the first UI we want to render is the location selector card. So that's location selector card is what we would use to select the from city and then the to city. So it will use it. That's card we'll use for to select our departure and arrival city. So I'll just come here inside here. Let me remove this now, and then we're going to pass. Let's call it location. We're going to call it location selector card. So this location selector card, we need to create it. So we'll go to our component here inside our book flight. We're going to create another folder there, and this folder let's call it our cards. And inside this card, we're going to create a file called location selector card.tsx. So this is I've added the code for the location selector card. So I'm just going to remove this and then let's import it to our one-way screen. So quickly, I'm going to explain this location selector card. So it's using a type. So I declare a type for the types for it. So inside the types, we are using the from location. So it's either it's a type of city or null, and then to location. So from location will be the departure city, and to location will be the arrival city. So it's also a type of city or null. Then we are using on from press. So because when we press the card, we want to display the modal where the user can select their location, their destination. So we have the from press. So that's where for the departure city, and then we have on to press. So that's for the what? That will be for the arrival city. So it doesn't have a parameter. It doesn't have a parameter, and it's void. That means it's not supposed to return any value. So that's the idea. So so after that, we move on, and then we destructure that here. So we destructure it, and then we are using it to run our UI. So it has a container styles or container. All the styles are below, so you can check this source code for the styles. So we have the style, we have the style container, we have the row. So and then we have this is from, and then so we're checking if from location is true. If from location is true, it will render this UI. So it will render this UI from location dot code. So it will get the code, then from location dot name. So you get all that shortly. So because from location is what a type of city, and inside our city, inside our flight selection, in our city we have a code, we have the ID, we have the country name. So let me just show you quickly. So inside our city here, so that's what we're using. So we have the code, the city code, then we have a name, we have a country, we have the country code, we have airport, and we have time zone. So that's what's happening. So if it's true, what we said is so if it's true, if from location is true, then it will display it will show what the location, the code, the city location code, and then from location the name of what the city. Else it will display select. So that's the idea. And then so after that we have a touchable opacity. So that shows so this touchable opacity. Okay, I'll just save this, and then let's come to our location selector card, and inside it we are going to render so from location. So from location will be equal to our from city, from our trip store. So I'm going to explain that from our trip store. So I'm going to explain that shortly too. So the location from location will be equal to our from city, and then to location will be equal to city from our trip store, and then on press. So the on press function, we are going to create it shortly. So we're going to be displaying, we'll use the modal to display a UI there so that the user can select the city. So and then we have on to press. So this will also be, so let's just quickly, I'm just going to add those function, we're going to use state for that. So I'm just going to paste all the modal that we'll use in this tutorial. So I'm going to import useState from React. So we're good to go. So we have the show from modal, and then we have the show to modal. So and then we'll be using the one for date, passengers, class, promo modal, concession modal, and is searching. So right here now we want to use. So we're going to say set. So we're going to say set show from modal. So and then we'll set it to what true. And then the second one we're going to say set. So this one is going to be set show to modal, and we're going to set it what to true. So we're going to go there. So we need to add the styles. So it can't find the style.container. It's not, we don't find it. So let's import Stylesheet from React Native. So everything is working now. So we're using the styles.container. So you can save this now. So let's try it again. Beautiful. And you can see we have our location. So you can see this is what I'm talking about. So we have from city, from, and then to. So we can easily go back now, explain everything. So we can just go to the location selector card now and explain everything there. So you can see this is rendering very beautifully. So this is the card. We have the from and then the to. So this will be for the departure. The left hand side is for the departure city, and then the right hand side is for the arrival city. So let's go back to this code. So this was what I was explaining earlier on. So if from location is not equal to null, because in the type we pass to from location, that's from city, from our trip store, it is either there's a null there. So if there's no information there, it will return null. So from city, if we go up here to the trip state, so you can see, so from city and then or null, so to city or null. So and currently we've not selected any city, so it will return null. So what we are doing here, we are checking if from location, and from location we typed it to what the from city. So if from location is not equal to null, if it's not equal to null, it will display the user selected from city, that's the departure city. Else it will what render what select. So that's why we have what select here, and then so that's the idea. And then after that we render this beautiful thing exactly the way they did it in India. So we render that, and then we can also now do what the to city, the same logic. So we come here, so the to, so we have the to at the top, and then we have the touch opacity, and then we say to location. If to location is not equal to null, remember that to location is the to city of our trip store, and it has a type of city or null. So there's city, no city has been selected, so it will be null default. So we do the same thing here. If it is not equal to null, then it will render the user selected arrival city, or it will render select, and that's why we have this. This is cool. So we can move on. So the next thing we want to do is we want to render the modal, so that user can select the city and their departure and arrival city. So we quickly go and do the modal for the location selector. And to do that, we're going to create another folder inside our book flight component. So we'll go to book flight component and create another modal there, another folder, and we're going to call it modal. So modal, so let's just say modal. So inside the modal, we're going to create, so inside the modal, we're going to create the base modal. So the base modal.tsx, and then we're also going to create, so we're going to create the city selector modal. So let's create the city selector modal.tsx. So quickly, we're going to work on the base modal. We're going to use the base modal as a wrapper for all the modals that we'll create, so that we won't have to repeat the code unnecessarily, so that we can avoid unnecessary repetition of codes. So I'm just going to go to the base modal here. So this is the base modal. So for the base modal, we imported React from React, modal from React Native, view, Stylesheet, keyboard avoiding view, and platform all from React Native. And then the base modal props. So for the base modal props, we created a type and using an interface for the base modal props, and it has visible, which is a type of boolean, unclose is void, and then children. So we're going to pass, we'll be using what the React node. So React.React node. So we can just then we say export function base modal. So we'll destructure the base modal props and the visible, unclose, and then the children. So we're making use of modal from React Native. So visible will be equal to visible. So that's how we'll be able to toggle the visible from our one-way screen. So animation type is slide. So I want it to slide. On request, close. So we'll use the unclose. We're using keyboard avoiding view, and inside it we're passing what the view, and then we'll pass the children. So that's how we'll render the UI for the modal. So this may help us to render all the modals dynamically and wrap all the modals inside what the base modal. So we won't have to repeat this code. And then we have the types for it, the style sheets rather. So these are the style sheets for it. So we can save these, and then let's go to the city selector modal. So for the city selector modal, so this is our city this is our city selector modal. So inside the city selector modal, we're going to import the base modal, and then we're using ion icon from vector icons, and then we imported the cities, the data, the cities data. I'm going to be showing you from our flight data, so I'll be showing you that shortly. So we created we declare a type for it. So interface city, so we have the ID with name, code, country, and airport. So and then we're using the city selector modal prop. So it is we get the visible to get the visibility to talk to display and show the modal, and then the unclose to close the modal when it's opened. So we'll not be needing this here. So we also because we need the modal for both departure and arrival. So as a result of that, we give it a type, and the type is of what departure and what arrival. So it's like an enum, and then so we can render the title dynamically also. So depending on where we want to use, either departure or arrival, so the title will change. So we can render it dynamically. So that's the idea. So we come here and then we create this is where we create the city component, the UI. So we're using function city selector modal, and then so we destructure the city selector modal props, and then using the visible, unclosed, type, and title. And then here we're using use state. So we want to get the query. So from here, so we need to install we need to import our ustrip store. So let's import it. It has been imported and the error has gone. So we need the from city to city, set from city, and then set to city from our ustrip store in this scenario. So here, so we're going to filter the city data. So let me just take you to that here. So inside our data, we have the flight data, and inside the flight data we have the city. So we have the city data. So destination, popular. So this is the city data, and it's of type or city is an array of city. So and then inside the city data we have an exhaustive list of cities, and then we have the ID, we have the code, that's the code of the city. So DL is for Delhi, that's from India, so country is India. And then the airport, we have Indira Gandhi International Airport. So we have Indira Gandhi International Airport, and then the time zone. So we have this time zone there too. So we have a list of cities with all the required information in our context. So I've created a lot of cities here. So this also available in the code. So we have the domestic, the way I did it, we have the domestic major Indian cities, and then we have the international destinations. So that's the thing. So we can see it's exhaustive. You can just check it out from the source code. Everything is there. So we have an exhaustive list of cities. So this is superb, right? So let's continue. So we are going to be mapping through this city array. So and it's an array of objects of different cities, and then with their flight options. So let's close this. So we'll go back to our so we want to filter the city array, the cities array. So what we are doing here is we use this method to create a new array with all the cities that pass the test implemented by the provided function. So I'm going to explain it, you don't need to freak out. So what we're doing here, we're checking the city. So this function is called for each city in the cities array. So we're calling this function for each city in the cities array. Then so we are getting the city.name .lowercase .include query .lowercase. So what we are doing here is we want to check if the city's name includes the search query. That means the search city by the user, the city the user is searching for. So we're checking all the cities to find the city whose name includes the user search query. So that's what we're doing here. So and then this operator is the OR operator. So the operator is used to combine multiple conditions so that we can get, if any of the conditions are true, the city is included in the filtered array. So we want to check, we are providing multiple conditions. So here now we want to check if, so we are using the city.name, and then we are using the city.code. So we want to check we want to have multiple conditions to check if any of the conditions are true or matches the user query. So if any of the conditions matches the user query, we will return it as true, and then the city is included in the filtered array. So that's what we are doing. So we want to first of all, we want to check if the city.name is included in the user query, the query the user is sending, so the data the user is sending. So we want to check if there's a match. If we can't find a match, it will check also if there's a match in the code, if the code matches, or if the country, or if the airport. So it's going to check through these conditions and search if any of these condition is included in the user query. If any of it is found, it will return as true, and then the city is now included in the filtered array. So we want to create a filtered array. So what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to render this so that I can show you. It's much easier to show you, and then you understand what I'm talking about when you can see, you can relate with it in real time. So I'm just going to save this, and then save the base model, and then let's go, and I'm going to press on the from the from card selector. So if I press the OK, before we do that, we need to add the city selector, the city selector to our one-way screen. So I'm going to paste it here. So we have the city selector model. So let's import it, city selector model. So everything is working on fine. So, and then we have the visible. So we are using the show from modal. So, and then on close, we set from show from modal to false. So in the title, so here we are using select departure city, departure airport, and then the type is departure here. And then the second one, we are using cities, we are using visible show to modal. So you can see the difference. The first one is show from modal, and this is show to modal, and then on close we set show to modal to false, and then the title here is select arrival city, and the type is arrival. So it makes sense, right? So we're going to save this. If I save this now, so I'll go ahead and press on the from on our card. So if I press that, beautiful, and you can see this is beautiful. So we have select departure airport. So if I close that, and then I'm going to press on the toe, and if I press on the toe, you see good, and you can see we have select arrival airport, and you can see all the airports are displaying. This is beautiful. So it's much easier for us to explain it this way, so you can see what's going on. So you can see this is beautiful, and you can scroll it. So now we can go back to this city selector. So the city selector, so we have so the select, so it's the type here is so the type we are using here now is the departure, and then the title is select departure airport, and then inside it, so we have the search bar, the search box. That's what we're talking about here earlier on. So if we come here, so we have this, so this is what we use to render the title, and you see the onclose. So we are passing the onclose to it. So if I press the X icon, it will close it will close this modal, and then we have the title. See, we pass the title here, and then we render so we are going to use this render input content to display the input for our search bar. So here we want to render the search bar, the search box. So what we're doing here, we started here, we said selected city. So what this expression is simply saying is we want to determine the selected city based on the type. So if you remember, the type was an enum of departure and arrival. So we want to determine the selected city based on the type that we're currently using. So the condition here checks if the type is departure. So if the type is departure, then it is from city. So we would use from city, or to else it will be to city. So if this condition is true, then it will set selected city will be set to from city. Otherwise it will be set to city. So that's just what the selected is doing. So we want to get the selected city based on the type. So if it is departure, it will set selected city to from city, else it will be to city. So we'll now come inside our render input content, because we're going to be using the render input content to display our search box. And so we're saying, so here we say if selected city is true, that means it is not empty and it's not null, and then query is equal to selected city.code. So if this condition checks if a city has been selected and the query matches the selected city's code. So that's what we're saying. So we want to check if the user has selected a city before. So if a city has been selected, then we want to check if the user query is equal to the selected city.code. So that's what we're doing here. So if the condition is true, then we'll perform this return. So if the condition is true, the function will return a JSX element containing a text input field and a clear button. So that's what we're doing here. So if the user has selected a city, and then the query is equal to this is equal to selected city.code, we will return and render what this UI. So that's the idea. So we will render this UI. So that's what we're going to render here. And then we have what the touchable opacity, and then the touchable opacity will have what the close. We'll have the close icon, the close button. So that's why it is not visible here, because the user has not selected this. The query is empty. Although it's a departure, it's a departure. The selected now is departure, but however the query is empty because the user have not typed anything into the search box, so the query is empty. So that's why this UI is not showing this. So that's why it's not rendering this. So that's why it's not rendering it. So we come here. So this is what we are rendering currently. So we come to the return here, and then we come here, and then we're rendering text input. So it has what city, enter city / what airport name, and then the value is the query. So the query is empty. That's why there's nothing here. So on change text, it will update what the query. It will update the user input when we start typing into the search box. So that's what we are using the set query for. So and here, that's why what we are displaying is what is the search icon. So it's the search icon that is what is being displayed. So here, right now, this is the test input that is being used. This is the test input that is being used. Why? Because the query is empty, and then so by the time we select a city, and then the query by the time we select a city or we search for a city, so it will store it in the query, and then this UI will change then. So you are going to see everything shortly. So quickly, if I just show you that now. So let's say I want to search. Let's search for Delhi, for example. So let's say we search for Delhi. So you can see this is beautiful. So we have Delhi. So this is what we're using currently. So if I select, let's say I select, if I select Delhi now. So if I select Delhi, we're going to select Delhi. Cool, you can see, and then the from has changed. It has changed from what select to what Delhi. So let's go back to from again. So if I go back, you can see it's rendering a different search box. So at this point, it is now rendering this. This is what is rendering, the render input content, because we have found that the selected city is true, is not empty, and then there's a query. The query is equal to what? The selected city.code. So the next thing we want to do is we want to use the use effect. We use the use effect to update what query when modal opens. So here, if visible is true and selected city is true. So if these both criteria are true, we want to set the query to selected city.code. So that's why we have what DEL, because that's the code for what? For Delhi. So we come to our flight data. So if we come to our flight data, so you can see Del. So that is Delhi, and then it's in India. So that's what we're doing. So that's why we have so that's why we have what del EDL, because the modal is visible and the selected city is true. So we now set we set our query, so that our search content, our search box, to the selected city dot what code. So that's the idea. So that's why we have what del here. Else, if visible and is not selected, the city is not selected, we'll set the query to what? To empty, to an empty string, and then this UI will not be displayed because it is not there's no city selected. So that's what the use effect we are using it for, and then we pass the dependency to the array, which is visible and selected city. So this effect will only rerun when there are changes to what the visible, when there's a change to the visible and the selected city. So the next thing we want to do here is we want to clear selection, and then so okay, let's look at the handle city select. So we have the city. So when you select the city, so this is where it's handled. So we handle city select. Okay, before we go there, let's do handle clear selection. So we can clear the selection by using what the X icon here. So we check if type is equal to departure, then set. So on press, if we press this X icon inside the search box, so it will check if type is equal to departure, it will set from city to what? Null. S, it will set to city to what? Null, and then set the query also to what? To an empty string. So it will clear everything. So if I do that now, you can see it has cleared it, and then everything now becomes what? Null. If I go back, you see everything has returned back to what? It has returned to what? Null. So if I come here again, so I'm going to let's select Thailand. Let's search for Thailand. You can see, and we have what? Bangkok. So if we select this, and you can see this is beautiful. And if you come back here, you can see this is working very well. So this is what we use to handle to achieve that, the handle city select. So we are passing the parameter of city, which is the type of city. So if type is equal to departure, so we are going to set from city to what, the city. So we set from city to city, else it will set to city to what, city. So if it is not departure, then it is what, arrival. So if it's arrival, we're using to city. If it is departure, we'll update what, the from city, using the word the set from city if it is a departure. So we'll use set from city so that we can update the from city state. And then the next thing is we have the onclose. So we have the onclose here. So see the onclose, it will close what, the modal. So and that's the X. So that's the X icon beside what, select departure airport. So that's what we're using that for. And then so I'm just going to take you to the UI down here. So we have so see we're now using the base modal to wrap the component, and inside that we have, so inside how we have the title, then we have the close icon, and you can see we pass the onclose to it, which will close it to turn it to false. So and that's what we did here. Where's our one-way screen? So you see on close, it will set show modal to what, false. So that's what we're doing there. And then we'll come down here, and then this is where we now render what, the input, the search input. And then after that we have all airports. So to render all the airports, we use what, flat list, and the flat list we pass what, filter data into it. So we pass the filter what, data into what, the flat list, the filtered result, we pass it into our flat list, and then we use what, the render item, and then inside it we are using what, touchable opacity. So on press it will handle what, city select. So when we press on any of the displayed airports, so it will use what, handle select, and will select that, it will select it and then update our strip store accordingly. So that's what we're doing there. And after that, so we render the UI. So that's how we have what, the icon. So that's the airplane icon on the left hand side. That's the first thing on the left hand side. And then after that we have what, the item name. So the name, that is Bangkok, and then the country is Thailand, and then we rendered what, the airport name. So that's the name of the airport. And after that we render the code, the airport code, so that is BKK in this scenario. And after that we have what, the favorite button. So the favorite button, we're using the ion icon as well there, and to select the words. So that's it about that. So and then we set show vertical indicator to false, so that it will not show the indicator as we scroll. So this is beautiful. So if I take this back, let's close this search, and then this is beautiful, isn't it? So we're good to go about this, so we can continue. So let's see, I'm going to select Delhi. So another thing I really want to call our attention to is how we update and how we retrieve this data, this selected data, how we update it and retrieve it from our trip store. So it's very important that I show you that as well. So we'll go back to the trip store and then talk about that quickly. So inside our trip store, so what we are using, this is what we're using, this exactly. So this is what we're using here to fetch and return return all the data stored inside what, our trip store. So we're using the initialize store. So you remember we initialize the store, so and then we destructure it. So this is what is happening here. So this code defines an initialize store function that initializes the application state by retrieving data from what, from the storage, from our async storage in this context. So we are using async. So you remember what we use async is, the function is it means that the function is asynchronous. It's asynchronous, meaning it returns a promise. So that's what we're saying. So when you see asynchronous, function, it means it will return a promise. So this function uses promise.all to retrieve multiple values from our storage. In this context, we are talking about async storage. So we use promise.all to retrieve multiple values from our async storage concurrently. So that's what we are doing here. So and that's why we have them here. You can see, and it's an array. You can see it's an array of values that we are returning, that we're retrieving from our async storage. So I'm just going to tell us what's happening here. So the promise.all, what we use the promise.all for. The promise.all is a function that takes an array of promises and returns a single promise that resolves when all of the promises in the array have resolved. So that's what it says. So we use it to fetch multiple data. So we can use it to fetch multiple data at once and present them at once. So after that, we use the get. So we have the get storage item and get storage JSON. So I'm just going to explain them that way. So you see, so what we are doing here, these functions retrieve values from what? From storage. Get storage item retrieve a string value, while get storage JSON retrieve a JSON value and passes it. So that's what we are doing here. So you see, it will return what? A string value, the storage item, just the same way I explained earlier. So it will return now. We are getting it. So it will return what? A string value. So in this case, the default is what? One way. So remember that. And then this one will also return what? It will retrieve what? A JSON value. So that's the get storage JSON. This will retrieve what? JSON value. So it can be an object, and then it will pass it. So it will pass it, and when it passes it, that is PARSES. So it can pass it. It will convert the string, the JSON string, to what? To either an object or an array, depending on what we are using. So that's the idea. So then we have what? Get storage date. So this function retrieves a date value from our async storage and convert it to a date object. So we now destructure all the values that we retrieved from our async storage here through promise.all. We destructure them here. So that's the idea. So what we're just doing here, the retrieved values are assigned to variables using destructuring assignment. So we are now assigned to all the values we retrieve from our async storage. We destructure them. So that's why we have all this. So that's the idea. That's just what's going on. So we are using this is what we are using to retrieve all the information stored inside the async storage. So as the user is selecting here, is setting the what? Async storage, and is storing the information there. And then we use this promise.all to retrieve all the selected information, of the user, or the values of that the user passed to the storage. So that's what we're using this for. So we'll come to our city model. So we're good to go. So the next one we want to deal with is what? The to select. So the arrival city. So we've selected the departure. We need to now do what? The arrival city is next. So if we come here on our one-way screen, you see that I display two city selector modal. So one is for the departure and this one is for the arrival. So if I press on the arrival now, so you can see this is different. We have select arrival airport, and you can see, so here we can now select what? Our arrival. So I'm just going to select this. And this is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful. And see, so we are good to go. We can move faster now. I've done most of the explanation. So we can close the city modal. And then the flights. Okay, we can still leave the types. We can close the base modal as well. We can close the location card. So the next card we are going to render is the date card. So let's quickly go ahead and create that. So we'll go into our card. So inside our card, we are going to create date card. So I'm going to rename this to, let's rename it, let's call it date selector. So I think it's more suitable this way. So we're going to call it date selector. So this is the codes for the date selector. So I'm just going to close this, and then we declare the type, so date card props, and inside here we have selected date is type of date or null, and then on press it's void, it's return void, so no value is expected. So inside it we have what? The date card. So this is where we render the date card component, and then we destructure what? The date card props, and then we have the selected date and the on press. So we are using format date. So we say const format date. We want to format the date here. So here we're saying we pass an argument to it, a parameter which is date, and has the type of date or null. And if date is not true, if it is not true, then return select date. So just the same way we did for the location. So if it's empty, if date has not been selected, then it will return what? Select date. So here we use this function to format date as Monday, so MON for Monday, January JAN, and then 15 2025. So that's just the idea. So we say return date dot to location. So if the date was not selected, it will, if there's no date selected, it will return and then use this and it will stop running. So this is what we'll render, else it will come and return what date, and then we are now using to local date string, and this is how we are going to render and format the date to suit what I wrote here. So we have the weekday, so we are saying short, so that's why we would have this, and then year is numeric, so the year is numeric, so 2025. Then we have the month is short, so that's why we have January, and JAN, and then the day is what numeric, so that's why we have 15. So that's what we're using this for. It's just to format the date. So we come here to render the date card. So here we're using our touchable opacity, we're passing the onPress into it, and then we have the label to be travel date, and then we're passing the format date, and then we're passing what selected date into it. So after that, we come here and we use iron icon to display what the calendar. So we're getting the calendar icon, which will be displayed in here. So without wasting time, I can just come to our one-way screen, and inside the one-way screen, after the location card, I'll render the date. So I'm going to say date selector. So let's say date selector. So when we're not having date selector, okay, seems I did not save it, so let's save it. So we have all the styles here too, so we're going to fix this shortly. Oh, I called it date card, so we're supposed to get date card. So good, so we have date card, so we need to pass, so we need to fill the props so that the error can go away. So we have selected date will be travel date, so that will be the selected date, travel date. Okay, we didn't add it to our trip store, so let's get travel date. So that's why it's not showing, so we can get travel date. So we'll come down here, so we can close this. So we have travel date, and then onPress. So the onPress, we are going to set, so we're going to set show date modal, and then we're going to make it true. So cool. So if we save this, we should have what the date modal. So beautiful, it's already showing. So it's already showing up. Cool, you can see everything is showing up perfectly well. So because we have not selected any date, so it's still travel date and then select date, and then we're rendering what the calendar icon. So everything is working fine. So let's quickly create the modal for the date selector. So we're going to our modal component. So inside our modal component, I'm going to call it calendar. So I'm going to say calendar modal.tsx. So we have the code for the calendar modal. So this is it, and then so I'm just going to save this and then render it before I explain, so that we can explain from what is being rendered. So we'll come down after the city selector modal, we will render what the calendar. So we have the calendar modal, and inside our calendar modal, we need to add the props to it so the error can go away as well. So the first one is we want to get visible. So we're going to get visible, and then visible will be show date. So it will be show date modal. Then the next one is on close. So on close, we'll set show date modal to false. So we're going to say set show date modal, and then we're going to make it false. Then we want to get the title as well. So the title will be select. No, we don't need title in this scenario. We're not using title, so we have on date select. Yes, on date select, we're going to handle. So we've not created that, so we're going to create that, and then we have a selected date. Let's get the selected date. Selected date will be travel date. So let's quickly add the handle date select. So I'm going to call it handle date handle date select. So we're going to quickly provide that code, the function. So that's what we use to update our selected date. So when the selected date is updated, when the user change selected date. So we'll use it to update the travel date. So that's what we just need it for. So I'll just come here. Let's write it here. So I'm going to say const handle date select. Yes, handle date select. So we're going to pass the parameter. The parameter will be date, which will be a type of what date. And inside that we're going to set travel date. So let's add travel date to our trip store. So set travel date. So we can come down here and then say set travel date. So set travel date, it will set it and make it equal to what the date. So we're good to go. If we save this now and I click and I press on the card, we should have beautiful. You can see this is rendering beautifully, and you can see the way this is rendering, it is cool. So we can easily go ahead and explain what's going on here. So and you can see it's only okay. I'll just go ahead and explain. So let's go to our calendar modal. So inside our calendar modal, I really did a lot in it. So you just need to pay attention so that you get everything. You can see the whole thing is cool. So for the days of the month that has passed, it's grayed out. So it's grayed out and it's only showing what the current date and then the future date. So if you see, and then we have August, and this is beautiful, isn't it? And I did. So you see, it keeps going like that. This is beautiful. And for the days, these days has passed. So what I did here is I declared some of the props, the types that we will need. So the first one here is the calendar day. So it's a type. We have the property as date, which what type of number. We have the price, which is optional, and then the string is current month is boolean, full date is date, and is past boolean. So that's what we're using. We're using the calendar day. So the next one is the month data. So we have the year. It's a type of number, month, and is a type of number. Month name is a string. Days is calendar day, is an array of calendar day. So this is an array of what this calendar day. So that's what we're seeing here. So after that I have the calendar modal props. So the calendar modal props, we have the visible is boolean, and then on close it's void. On date select, so that's the on date select, so it's a type of date, and then it what is void, so we're not returning any data. So we're just using to update the state of what date, the date, and then we're not returning anything. So that's why it's void, and then we're passing the parameter of date. So selected date is a type of date or null, and then the title is we pass an optional chain into it. So if it's not provided, it won't throw an error, and it's what a string. So we come to our calendar modal here. Let me close this for now. We come into our calendar modal, and then it's a calendar modal prop, and then we are destructuring what we pass the calendar modal props into it. So this is the calendar modal props that we're passing into it. So, and then with the structure it, we have the visible on close, on date select, and then selected date. So the title, I provided the title here, so select departure date, and you can see it's visibly showing up there. So after that we set some use states. We had some use state management there to manage our calendar. So we will have the selected day and set selected day using what use state, and it's a type of string or null, and then the default is what null. None has been selected, so it's currently null. So we have the month and sent month. So we're passing what the type to be what month data. So remember we passed that month data earlier. I showed you earlier. So this is it. So year, month name, and days. So then we are using is loading and set is loading. Then we're using scroll view ref. So we're using use ref, and then we pass the scroll view as the type, and then it's default null. So const month name. So I got the month name. So we have 12 months in a year. So I just had to provide that. So it's static. We don't have more than this for in a year. So and then we have the day's name. So that can also be customized. It's static. So we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So here we have I provided the dummy data for the price. So for the price, so I call it extended price data for the full year. So I provided the price. I just provided dummy data for the price, so you can also check it out in the source code. So the price data, so I just provided it. So we have for the days of the year. So I provided all that. So that's a lot, honestly. It's a lot going down here. So I provided it for all the year. So after that, we use what we generate 12 months of calendar data starting from the current month. So I generated 12 months of calendar data. So I call the function generate year calendar. So and then it takes no argument, takes no parameter, and it's a type of month data, which is an array. I just showed you that type shortly. So it's a type of month data which is an array. So const today, I create a constant today, so it's new date. So it will get the date, the current date of the day I'm recording this video, and then const current month, it will be today dot get what month. So because this is a date function, we are using a date constructor. So inside it, so today we can get today dot get month. So it will get the month of today to get the month, and then the current year will be today dot get full year. So it will get the year of today, and then the const month data. So the initial is a type of what month data array, which is an array. It's a type of month data, an array of month data, and then the initial state is what an empty array. So the initial state is what empty array. So I'm using for here. So what I'm saying here, I said so I declare let 1 be equal to 0, and then if I said if 1 is less than 12, then I will increase. So we increase I. So if 1 is less than 12, 1 is currently equal to 0. So if it's less than 12, it will increase. So if it's equal to 0, so it will stop. This code will stop on when it gets to what 12. So when it gets to 12, it's no longer I. When I gets to 12, it's no longer less than 12. So it will stop at that point. So that's what we use to get what the 12th calendar month. So we have what? So we are displaying the calendar for 12 months. So starting from the current month that we are. So const month data. So it will be new date. So inside the date constructor, we can get what? So we pass what? The current year, and then current month plus what? I. So what we're doing here is we're using a for loop. We're using a for loop to generate data for each month. That's what I'm doing here. We're using a for loop to generate data for each month. So the first one here, that's a const month date. So what I'm doing here, what this will do is to create a new date object for the first day of the month. So that's what this one will do. Then the const year. So the year, this one, the second one. So this second one gets the year of the month. So it will get the year of what of the month. So after that, we have what the const month data. So this is an object. So it creates a month data object, a month data object with the following properties. So year, then the month name, and then the days and days. So for the year, it is the year of the month. It will generate the year of the month. So and then the month, so zero based index. So it's called a zero based index, and then the month name, that's the name of the month, e.g. it could be January, February, and so on. The days here is an array of day objects generated by the generate calendar days function. So we are going to explain that function shortly. So this is what we use to generate what the object of the days. So that's how we're able to get the days for each of the months. So we're using that function here. So we can continue. So after that, what we do here is to return the result. So we'll return the result. So we use this function. It will help us generate a year calendar data structure, which can be used to display, what the calendar. So the calendar you are seeing, that's what we used. So this is what we used to do that. So quickly, we're going to go into the generate calendar days. So for the generate calendar days, that we passed into what our day here. So that will pass into our days here. So this is the generate calendar day. So it takes an argument of date, which is type date, and it will return what calendar day. So it's a type of what calendar day, an array of what calendar day. So that's the return. So the return type is what calendar day, and it's an array. So the year, this year gets, so we're using the date.get full year. So it will get the year, the current year, the month. So date.get what the month, it will get the current month, and today, as usual, it will get what the date of what today. So here we have the first day. So this first day gets the first day of the month. So that's what we're using this for. It gets the first day of the month, and then the start date. So the start date here, we're using the start date to calculate the start date of the calendar, and in our scenario it's what, it's the Sunday before the first day of the month. So if you check the calendar, you can see that we have the Sunday, so before the first day of the month, so starting from Sunday. So that's what we are seeing here. So after that we come here, so we're using the for loop here, and the for loop function here will loop 42 times, which signifies 6 weeks times what, 7 days, to generate the calendar days. So for each day it calculates the date, the price, its current month, full date, and its past properties. So that's what we're doing here. So the calendar day object, so we have the date, so the day of the month, so starting from 1 to 31, and then the price data for the day retrieved from the price data object that I showed earlier. So it's current month, a boolean indicating whether the day is in the current month. So that's what we are using, that is current month for. Then full date, the full date object for the day. Then we have the is past, is a boolean indicating whether the day is in the past. And the purpose of this is to generate a calendar view with price data for each day. So that's how we're able to generate what, the calendar with what, the price data for each day. So you can see, if I scroll up, you can see for the current days and then the days ahead in future days, we have what, the price data for each of those days. So but for the past, no date, no price data was generated, and then we even grade it out. So that's what we are doing here. So the past date identification, we use the function to also what, identify the past days, and thereby we are able to disable those days, the past days. So that's the idea. So we were able to disable them by passing a different style to those days, and which you can see currently on the screen. So and then we return what, the days, we return days. So I think that's it. So we use our what, use effect hook to keep track, so as a side effect for all the functions that we've mentioned so far. So we said if visible is true, we set is loading the word true, and then try. So we now use what, the year data, constant year data, then we initialize the word generate year calendar. So while this is being generated, the set loading will be what, true, so it will be loading and wait. So once it has been generated, we'll set the month to what, year data. So this entire code here, we use it to check if a selected date exists, and if it is true, it formats the date into a string. So that's why we're using the date key. So that's what we're doing here. It will format the date into what, a string. So that's why we're passing what, an object literals here. So it formats it into a string in the format of YYYY 4Y 2M 2D. So that's what we are doing here. That's what this date key is doing here. Then we'll now set selected day into what the date key. So that's what we are doing here, and then we'll update what, the selected date. So the state, we update the state. Else we'll make the selected day equal to what, null. So we're just good to go, and then else we can reset the state when the modal closes. We'll reset the state and then set month to empty, and then we make this null and null. So that's the idea. So we're good to go. So the next one is handle date select. So the next function we have here is the handle date select. So we handle the selected date. So what this is used for, what we use this for, so this function is actually called when a date is selected. So it checks if the selected date is in the current month and not in the past. If the date is valid, it formats the date into a string. So just like the way we formatted it into a string earlier, so and update the selected date state. So that's what we are doing. So it will format it into what, a string here too, like the YYY DD format, and then it will update what, the selected day state, and pass what, the date key into it, and that's what we are doing here. So we're good to go. And then the handle confirm function here. So this, we use it to close what, we use it to close the component. That's just a simple summary there. So the next function we have here is date selected. So is date selected, so it first checks if selected day exists and if the day is in the current month. If either condition is false, it will return what, false. That's what we're saying. So if any of this condition is false, it will return what, false. So it will check if selected date exists and is in the current month. So if it exists, if these two criteria are true, what we would now do, it then formats the date into a string, just the same way I explained earlier, and then finally it compares the formatted date with the selected day state and returns true if they match, indicating that the date is what's selected. So that's what we are seeing here. So it will compare them and see if they match. It will now return what true, and to show that the date has what been selected. So the next thing we want to talk about is the render month component. So the render month function rather, so which is this. So it has an argument of month data, and then it's an object, is a month data object, and then month index, which is of type number. So what we are doing here in summary is this function takes month data and month index as argument and returns a JSX element representing a month in the calendar. So it displays one. So what it displays is the month name and year. So that's why we have it. So it displays what? The month name and year, and you can see it visibly on our screen. So we have the month name in our context here is July and the year is 2025. So that's what we're doing here. Then it displays the day header. So the day header here, we have the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So that's what we're using. So we're using the day names dot map. Remember, I showed you earlier on. So it displays what the day header, and then after that, it will now display what the calendar grid with days of the month. So that's the third one here. So it will display the calendar grid. So this is month.data, this is month.data.days, and then it's map. We are performing what? A map function on it. So each day is represented by a touchable opacity component. So each day is represented by touchable opacity component. So this touchable opacity component displays the day number. So it will display the day number, shows the price if available for the current month days that are not in the past. So it will only display the price for the current month, for the days of the current month that are not in the past. So the next thing it will now do, it applies different styles based on whether the day is in the current month, in the past month, and is selected. So it will apply different styles. So that's what we are doing here. So style.dayCells, and then if day, so if day is not equal to current month, it will apply the what? Inactive day. So that's why we're able to get that's how we're able to get what the grade as part of what the month in July for the past days. So that's why we're able to get the grade. It is grade, so it's inactive date. So inactive date, so this is the style. It will what? Apply. So if the day is present, it will apply what? Style dot past days. So that's what we are doing here. So day dot is past rather. If the day is past, it will apply what? It will apply what? Styles dot past days. So and then is date selected. For the date that is selected, the selected date, it will apply what? The style to it. So that's what we are doing there. So that's what we're doing here. So and then on press, when we on press, it will handle what? Date select. So that's the idea. So and then it will check. So disabled if it's not equal to current or the day is past. So it is disabled. We'll disable them. So for the days that is not current, and then or it's past. So then we have what? The text here. So we're applying the styles to it just the same way like I've explained just now. So and then we pass what? The day, and then the day's date, and then we have what? The price for each of them. So this is where we're rendering it, and here, so this is what we're using. It will not render the date and the price for the days that are not current, and that the days that is past rather. So it will render the price and then the date for the past days. So that's why we're saying day the price, and day is current and is not past. So if it's not past, if these three criteria are true, then it will render those days. Those days will be what? To render the price for them. So that's the idea. So that's it. So the next thing we wrote here is if it's not visible, then return null. So nothing will be rendered. So don't render anything if not visible. If this modal is not visible, nothing will be rendered. So that's what we're just saying there. So here, this is where we now pass it into what? This now we will pass everything, and then we're using the base modal as usual. So we have the onClose, and then we have the close icon here, and then we have the title, which is select departure date, and then remember this is just for one way. So after that we have price in what? So we just static, and then we made this static, so just so that won't waste time. And then so this is where we now render the is loading, so that it can load the calendar. So while the calendar is loading, we will be using what? The loading else. So if month.length is not equal to 0, so if month.length is equal to 0, it will say no calendar data available. Else it will now render what? Our calendar using what? Scroll view. So that's what we're doing here. So we're using scroll view, and then we're using the scroll view, the ref, we're passing into it, and then so we have the month, and then the map through it, and our calendar is rendered here. So everything is cool. So after that, we want to render the button. So the button is the confirm button. So we use it to handle what? We use it to handle what? The confirm date. So we can confirm the date and then close the modal. So you can see it is disabled now. Why? Because selected date is day is equal to null. We've not selected any day. So if I save this, I can go. Let's go and select a date. So let me go to. I'm going to pick 29th. So 29th will be Tuesday. So if I pick 29, so as soon as I click on it, you can see it's showing. So the style is being applied to that there, and you can see the confirm date has changed. So I could touch it again to make it more visible, and this is cool. So I can go to confirm date. If I press on confirm date, cool. So it closes the modal, and you can see it has been selected. This is beautiful. We are good to go. So we're good to go. So we're done with this. We can continue, and then we'll go and render the next card. So the next card will be. So the next card will be, we'll render in the passenger card, the passenger's card, the class card, and then we'll register we'll render the promo card and then the concession type. Yep. So let's go get started with that. So to do that, we'll go back to our card component. Inside our card component, I'm going to say, I'm just going to give it a general name. So here I'm just going to call it booking card. So we're going to call it booking card. So we have the booking card. So we'll be using this booking card for all the remaining cards. So inside this booking card, we define what the type. So we call it, using an interface, we call it booking card props, and then we have it has an unpress, which is void, label it's off with optional chaining, and then optional chaining, and a string value is string, has icon, boolean is promo card, boolean, and style view style. So we can use it to dynamically render the remaining cards. So that's why we are using this. So we come inside here, then we declare the constant booking card, and then we destructure the booking card prop, and then unpress label value has icon, false is the default, is promo card, false is the default there. So and then we pass in the style. So we come here and say if promo card is true, it will display what this UI. If promo card is true, so we're using touchable opacity and then unpress, and then we have the text and then the value. So we are passing the value or promo card. So if there's no value, if no value was passed, it will use what promo code. So that will be the default value. So and then we are going to add this plus sign into it. So that's the thing. So if it's promo card, if promo card is true, if it's promo card, it is the UI it will render. So else we are going to use this UI. So we have the return. So we have the touchable opacity. So we have touchable opacity, and then so it has icon. So because some of them are going to be having a drop down icon. So some of it will have a drop down icon. So that's why we are using the has icon. So and then we say text if value is equal to, so for the style we say if value is equal to premium economy. So we are going to have what we are going to render this style. So you can check the style. The style is below here. Check the styles out. Else it will render what the style will be used. So card value 1, card value will be used, but if it's premium economy, we are going to use this card value 2 because of the length of premium economy. So we are reducing the font. So and then we are passing the value in here. So let's bring this down so it can be visible to everybody. So this is what we are doing there. So else, and then we're using a drop down for the class card. So and then else we're just going to render the value. We're going to render the string directly. So that's what we're doing. So we're just going to use this booking card for all that. So we just come back to our screen, our one-way screen, and let's render the card. So after date card, we're going to call the booking card. So before we do that, I'm just quickly going to write a little code here. So I'm going to get view from React Native, and inside this view we're going to pass style, and the style will be equal to style. So the style is booking card container, so we're going to generate booking card containers already in the style below. So and then we will, so we're going to, because we are going to flex it, so So we're going to use another view. We're going to be flexing some of the cards there. So inside this, we're going to pass a style. So the style will be style.booking card row. So style.booking card row. So we're going to make them in a row. We're flexing them row, flex row. We're applying flex row to that. So we want to get the booking card. So booking card has been imported. So we want to pass the label. So the label I will use here is passenger. So passenger, and then we want to get the value. So the value, so we need to go to our, so we want to get the total passenger. So we will go to our trip store and get the passenger count. That's what we'll be using there. We use it to get total passenger. So where's our, so inside here we're going to use get total passenger. So get total passenger. So we're going to use get total passenger, and then we're going to convert it to a string. So we're going to say to string. So we're good to go, and then has icon is true. Yes, we're going to be using icon there. So true, and then the last one is the onPress. So the onPress, when we press this, we will display the modal. So we're going to say set class modal visible will be equal to true. So we're good to go. If I save this now, let's see. So this is beautiful. You can see this is beautiful. So the default passenger, if you remember, the default passenger is 1 because we have the adult. Adult is equal to 1. Then we have the children is 0, infant 0, but adult is equal to 1. So that's why the count currently is 1. So we're good to go. And then the next one, I'm just going to copy this, and then let's display another card here. So if I bring this down and save it, so you can see it has divided it, and then it's now flexing it in a row. So we're going to change this to, so after the passenger, we'll change this to class. So we have the class exactly, that's how they did it. So we have a class. So I'm going to make it in caps. So if I save this, it will change to class. So for the class value, we're going to use get travel class display. So I'm just quickly going to write the type in here, types the class map, the class display map. So I'll just write it inside here. So we have the class display map, the interface, we declare the type here. So what we are doing here is what we call display maps. So we are doing type mapping. So what we are doing here for the class display map, we are the interface defines a mapping of class names to their display string. So the class names, when I say class names here, it refers to the different types of classes, of travel classes, such as what the economy, the premium economy, the business, and the first. So these are the types of what classes. So that's what we mean by class names. So these class names are used as keys in the class map object. So we come into our get travel class display. So first of all, let's provide a travel class. We did not provide it inside our trip store. So after date, after pass, let's provide the travel class. So let's also pass our concession type. So we don't have any error anymore. So we have the so the next thing we want to do is what we call the travel class display. So it is also called what the display string for the travel class. So what we are doing here now, we have what the const class map, which is a type of what class display map, and then here now we want to match them. So it defines a class map object that maps travel class names to their display strings. So it will map the keys, the travel class map keys, that's the names, the class names. It will map them to what, to their display string. So this is the display string. So what we are saying in essence here is economy is will be maps towards economy, and then premium economy maps towards premium economy, and then business maps towards business, and then first maps toward first in a real life experience, in a real world experience. So what you may do here is we have the economy maps to economy class, then premium economy will map to premium economy class, then business will map toward business class, and then first toward first class. So just to give you that information. So after that we return the display string for the current travel class value, or default to economy if travel class is not found in the map. So that's the idea. So what we are doing now, we will now return what? We will return the display string. These are the display string, these ones. The one at the right hand side is the display string. The one at the left hand side is the class names, are the class names. So what we are now doing now, we now return here, we return the display strings for the current class travel class value. So the current selected class value will be returned here. So that's what we're saying. And if the current selected class value was not found or is not in the map, it will return what? A default of what? Economy. So that's what we're just doing here. So this same method is what we are using for what? The get concession display. The same thing. So I won't be explaining this again. So we're using the same thing. So if I come up here, so you can see concession display map. So we're using the same, so it's the same method, it's the same idea. So that's what we're using here as well. So and you see we're returning it, or it would use what normal fare as what the display as a default rather. So we're good to go. So after that we'll come down here. So to our class here, we're going to be using the get travel class. So inside here we're going to be using get travel class display. So and then we'll call that, so that's the thing. And then has icon is true, yes, it will have a drop down there, and on press we will show class modal visible, true. So we'll quickly copy this as well and then use it for concession. But before we do that, we need to render. I think promo was rendered before concession, so we can concession type is the last to be rendered on the list there. So we're going to say get concession display. So here we're going to set concession modal visible true. Has icon, yes, it has icon too. So this will be concession type. So and then we can come for this. We are going to render the promo here. So here we're going to say the label will not be using the label, we use is promo. So it's promo card. So here we're going to say true. Then value will be promo code. So we need to get promo code from our trip store. So let's get promo code. So we have promo code, and then has icon, we'll remove it. We're not using icon for the promo code. So on press set, so we're going to set the promo modal visible, and then we're going to make it true. So we are good to go, everything is working fine. So we can save this. So I can see where the problem is coming from. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to copy everything here and display it again, and then in this second one I'm going to remove class and passenger, so they're supposed to belong to different rows. So we'll maintain the same style. So for the first one I'll remove the last two. So the last two we removed here. So I'm going to remove promo code and concession type. So if I save it now, cool, everything is working fine. And we can scroll it up. So this is beautiful, right? So we have the passenger, we have the class, and then because nothing has been selected, so default is being used economy, and then for the consensual type, see we're using normal fare, and then we have the promo code, everything working out fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to display, we are going to get the modals quickly for the passenger, for class, and then promo and consensual type. So without wasting time, let's just go get started with that. So I'll come here, and then inside our modal, I'm going to create the passenger modal. So I'm going to create the passenger modal first. So passenger modal.tsx, and then I'll also create the class modal.tsx. I'll also create promo code. So I should create promo code.tsx, and then the last one is concession. So I'm going to create concession modal. So we're good to go. So we'll just be taking them one after the other. So I'll start with the passenger modal. So the passenger modal. So this is the passenger modal, and inside the passenger modal, inside the passenger. So inside the passenger modal, So we have an error that we need to import. So let me just bring it down a little. So we need to import the trip store, and then we also need to import the base modal. Where is it? So for the booking base modal, we're going to create another modal for the booking modal. So we're going to create another base modal for that. So we're just going to call it booking base modal. So this is the booking base modal. So the base modal is similar, just little differences. So we have the props. We have the props here. That's booking base modal props. So visible, unclosed, title, and children, just the same way we had. So just a little difference between this and the ones we've been using before. So here we have the unclosed, and then we have the title here. We have the unclosed, we have the close button, and then we render the children here. We render the JSX element, the content. This is where we render inside the children here. So inside our class passenger modal, we can import. Let's import this. So we're good to go. We can save this and bring it up. So let's render that. So before we explain it, so let's render and show you what's happening there. So we'll just explain everything at once. So in my one-way screen, I'm just going to come down here. After my calendar, I'm going to pass all the modals here. So we can just take them one after the other. So we want to work with the passenger modal. So we can comment this out and then import the passenger modal. So we have the visible. So visible is equal to passenger modal visible, and on close it will close. We'll set the visible to what? To false. So it will close it. So if I press on the passenger modal now, we should be able to display the modal. So let's save the passenger modal as well. So if I so we have the problem here. So it's supposed to be set passenger modal. So set passenger modal visible. So let's save this, and if we press it, beautiful. So you can see this is what we have, and this is how exactly it was rendered in India in India. So we can easily explain this now. So quickly I'll go to the passenger modal, and then we can start explaining what's going on here. So for the passenger modal, we have an interface. We declare a type called passenger modal props, and then it has visible and unclosed. So inside, after that, we have a passenger count. So we can count what the passengers, the total, the number of passengers, and it has what adults. There's a type of number, children type of number, infant, and then type of number. So after that, we have another type. We declare a type. So it's key of what passenger count, which is this, and then another interface, passenger row props. So we have the type, passenger type, label string, age range, string, and then count is what number. So that's it. So after that, we come into our passenger. So can just bring it down a little and scroll this up. So we have the passenger, we're passing the passenger modal props to it, and then we are destructuring, we have the visible and then the unclosed. So in here we are using we're using our ustrip store, and then we destructure it and get the passengers, adult count, set child count, and infant count. So quickly I'll take you back to that place so you can see what we did there again. Set our trip store. So it's our trip store. We want to get the set adult count, set child count, and set infant count. So they are all up here. Yes. So you can see. So you remember we're passing what a parameter of passenger which has a type of what passenger count, and it's it's void, and you can see it's number, it's number, and it's all void. So we get total passenger, the total passenger, and it's what we're not passing any parameter to it, and it will return what a number. It will return a number. So it's not void. We are expecting a number. So that's it inside our trip store. So if we go back to our passenger modal, so in here we declared a state variable using our uState, and then we pass the type of passenger count to it, and with default value of what passengers. So this is like we're using it is a temporary passenger count. So what we use it for, state variable stores the temporary passenger count, and then we set the passenger. So the function is used to update the temporary passenger state. So that's just the initial value of the passenger. So and then the initial value of the temporary passenger state, which is of type passenger what count. So and you see the passenger count, we have the adult, we have the children, and we have infant. So I hope you still remember that. So that's what we're using it. We're using it to store the temporary count here until we confirm. So we hold it temporarily, and then if there are changes made to it, it will update the changes here. And then it's a type of what passenger count, because what we are counting here too, you see that it makes sense. We have adult, child, and infant, so it will update them accordingly. So if I come to adult and then I press the plus, you can see it's updating. It's updating in real time. So it will store these changes temporarily until I hit the confirm. I press on the confirm button. So if I come and update the child, you can see everything is unique, everything is working fine. So you see they are not contradicting, there's no conflicting count, so everything is working fine. So that's what we're doing here. So what we now use, we're using the use effect to also update these changes. So we're saying use effect, and then inside the use effect we want to check first if this is visible, if this component is visible. So when we open this component, this modal, when we open it, then if it's visible, then we set temporary passengers to passengers. So that's it. When it mounts, if we set it to passengers, and then this set temporary passengers will only change, will only rerun this use effect, will only rerun this function when the visible passengers changes. So when the state changes, so like when we change the passenger count, you see it will rerun it, and it's rerunning it distinctively for each of the line items we have there, adult, child, and infant. And then it also changes, it reruns when the visibility of this component changes. That's the idea. So after that we have the handle confirm, so which is what we have here on the red button. So set adult count. So if when we press the confirm button, so it will set adult count to temporary passengers dot adult. So it will set it to adult, the temporary count for adult. So currently we have 2, and then for child we have 1, and then for infant we have 2 as well. So it will set those function, and then we will now use it to now move it from temporary to our trip store, into our async storage. And then after that, once we press on confirm, it will update this state, and then it will close it will close the modal. So that's what we're using that for, and this is the function we use for the increment. So we pass the type into it. So and then it's the type of a passenger type, which is void. It returns void, so we are not returning any value. So we're not returning any value. And so if I take you quickly back to the passenger type here, so you can see passenger type is a key of passenger count, which is adult, children, infant. So that's what we're passing to our increment count. So we want to check that. So we're setting the temporary passengers. So we'll get the previous. So it will return. So in the return function, we are spreading the previous state So the this type, so the this this type, this array of type and then previous type plus one, this expression increments the count for the specified passenger type. That's what we are using here. So that's why there's no conflicting count. So then the decrement also, so we're using the decrement, so we're setting the temporary passengers or the previous, so we're getting the type. So if the type is equal to adult and previous dot adult is greater than one, we need to check that so that it will not go to minus the or negative count. So we want to check if it's greater than one, it will return the previous state and then the adult. So for adult, we will update the state of the count for the adult, and then it will be the previous count of adult minus what, one. That's if it's greater than one. Else, if type is not equal to adult and then previous type is greater than 0, then it will return what, and then we will change for the specific we'll change the count for the specific what passenger count. So that's what we're just doing here, and then we'll return what the previous. So here now we now come what to render the UI, the GSX element. So here we have what, the label. So the label is what and then the age range. So the age range, so we have the age range, and then we have after that we have the counters. So the counter container, so we have the counter container, and then we have the decrement count, and then we'll pass the type to it. So and then we also have the count. So the count is here, and then we have the increment count, and then we'll pass the word the type to it as well. So our type is coming from, here. So this is where our type is coming from. So that's where we're passing the type. So the age range, we're passing it. So after that, we come down to our return here. So where we render the entire thing, the entire content. So we're using the booking based model, and then the title is select passengers. So we have the passenger row. So we have passenger rows. We have passenger row. We have type adult, label adult, and then we have age range is 12 plus years. Then count, we are using the word the count passenger dot adult. So that's what we are doing here. So and then the passenger rows. So remember, this is our passenger row. This is the function for the passenger row. So we're making it dynamic. So that's the idea. So we can reuse it. So passenger row. So we give the type what, children, and then label child, and then age 2 to 11 years. And then we'll pass the count. And then the third passenger row is the type infant, label infant, age range under 2 years, and then we'll pass what, the count. So that's the idea. And after that, we have the confirm button that we use to confirm everything. So I think everything is well explained. So we can come here now, and then we will press on the confirm button. So if I press on the confirm button, beautiful. And you can see we have passengers is equal to 6. We have 2. We have 2 for adults, 1 for infant, and 3 for children. So that's why we have 6 altogether makes it. So if we go back there, you can see it's retaining it 2, 1, and 3. So if let's change this to 2, and then we'll confirm. So you can see this is working in real time, and it's working well. It's working fine. So we're good to go. So the next one we're going to work on is the class model. So this is the class model. So I'll just go ahead and explain the entire code as usual. So inside the class model, we declare the first type there, which is a class model props, and it has a visible, which is boolean, and then unclose, which returns a void. And after that, we have class options. The ID, it has the ID, which is equal to class. Then we have the interface class option, which has ID which has ID of type travel class and name of type string. Then after that, we have class card props, and then we are passing the class option into it, and it will take what, the type of class option. So we'll come here, and then we declare the class model, and then the class model has that we're passing the class model props into it, which takes what the type visible and then on close. So inside it, we also call our use strip store and with the structure so that we can get the travel class and set travel class, since we are dealing with the travel class here. So inside here, so we have the initial class. So we want to get the initial class in the case whereby the travel class is empty, especially if the user is visiting the app for the first time. So we don't want to leave that travel class empty. So if you check the travel class, so you can see that we have economy as a default travel class. So we want to handle that scenario first. So that's why we have the const initial class. So and then we are passing the type of travel class into it, and then we're saying if travel class is true. So we want to check if travel class is equal to empty. So if travel class is equal to an empty string, it should use what? Economy. So it will be difficult. It will be default. Else it will take what? The travel class that the user selected, and then we are making it as what? A travel class. So we cast it as what? A travel class. So as a result of that, it becomes read only. So you can just adjust it on the fly. So that's what it means. So after that, we are using the use state, and the use state has what? We're passing the type of what travel class into it. So we're using the use state, and then we are passing the what initial class. So we're passing it to it so that we can change the state of the class. So we have the selected class and then set selected class. So we're passing the initial class as what? The default state. So it will check if the travel class is equal to empty, an empty string, it will use the economy, else it will use the travel class provided. So that's what we're doing. So after that, we come to the class and then the class option. So here I declare a constant called classes. So this classes has a type of class option, which is an array. So it's an array of class option. And remember, our class option comprises of ID and the name. The ID is equal to is a type of what travel class, and the name is a string. So this is class option. So we come here and this classes is what? An array of objects. So we have the ID economy. The first object on the list has an array has an ID of what? Economy, and name is equal to what? Economy. So then ID, remember the ID is a type of what? Travel class. So if you don't pass any of the travel class properties in it, it will throw an error. So we have the second one, premium economy, and then we're giving it a name, and then ID business, and then name business first, and then name first. So here we also handle confirm to close the modal. So when we are done, so when we press on the handle confirm, it will close what? The modal. So after that, we create the class card. So we're creating the class card here, the modal card. So we have we're passing the class card props to it. So I'm just going to just bring this down. So the class card class card props, which is what it has class option, and it's a type of class option. Remember, it's an ID and name, and then we have the classes here. So here we are now passing it. So we get the class option, we destructure it, and then so from here, okay, before I continue, let me just save these, and then so that I'll show you and then explain everything once and for all, so that we won't have to be explaining 2 times. So there won't be duplicate explanation. We won't have to repeat this explanation unnecessarily. So let's import the class modal. So if I save this, and then we'll come to the class modal and then save this. Let's remove passenger modal. Let's remove the booking base modal. Won't be needing them anymore for now. So if I place this, I'm going to bring the screen. Let me bring it up a little more so you can see. So if I press on the economy class, so beautiful. So this is what we're talking about. This is what I've been talking about. So it's better to just explain it through this way. So we have, so here, what's happening here? So inside the class card, we are displaying this UI. So this UI, so I just decided not to add image into it, but you can add images into it. So here we are using touchable opacity, and then we are having this check. So when the user press on this check, it will set selected class. So class option .id. So it will set the selected class. So if currently now you can remember, that's why we use this initial class, and we set our selected class toward the initial class, which we're telling the app that if travel class is equal to an empty string, is empty, it should use what? Economy, and that's what you have seen here, or else it will use the selected travel class, and then we set our initial state to what? Initial class. So that's why economy was selected by default. So that's what we're doing. So here we can now toggle, we can change the state of what the selected class. So if I come here, so that's what we're using this option for. So from here we are using the class option, and then that's this class option. Remember, it's an array, so that's why we could map through it, and then we get the ID. So inside here we can update the user selection through the set selected class, and then so we come here. This is where we render it. So we set selected class equal to class option.id. So if they are equal, it will mark it. So that's why you have the check mark on the economy. So So and then here we now render what the class option.name. So we render all the name, and the names, remember we have premium, premium economy, we have economy, premium economy, business, and first class and first. So that's the name we have here. So that's the card. So for example, if I change this now, you can see this is beautiful and it's changing it in real time. So it's changing them and everything is working fine. So we'll come here. So that's the card. That's what we use. That's the card we use to display the UI there. So we'll now come here and render the whole element, the whole content. So here to do that, we map through what the classes array that we created up here. So we are mapping through the classes array we created here. So you remember that. So this is it. So and it's a type of class option, is an array as well. So we're mapping through that and we're passing what the class card. So it's that simple and straightforward. So we pass the class card and then we are matching it to what the option. So for each option, for each options in the classes array, so it will display them. That's what we are doing here. And then with our type, with our styles, so we're able to, so the style has what? It has flex direction row, flex wrap. So that's why we are displaying it two for each row. So because we're using flex wrap, and then we've added gap to it, so it will adjust it accordingly. So that's why we're having it as 2 for each row. So we'll come down here. So this is where you can have what your we can display the image here, but I don't want to go through all that, so I'm going to leave that as an assignment. So you can just go ahead and change it and add what the image component and add the image there. You can add image for each of that, because we did not add image. I did not add image to the class sys card, so you can add image to it. So it will render it. You can get the image for each of the class. So that's the idea. So I'll leave that up to you. So for the confirm button, so when the user select the class, the desirable class, and press the confirm button, two things will happen. The first, it will set the travel class now. So let me just take it up. So it will set the travel class now toward the selected class. So the selected class here is like the temporary class selected by the user. So at this point where we use the use state, we have not added it to our trip store. So when the user now select it, we keep changing user selection until the user presses on the use the confirm button. So when the user use the confirm button, we update our travel class inside our trip store. So that's what we're doing here. So we'll now set it towards the selected class, and then we'll close the modal. So we'll close the modal. So if we come here, we have our trip store. So we have the set travel class. So we set travel class to what the user selected class. So that's what we're doing here. So I'm going to let's select business, for example, or so if we select business, for example, and then let me move the screen up so I can use the confirm button. So when I press on the confirm button, you can see beautiful, it has changed. And notice what I talked about when we're doing the card. So I'm going to select the premium economy, and then so that you see what we're talking about. So I'll select the premium economy, it will update, and you can see we had to reduce the font so that we can stretch, so that we can have more space for the premium economy because it's longer. So that's the idea. You can see everything is working perfectly fine. So if I choose business again, you can see the difference. So we're good to go with this. The next one we'll do is the promo code modal. So this is our promo code. So this is our promo code modal. So we also imported the trip store, and then we pass the interface there. We declare a type using our interface called promo code modal props. So it has a visible is boolean, and then unclosed is void, and then so it's not going to return any value. That's what it means. So as usual, I'm just going to pop up the promo code. So from there we explain things. So I think it's better that way. So I need to bring up promo code in our one. So I can close class modal and then come to one-way screen and then enable the promo code. So let's import the promo code modal. So I'm just going to enter it and everything is fine. We can save this and then go to our promo code and save that too. So inside the promo code, if I press on the promo code now, so it should pop it up. Beautiful. So we have the promo code, and then so inside that we have the text input, so that we use to enter the promo code, and then we are taking the value is the temporary code. So if the user has a promo code in the default, it will display it here, and then we can do the unchanged test. So if the user add their promo code there, we will take the promo code here and then it will set it toward the temporary code, and then auto capitalize, we capitalize the characters. So after that we have the touchable opacity for the confirm button. So when the user press on the handle confirm, it will set the promo code, it will update the promo code and store it in our use strip store. So it will move the promo code from the temporary promo code, and then we'll set our promo code that's from the use script to the what temporary promo code of the user, and then we'll close what the modal. So I'll just go ahead, because we're not providing any promo code here now, so I'll just go ahead and press the confirm button, and then we can go out of that UI. So the last one we're going to do is the concession type. So quickly I'm going to add that too. So we have the code for the concession modal. So the concession modal, we're passing a type to it too, and using an interface called concession modal props, and then it has a visible is boolean, and then on close void, just the same way we've been doing. So we passed a concession type here, so we're using the type, and then we have what empty string, a student, senior, and armed forces. So it's just like an enum, and after that we have the concession options, and then inside the concession option we have the ID, which is equal to concession type here, and then we have the name, which is what a string. So ID is a type of concession type, and then a name is what a type of what string. So after that we have the concession rule props. So the concession rule props will now take what the concession option. This is just similar to what we did during the class modal, so it's just similar idea. I won't be wasting much time on that. So I'm going to save these and go back to our one-way screen. We can close the promo code modal and then remove. Let's make this concession modal active. So to do this, we need to create the search card and then display it in our one-way screen. So we'll come to our cards, and then let's have search button. So we have search button.tsx. So this is our search button. I'm going to save this. We can close concession modal, and then come to our one-way screen. After the last card, we'll render what this. We'll render the search card. So this is book card. So it should be after this. So we're going to say press, and then we're going to use is loading. So quickly, I'm just going to add the handle search. I'm just going to say handle search. So we're going to say handle search flight, and here is going to be is searching. So we can come back here and do the handle search flight. So for the searching is inside our use state, so you can see we're using use state for that. For the searching and set is searching. So we'll come here and then let's handle search flight. So we have handle search flight. I'll be explaining. So we have a handle search flight. So I'll be explaining this. So instead of a handle search flight, we will explain the search flight later. So we have the set is searching. We set in search is searching to true when the user press on what the search flight. So that we can have that searching. So we set is searching true. Then because we're using async, so we're going to await search flight, and after that we do the navigation. So the navigation we're going to get it from our context. So to get that, we'll come up here and let's have our context here. So here we're going to say const. So we're going to use context from React. We're going to get use context from React, and then we'll pass our nav context into it. Nav context. So we import a nav context. So we import nav context, and then so we want to pass the knowledge operator, and then we're going to make it an object. So here we're going to get the navigation. So the error has gone. So we'll come down to our search flight, handle search flight. So here, so the set is searching will be true. Then we're going to get this very shortly. So if the navigation is true, then we want to use navigation to navigate toward flight selection screen. So this is the flight selection, this is the route, and then it's an empty, no parameter, because we're going to set it to undefined, no parameter is passed. Else console.log navigation context not available. Then we'll use the catch block, which is we're going to get the what error if it failed. So we'll say console.error, and then search failed, and then it will log the error, and then finally after that we set is searching to false, so we can render the UI of the flight selection screen. So we can render that component. So we'll save this, and then the next thing we want to do is to let's get the screen for the flight selection route. So we'll come to our screens. We come to our screens, and inside our screens we're going to create the flight selection route. So we're going to create the flight we're going to call it flight booking screen. So let's call it flight booking screen .tsx. So from here we need to add that to our route navigator, but before we do that, let's just do tsrnf ts. So we can save this and then go to our navigator, our route navigator. So inside our route navigator, so I already have it here, flight booking screen. So the name is flight, the route is flight selection, and then let's import flight booking screen. So everything is cool, we're good to go here. So we're good to go. So I'll come back to, so if you see, let me show you the route as well. So the route is what, there's no parameter there. So we can come to here and then let's use our route stack screen props, and then let's type this. So it is flight selection. So we're good to go. So if we need the navigation, and then the route will come and call it later. So we can save this, and then so the next thing we want to do is to go to we'll go to our trip store. So we can save this. I think we're done with our one-way screen for now. So we'll go to our trip store. So let's go and set the search function there. So okay, inside our one-way screen, we will need to bring the search. So we need to bring out the search flight. So search flight. So we have search flight, and then we can come here and then remove the comment here. So we have our search flight. So we have our search flight and it's correct. So let's go let's find what the error is here. So inside our search flight, okay, cannot invoke an object which is possibly undefined. Okay, so I know where the problem is coming from. So we'll just go to our trip store, our use trip store. So I'm gonna bring it here. So we need to work on the search flight. So you can see that we comment out the search flight here. So that's why it's yelling at us, it's throwing that error. So we'll remove this and then so let's just work on the search flight, and then I'll explain everything that is happening here so that we can take it on from there. So I'll just explain what is going on in the search flight here. So we have the name called search flight, and it's an async, means it's an asynchronous function. So that returns a promise. It takes no parameter, but returns a promise, and then it takes no parameter. The function takes no argument, and then return a promise that resolves to an array of flight options object. So that's it. So we have flight options object. So if I come here inside our types, flight types, so I'm just quickly going to show you the flight options object, the flight option object. So we can see, so it's going to return the flight option object. So the ID, the trip type, the segment, return segment, total duration, price for each of the classes, and then based on the classes, and then available classes, stops, stop cities, baggage is an object too, then refundable, changeable, and so on. So that's the flight option we're talking about. So we'll come here. So it's returning that promise. It's returning a promise that resolves to an array of flight option objects. So after that, the next thing we did here is to destructure. It's called what we call destructuring parameters. So we are destructuring the parameters from our trip store through the get method. So we're using the get method to destructure the parameters in our trip store. So the function uses the get function to extract all these parameters. We use the get method to extract them. So the trip type, from city to city, travel date, return date, travel class, promo code, concession type, multi-city trips, and passengers. So we're using the get function to extract these parameters. So you remember the trip type, we have one way, round trip, multi-city, and then from and to city, the origin and destination city, so as so on. So after that, after we destructure these parameters using the get function, we also did what we call payload construction. So this is a payload construction. So this function constructs a payload object. So we have the common properties there. So the common properties inside this payload construction is what we have: the trip type, the travel class, the promo code, concession type, and passengers. So after that, we come here. So the payload includes common properties like trip type, travel class, promo code, and concession type. So depending on the trip type, additional properties are added to the payload. So for example, if the trip type is equal to one way, so the payload for that will be from city to city and travel date. But if it's for round trip, we have what? From city to city, travel date, and return date. So if the trip type is equal to multi-city, each of the multi-city trip will have its own from, will have to, and then to have the date. So each trip for inside the multi-city will have its own from, the to, and the date. So that's what we are doing here. So for the multi-city. So after that, we have the try and catch block. So the try and catch block, that's where we are doing our API call and simulation. So we are simulating this right now. So here, generally, this function calls the flight search. So it calls the flight search, which we pass, and then we pass the payload and simulate a network delay. So that's what we're just doing. So we pass the flight, we call the flight search function, and then pass the payload into it and simulate a network delay by using await, then new promise. So resolve was set timeout, resolve for 500. So we simulate network delay, and then the network delay for 500 milliseconds. And then after that, we'll return the flight result. So this is it. So we store the flight search, the result of the flight search, we store it inside the flight result. And after the simulated delay for 500 milliseconds, we will return the flight result. And then the flight result here, we're saying .slice and then 10. So it means it will return the first 10 flight results. So that's the idea. So it will return just the first 10 flight result. That's what we're just saying here. And after that, we are using catch. The catch block is to catch the error. It's for error handling. So that one is for error handling. So the function catches the error, or if there's an error, to catch the error and log the error. So that's what we are doing here. So I think that's just a summary of the whole thing. So without wasting time, we will now come here. So we need to bring this up. So we need to get the flight search. So we need to create the flight search function. And so to do that, we'll come here and then go to our utility. Inside our utils, we're going to create the flight generator. So we have the flight generator here. So we're going to use the flight generator, which has already been created. So I'll just be explaining everything to you. So what we need to do here is to import flight search from our flight generator. So you can see utils flight generator, and you can see our trip store is no longer throwing an error. So we can save the trip store and then go to here. So let's see. So we can go to our one-way screen. We still have an error there. So let's check. So our trip store, everything is working fine. So we can go back to our one-way screen. We still have the error, cannot invoke an object which is possibly undefined. So first thing first, we need to tell it to return a promise. So this is supposed to first of all return a promise. So the promise is supposed to be void anyway. So it's void. So it's saying it is possibly undefined. Oh, I think I remember. We passed an optional chain into this to the search flight. I think that's where the problem is coming from. So if we go up, let's go back to let's come to our trip store. Yeah, exactly. You can see. So that's why it's throwing an error because of the undefined. So if I remove this, cool, you can see the error is no longer there and everything is working fine. So that's where the error is telling us it's undefined. So everything is fine now. We can move on. So what I'll do, so we can just go to our generator here and then flight generator and then give you the explanation of what's actually going on so you can see everything in real time. So if I save this, So the first function we have inside our flight generator is the generate flights for routes. So this function generates flights for a specific route. So we're going to generate multiple flights for a specific route, most especially based on what the users are selection. So it takes some parameters, the from city, which is a type of string, the to city, which is a type of what string, and then the travel date, which is a type of what date, and then it returns the flight option. So the flight option is an array. It returns an array of flight what option. So here we're using the calculate route distance function. We're using the calculate route distance function to calculate the base flight duration and pricing. So let's quickly go to the calculate route distance. So the calculate route distance is down below. So if I come there, so this is the calculate route distance function. So the calculate route distance function, so we use it to calculate the total duration of a connecting route between two cities. So that's what we're doing. That's why we have the parameters there is what from city, which is a string, and then the to city, which is what also a string. So what we are doing here now, so from here we are saying route equal to connecting route dot find. So the connecting route, well, I'll show you the connecting route shortly. So we're using the find method. So what we are doing here is it searches for a route in the connecting route array that matches the from city and the to city. So that's what we're doing here. So quickly, I'm just going to show you our connecting route so that you can see what we're talking about live. So we'll go to our flight data. Inside our flight data, we'll have our connecting route there. So connecting route majorly is used for international flights. So when you have to, especially when you experience stops. So you can see this is an array. So I've generated an array of what connecting routes. So here we have from Del, which is Delhi, to is what so Sydney, which is in Australia, via what SIN, which is Singapore. And then the duration 1 means we have the duration 1, duration 2, and then delay over hours. So what are we saying here now? So this number 1 is saying that a user, we're simulating a user who wants to travel from Delhi to Sydney in Australia. So in this scenario, there's no direct flight from Delhi to Sydney. So the person has to travel from Delhi to Singapore, and from Singapore to Sydney. So that's why we're saying the user route is to travel from Delhi to Sydney, but via Singapore. So the departure will be from Delhi, and then there will be an arrival in Singapore, and now from Singapore another departure will take place from Singapore to now take the user to the person to Sydney. So that's what we're saying. So the duration 1 here means what? The duration from Delhi to Singapore, that is 5.5 hours, and then from Singapore the duration 2 will now be from Singapore towards Sydney, which is 8 hours. Then the layover hours, so the layover hours of 2.5 simply means the waiting period in Singapore before the flight from Singapore to Sydney takes place, starts. So that's the layover hours, that waiting period for them to do all the necessary documentation and then offload the passenger baggages from Delhi flight when they get to Singapore, and then check the passenger in again for from Singapore to Sydney. So that's what we call the layover hour. So it's part of the flight duration. So that waiting period to get all the documentation done and before the flight in Singapore takes on from Singapore to Sydney is what we call layover hours. So the total for this now, the total duration of the flight will be 5.5 plus 8.2, which is 13.5, plus 2.5, which will be 16 hours. So it will take 16 hours in total for the passenger to move from Delhi to Sydney. So that's just the idea, and it goes on like that. So that's the connecting route. So I just generated that connecting route, and then you have access to this. Also, is everything is in the source code in my GitHub repository, so you can get it there. So that's what we mean about the connecting route. So let's go back to our flight generator. So in there, so we want to check if a route is found. So sorry, before we check if the route is found, so we want to search for a route in the connecting routes array that matches the from city and the to city. So we want to check the route that matches that in the connecting route array. So if the route is found, so that's why we're using if route is true. So if it is found, it now calculates the total duration by adding the duration 1, duration 2, and the layover. So that will be the total duration of that flight, of that trip. And if it is true, then its domestic will be false. That means that trip is an international trip. It's not a domestic trip. So we will return false. Its domestic will become false. So here, else, if no route is found here, it will return It will return a default object with a duration of 2 hours, and we'll set its domestic to true. So that's what we are doing. So that's what the calculate route distance. That's what we are using it for. So you'll see how everything work by the time we start testing everything out. So at least you just understand what's going on. So we can come back up here. So this calculate route distance now, it calculates the base flight duration and pricing. So it uses that calculate route distance function to determine the route distance and duration. So we want to determine the distance and duration. So that's why we now come here. So we are passing the from city and the to city. That's based on the passenger selection. So we want to get the base duration. So the base duration will now be route. It will now be route distance dot what the duration. So that's the idea. So it will get the duration. So it's domestic. So we say constant is domestic, so we'll now pass route distance dot what is domestic. So if it finds the match, that means an international flight. So this domestic will be false. So we will retain what is domestic false. That will be the result. And then it's long haul. So if base duration, that's if the duration here is greater than 8 hours, then it's what? A long haul. So that's what we're saying here. So after that, we come here to generate flight for each airline. So this is what that's what we want to do here. So here to generate flights for each airline. So what we are doing, we declare a constant all routes, and inside it we have a spread operator. We use the spread operator to spread the domestic routes and the international routes. So, and it's an array. So inside our flight data, we have what we have the domestic and then the international route. So you can see we have the domestic route here. So the domestic route, the major domestic route that we have. So you can see we have from Delhi to Mumbai. So duration is 2.2, and then it has a frequency. So it has frequency and so on. That's how we generate what I generated what domestic route. Then the second one is the international route. So we have the international route. So for example, from Delhi to JFK, that's USA, that's an international airport there in US, JF Kennedy International Airport. So duration is 15 hours and the frequency is 1. So you know the frequency. The frequency is how many flights, how many times do they run the trip per day. So that's what it means, the frequency, the frequency. So here the frequency is 1. So that means for each day there will only be one trip from Delhi to JF Kennedy to US. So from Delhi to United States, from India to United States, there will only be, the frequency is 1. So just one flight each day. So this one now, it's like 2 flights each day, so depending on the distance. So that's what the frequency is talking about. So I generated also the list of international routes. So that's what we're using here. So we're now combining the array of the domestic route and then the international route. We combine them inside what? All route. So that's what I'm doing here. We combine everything inside all route, and then we're now mapping through all routes. So all route using what? The for each method. So for each route, what we are doing here, we are using the for loop here. So we're using the for loop. So for each route, the code generates flight based on the route frequency. That's what we are doing. We want to generate flight based on what? The route frequency. So for example, so for each route, for example, we say let I be equal to 0. So I less than route dot frequency, it will generate more flight. So that's what I plus plus. So let's say for example, inside our domestic route, we have Delhi to Mumbai here, and the duration is 2.2 hours, and the frequency here is 8, for example. So that means we will generate 8 flights for this trip, for this route every day. So there will be flight from Delhi to Mumbai 8 times each day. So we have 8 trips every day from Delhi to Mumbai. From Delhi to the second one is 6 trips. So from Delhi to MAA, it is what? 5 trips. So if we come here, so we want to check the frequency. So we generate the flight based on what? The frequency. So the frequency, if the frequency is 2, we generate only 2 flights for that route. So that's what it's saying. So here we come here and say what? Departure hour. So we use based on the route, we generate what? We spread the flight. So based on what? The route, and then so we spread the flight based on what? The frequency of that route. So what we are saying here is that flight trips start by 6 a.m. in the morning, and then we want to check, and then we will be operating for 16 hours daily. So that's what it means, 16 hours. So we get it. So from 16 hours divided by what? The frequency, the route frequency. So here, if the route frequency, for example, if the route frequency is 2, that means 2 divided by 16 will be 8, and then the iteration starts. It starts from what? 0. So this will now be 0 multiplied by what? 8, which will be what? 0, and then so 0 plus what? 6. So So that means it is what? It will now be 6 a.m. So the first flight will be by 6 a.m. And since the root frequency is 2, if the root frequency is 2, then we can now what? We will increase. The for loop will increase. So it will be plus plus because the root frequency is 2 and then we are 0. So it will increase. So it will increase. So it will increase to 1. So if it increases to 1, it will now be 16 divided by 2 will be 8. Multiplied by 1 will be what? 8. 8 plus 6. So 8 plus 6, that will be 14. So the first flight will be by 6 a.m. and the last flight for that route will be by 2 p.m. That's 14 o'clock. So that's what it implies. And at that point, the for loop stops for that route because the frequency is just 2. So it will have index 0 and 1. So once it gets to 1, it will stop because at that point it's equal to and not less than the route frequency. So on. So that's how we spread flight based on what? The route frequency. We spread flight and we operate for 16 hours. So that's what this 16 is talking about. So after that, we generate the flight number. So to generate the flight number, we are using the math.floor and then the math.random function multiplied by what? 850, and then we convert everything to what? String. So that's why we're using object literals, and then we are passing the AI to specify Air India. So what we are doing here, we use the math.random multiplied by 850. This generates a random number between 0 and 849. So that's the idea. If it is 1, it will generate a random number between 0 and 0.9. So that's what the math.random is doing. So after that, we use the math.floor to round down to the nearest integer. So that's the idea. So it will round it down to the nearest integer. So after that, adding 150 shifts the range to 150 to 999. So that's the idea. So and then we convert it to what? To the strings. So the result string is now prefixed with what? We now prefix the result with what? AI. So that's the idea, to form what? The flight number. So that's what we're doing here. So here is domestic. So what we're just doing here, we're checking if a root exists in the domestic root array that matches both the from and the to city of the given root. So if a match is found, domestic is now set to what? To true. And then the long haul, if the long haul is, we use it to determine if the root duration is greater than 8 hours. So if it's 8 hours, so it is what? Long haul. So it will set long haul to what? To true if it's greater than 8 hours. So the reason we use this to actually categorize route based on their nature, if it's domestic or international, and duration, if it's long haul or short haul. So that's why this is very important. So that's why we come here and say the base price. Now we want to check if it's domestic, route. So if it's true, if it's domestic is true, that means a domestic route. So what we're going to do is we take the route.duration. If the route.duration is less than 2 hours, then we give the base price will be what? 8,000. Else route.duration, if it's less than 3 hours, then the base price will be 12,000. Else it will be 18,000. So that's what we are doing here. So if the base price, we are calculating the base price. So we are calculating the base price based on what? The route type, if it's domestic or it's long haul or that's international. So the second one is if its long haul is true, then it will be what? 45,000 or is 25,000. So if it's an international flight but it's not long haul, we will use 25,000. But if it's long haul, we will use what? The base price will be what? 45,000. And what do we categorize as long haul? If the flight duration, if the trip duration is longer than 8 hours, so it's long haul, so it will use what? 45,000 as the base price, else it will use 25,000 as what? The base price. So both is for international flight, depending on the route. So we charge based on the route, on the duration rather. So here we use this one to create a flight price variation. So we're just using this to create what? Flight price variation. So I already put the comment there. So what this is just doing is we are getting 20% price variation. So it generates what? Different flight options with slight variation. So that's what we're just doing here. So that's everything that is here. So we'll not be wasting time on it. So here, what we are doing here is we want to add, so flight variation, we want to for each. So for each so for the flight variation, for each flight, we want to add some time variation for those flights. So what we're actually doing here is what we call a random filtering. So if the index is greater than 0, that's what we're saying. If the index is greater than 0 and a random number is greater than 0.6, so 0.6, that is 40% chance. So if it's greater than 0.6, the current iteration, it will be what? Will be skipped. So what we now do here, we now come to the time variation. So for each variation, a time variation is calculated based on the index, adding 30 minutes. So that's what we're doing. We're adding 30 minutes for each subsequent variation. So what is just doing, we're adding 30 minutes difference between variations. So that's what we're doing here. Then after that, we calculate the actual departure time. So the actual departure time is calculated by adding the time variation to the departure hour. So this constant should have connection. We want to check if it is not domestic. If it's domestic, is false, and then base duration is greater than 6. We will apply this mat.random greater than 0.8, so which is just saying 20% chance for long routes. So we now come here. So if should have connection is true, so we'll generate connecting flight. So if this is true, so we have to generate what connecting flight. That means there won't be a direct flight for that trip. So if it's greater than 6 hours, and then it's not a domestic trip. So if domestic is false, that means it's an international trip. So if should have connection is true, that means we will now generate connecting flight. So we'll come here and generate connecting flight. So we use constant connecting cities. So we are using this function to generate connecting flight. So from city and then to city. So quickly I'm going to take you to that get connection connecting city function. So let me just, so here we have the get connecting city. So this is what, so this is a connecting hubs. So we have the connecting hubs. So it's an array. So this is an array of potential connecting hubs. So we use it to define the array of potential connecting hubs. So it's taken from city to city, and it will return a string. It will return string. So the connecting hubs is an array of del, BOM, DXB, Singapore, DOH, and LHR. So this is a potential connecting hubs. That's what we use to connect two destinations. So that's the VR in the international route that we explained. So it will be the connecting hubs. So what we are saying, the available hubs. So this function now filters out the from city and to city from the connecting hubs array to ensure that the connecting city is different from the origin and then the destination. So that's what we are doing. So that's what we are using these available hubs for. So we want to ensure that the connecting city is not the same as the departure and the arrival city. So that's just the essence of this whole code. So we want to ensure that. So let's say, for example, if the departure city is DEL, the connecting city should not be DEL. And then we want to also check if the arrival city, for example, is BOM, so the connecting city should not be BOM. So that's what we're using the connecting hubs for. So the random selection, the random hub is selected from the available hubs array. So that's the idea. So but before we select the connecting hub, we have to ensure that it is not the from city nor to city. So that's the idea. So we can come back up here. So from here, so we get leg 1 duration, that's for international and connecting city. So it will be base duration multiplied by 0.4. Leg 2 duration will be base duration multiplied by 0.6, and layover time will be 1.5 plus the mat. We're using the mat random, so I've explained this over and over, so there's no point going over it. You understand what mat random is doing already. So what we're saying is from 1.5 to 3.5 hours layover. So that's what we're doing here. This constant flight with a type of flight option is used to create a flight option object for each flight. So we use it to create the flight options, an object of flight option for each flight. So that's what we're doing here, and it has the ID. So the ID, and then we're using the flight ID counter dot value. So and then we have the trip type. Here we're just using one way. So it has the segment. So what we use this for, the object contains details like flight number, departure and arrival city, departure and arrival times, so and then duration, aircraft, operating airline, price, available classes, stops, baggages, and more. So that's what we're using this for. We're just using it to generate flight option for each flight. So that's it. So if I show you, we have segments, so we have everything here. So here, the departure time, we're using object literal. So what we're doing here, so we use this code to generate a formatted departure time string in the format of HH and MM, so hours and string, so hours and minutes rather. So and we are converting it to string. So if we're converting it to string, it will be something like this. So it will be so we can come here and write a comment. So it will be in the form of HH MM. So that's what we're just using this for. So we're using the part start, so to 2, that's what we're using to get the length. So it will be HH, so that's what it means, and then MM, so to 2. So So what we are doing here actually is, so we come here to departure, so we say math.flow, and then we pass the actual departure hour, and then we convert it to what, to string, and using pad start. So 2 lengths, so that's, we're saying HH, that's what it means, 2 lengths. So that's what we are doing here. So the match.flow extract the hour part from the actual departure hour value, and then we use the pad start to ensure it is padded with a leading 0 if necessary. So that's what we are saying. So for the hours could now be, it can be 0, it can be 05, sorry, it can be 05, it can be 05, it can be 10, it can be 20, it can be 11. So that's the idea. So instead of this one, instead of 5, it would be 05. So, and that's the idea. And then we use the same thing for the minute. So math.flow, so from the actual departure hour, so what we are doing is we are using the modular operator here. So what it's saying is, and then we are multiplying it by what, 60. So this calculates the fractional part of the hour and convert it to minutes. And then we use the past start to ensure that with it is padded with a leading 0 if necessary. So for example, let's say if the actual departure hour is 10.5. So if the actual departure hour is 10.5, for example, so if you say 10.5, so if it's 10.5, the generated departure time would be 10:30. So that's what we are doing here. So we can move on, and then we have the duration. So we have the duration, we're passing the format duration, we're using the format duration. So the format duration is actually inside our, let's go to our utils, so flight utils. So we should have our format duration there. So this is our format duration. So what we are using the format duration for is, the format duration function takes a duration as input, which can either be a number or a string, and it returns a formatted string in the format of so it will return it in the format of, let me write it here. So to return it in the format of let's say for example XH, so Y min. So what we are doing here, so it will return it as X hour and then Y minutes. So we come here and declare what? We declare a variable here, so let hours and minutes, let hours, let minutes, both of number, type of number, and we say if type duration is equal to what, number. So we're using the math.flow to calculate what, the hours. So here we calculate the minutes by using the math.round function, and then we multiply the fractional part by 60. So that's the idea. So we are multiplying the fractional part by 60, so just close to what we did earlier on. So what we now come here now, and then we use we declare another constant match. So we now say equal to duration dot match. So we are using the match function, and what we are just doing here is what we are making the result case insensitive, so that it will not be it will not be in uppercase. The result will not be in uppercase. That's the hours and the minutes. So it will not be in uppercase. That's what we're doing here. So we come here, we extract what? We extract the hours and minutes and pass it as integers. So that's what we're just doing here. So we extract it and pass it what? As integers. That's why we're using pass int. So pass integer. So that's the thing. So we come here using the return function, which returns a formatted string with hours and what? Minutes. So that's the idea. You will see everything shortly. So we can go back to our generator. So that's what we're using the format duration for. So we get the aircraft and then the operating airline. So, and then we have the segment. So all these will be explained later. You will see everything. So we get the total duration. We still use the format duration, and then available classes. We have the stops, and then so these are flight options. This is the object for the flight option for each flight. So this is the object, the flight option object for each flight. These are the options we have there. So after that we use flight.push flight. So what we use this for, this code adds each generated flight to the flight array. So that's the idea. So each generated flight here will be added to what? The flight array. So I'm going to show you the flight array. So each generated flight here will be added into what? The flight array. So if we come up here, you will see the flight array. So you can see so this is it. So you can see we have the constant flight, and it's what? A type of flight option, which is an array of flight option, and the initial state is what? Is equal to an empty array. So for each generated flight, we will add it to what? The flight array. So that's what we're doing here. We'll add it to what? The flight array. So we're good to go. So we'll come down, we'll go back. So else, so remember, we are coming from should have connecting route. It should have connection. So that's for international flight. So that's where we're coming from. So else, if it is not, if it doesn't have connecting route, so if it doesn't have connecting route, it doesn't have connections, so we will use the else. What we'll do is what we generate direct flight. So that's the idea. So we generate direct flight here. So and then this is, we've explained this, it's just the same thing. So we're just generating flight for either international or it is domestic, it has connecting route or not. So if it doesn't have connecting route, so we generate what direct flight, and this flight option is still the same as we've explained before. And then we come here and use what flight.push. We push it into what, we push each flight generated into the what flight array as well. So that's the idea. So I think that's cool. So we can close this as well. So and that's all. So another thing I didn't mention is how we calculate the price based on the class. So we have economy, so we're using the math.round function, and then we get the base price. So we get the base price and multiply it by what price variation. So that's if it's economy, and then if it's premium economy, we multiply by price variation and add what 1.4 to it, just to make the price difference. So based on the class, you know, that's the same way it works. So this we have what 2.8, so we add what 4.5 margin here. So that's for first class. And then we have available classes. So if it's domestic, if domestic is true, we will have what economy, premium economy, and business. And if it's false, that's for international flight, we'll add what first class to it for international flight. So here now we just make our stops default 0. So we have the baggage. So all these are just normal stuff. So what we want to do now is to go ahead and generate what flight. So what we want to do is we want to get the flight search. So based on our generate flight for routes, so we'll come here to generate what flight search. So what we are doing here, we created a constant flight search, and then we will pass a parameter of payload, which is a flight search payload, which return an array of what flight options. So that's what we are doing here. So what's happening here is this flight search generate and filter flight options based on the provided payload. So it generates and filter the flight options based on the payload provided by what the user, based on user selection. So that's what we're using the flight search for. So what we are doing here is so here I declared a variable filtered flight, which is a type of what flight option, which is an array of flight option, and then the default state is what is an empty array. So we come here and say if payload.trip type equal to one way. So if it is one way, if it is equal to one way, we will generate flight for the specified route using generate flight for route. So that's generate flight for route that we've been talking about. So we're using generate flight for route function here inside our flight search. So if payload.trip type is equal to one way, what we do here, we come to what our filtered flight, and then it will be equal to, our filtered flight will be equal to the generate flight for route function, and inside it we are passing what the payload dot from city. So if the payload from city exists, it will use what the payload from city. So if the user specify from city, it will use the user from city, or it will be else, or it will be what an empty string. And then payload to city, it will be the user selected payload. It will be the user selected arrival city, or an empty string. So if payload or travel date is true, if it's provided, we will pass what we will, using our date constructor, we will pass what payload or travel date, else we will use this. So that's what it's saying here. So that's if it's for one way. So if it's for one way flight, it will generate flight for the specified route using what the generate flight for route. So that's what we're saying. So for the round trip, if it's round trip, so we're not going to be doing that now, so we'll do that later. So let's just get something up. But for the round trip, it will generate outbound and return flights, combines them, and calculate the total duration and price. So that's just the whole essence of what the round trip. So for the round trip, so it will generate outbound and return flight. So that's it, and then it will combine them, and calculate their total duration and price. So that's what we are doing here. So if you see here, it's generating the outbound. That's the departure. That's the outbound here now is what is the departure to the arrival city. So let's say if the passenger is moving from Delhi to Mumbai, so that's outbound. So if the passenger now want to travel back after 2 days from Mumbai back to Delhi, that's what we call return. So That's what makes round trip different from one way. So they book the two together in one flight. So that's why we call it round trip. So the outbound is from city to the arrival city, the departure city to the arrival city, and then when the passenger wants to return, the arrival city becomes what? The departure city, and then the initial departure city becomes what? The arrival city. So that's the return flight. But we're not going to be doing that now. So after that, and that's what they will use after we combine them. So we'll get these two, the outbound flight and the return flight, and then we'll combine them. So we combine for the round trip, and then we also calculate what the price. We'll calculate the price and then calculate the total duration as well. So that's what we're doing here. We'll calculate the total duration and then we calculate the price, but we're not going to be working on round trip now. So let's just get done with one-way trip first. So that's it about that. So here, so we want to filter we filter the payload based on the class availability. So that's what we're doing here. So here we filter flight by travel class availability if specified in the payload. So that's just, but that's not an issue right now, so we'll just leave it here. So here what we're simply doing here is to we're sorting the price based on the cheapest first. So this is in ascending order. So we want to get so in this case a dot price dot economy minus b dot price dot economy sort the flights in ascending order of economy class price. So it will take it from the cheapest. So that's what we're doing, and here we now return the filtered flight. So that's it. So what we'll do here now, we can go to our ustrip store and then import what the flight search. So we save this, come to our ustrip store. So here now the flight search, and then we pass what the payload. So this function now generates and filter flight options based on the provided payload. So that's what we are doing. So, and then remember we have the payload here. So if trip is quarter one way, so we have payload also from city. So these are the user specification. These are the specifications we're talking about. So, and this is the payload. Payload is a type of flight search payload inside our types. So we can save this now, and based on the user selection, let's go back to our screen. So based on the user selection, we're going to see what would happen. So I'm going to zoom this in so we can see the screen very well. So here now, based on this selection that we have here, so we are going to let's see what goes on here. So we have from Delhi to Mumbai, and then with travel date is 29th. So we have one passenger, the class is business, and then no promo code was provided, and then the concession type is normal fare. So if I press on search flight and everything works fine, we should start getting value for it. So let's press on that. So it seems we have a potential error. So what we can do is we come to our flight generator. There's something we're missing here. So yes, I have the function here. So inside our flight generator, we can, so I will just come here. So let's get generated flight. So let's save this, and then I'll go back here. Let's use the search flight again. So that's not working as well, so let's just leave it. So there seems to be an error. So let's go back to our one-way screen. So inside here, so we say await, then if navigation, okay, let's console.log this for now, and just comment this out so that it won't go to, sorry, it's with this. So we should, so something is actually wrong. So let's find out what went wrong. So what we can do is we can check, let's see if we are getting value from here. So I'm going to say search result, search flights. So let's save this, and then let's see if we're getting value from here. So it's not working. So I actually lost my connection there. So let's try this again. I lost my internet connection. So I guess that's the reason why it's not been working. So let's try this again, and then let's search for the flight. So at least you can see we're getting a value here. So flight result function selected. So let's go back to our flight generator here, and then here I'm going to, so let's try that again and let's see. So you can see it's generating the flight. So it's actually my network connection, that's why we didn't get value. So you can see the flight is being generated based on what our selection. So I'm just going to minimize this so that I can show you. So you can see we have a huge data here. So you can see, and everything, you can see arrival city is what, BOM, just the same with our selection. And then we have what, departure city, you can see it's Delhi. So it's generating a lot of flight options for this route. So that's the idea. So it generates those flights based on our what, based on the payload provided. So that's what we've been doing. So Delhi is a departure city, Delhi, the city departure time, see what I was talking about. So it marks it to 18:30, that is 6:30. So 18:30, and then the duration, you can see what I was talking about. We have 2 hours 2h 0 minutes. So that's what we're doing. Flight number, you can see it's generating the flight number AI, and then it's using the math.random function. And then we have this flight segment. So we're operating airline India. So we have aircraft, so it's generating the aircraft. So we have the array of aircraft. So we have it here, so you can see. So it's picking them, it's selecting at random. So we have aircraft types, so it's selecting at random. So that's what we're doing. So if you see, so it's A320 neo. So this is the one, it's select, A320 neo, A3220 neo. So that's it, A320 neo. So that's this, is this one, that's what it's using. So airline, so arrival city, you can see Mumbai, BOM. So that's the name of that's the code. So arrival time is 20:30. So that's it. And then so that's it, keeps generating it. And that's the reason why we used where is it, where we used the slice to reduce it to the first 10 generated flight. So flight option, so we're using inside our trip store, so it will only return the first 10. So you can see that everything is working fine. So our data is being generated, everything is working fine. So the next thing we want to do is so we'll go back to our one-way screen, so we can uncomment this, so it's working. So I'm going to save this. So the next thing we will do now is we will navigate to the flight selection route. So what we'll just do now, I'm just going to press on the search flight so we can navigate to our flight booking screen and then get started with the UI. So cool, we're at the flight booking screen, so we'll go there and get started. So we have our flight booking screen here. So this is the code we're going to be using here. So I'm just going to be explaining everything to you. So what I'll do, I'll just save these so that we can have some things displayed there. So this is beautiful. So we have the flight selection. So I'm just going to bring this a little down so we can explain everything we have here. So inside the flight booking screen, we have I declare some steps there. So there are 3 steps. That step is an array of objects, 3 objects. So the first one has what, title, and then flight selection, and then the content will be flight selection form. So we're going to be using that flight selection form to display all our flight options and other relevant information. So that's where the user will select the flight and all related information for the trip. Then the second one, so after the flight selection form, it will go to the second form, which is the traveler's form, and that form is where the passenger or the user will input their details. And then the third form is where the user will make payment to finalize that trip so that the trip can be booked. So that's the payment screen. So we have 3 tabs here, so that's why we have 1, 2, and 3, and the current one is 1, so that's why the indicator is showing 1, and then it has a different color in the progress bar. So after that, we're using use state, so for us to keep track of the steps. So we have the current step and set current step using use state, and then it's equal to number with a default value of 0. Then we're using the progress bar. So we're using progress. We're using we're using use shared value with default value 0 so that we can have our progress bar, and you can see it's already showing there. So that's the idea. And then we have we're using use state again to get is animated and set animated. So the initial state is what false. So we're using the use effect hook from React to animate the progress bar, and here we are saying if it's not, it's animating. If its opposite is animating, its animating is currently false. So we're using this to check if an animation is not currently in progress. So if its animating is not in progress, we update the progress.value. So here progress.value. So we're animating the progress.value using the with timing function from Reanimated. So this with timing function helps us to what animate the progress value using a timing animation. So that's what it does. So and here we are saying we have duration of 500. So quickly, what we are seeing inside here, let me just explain what is going on here. So what we are saying there is we use it to determine the progress percentage based on the current step and the total number of steps. So that's why we have step.length. So this is what is just happening there. Let me just write it down here so you can see. I'm going to comment it out. So in our steps now, in our own scenario, we have 3 steps, and then we are starting. So we are using zero-based indexing format. So here, if the current step, that's the first step now that we are. So the first step would be 0. So we are saying what we are now saying here is a current step plus 1. So it will be 0 plus 1. So this will be 0 plus 1. So it will be 0 plus 1, and then divide by, so it will be divided by the total number of steps. That's the step length. So here the step length is 3. So we're going to say divide by 3. So what we're saying here is 1 divided by 3. So 1 divided by 3 will be equal to 0.33. So and which means this means it's 33%. So we are doing it into percentage. So this will be what 33%. So that's why it's filling it up to what 33%. So that's the idea. So this means that the progress bar would be approximately 33%. So and that's what's happening. Then the next one will be so the current step is 1. The next one will be 1 plus 1, and then divide by 3, which will be equal to 2 divided by 3. So 2 divided by 3 here will be 0.67. So 0.67, which is, this means approximately 67%. So this means what 67%. So the progress bar will be filled up towards 67% for when we are in the second step. So that's the second step. And for the third step will be so the current step now is 2. So the third step will be 2 plus 1. 2 plus 1 divided by what 3, which would give us 3 divided by 3, which is what equal to 1. So this is equal to 1. So this means this will now be what 100%. So this means what 100%. So I hope this is clear enough. So it will now fill at the third step, that's the final step. It will fill up the progress bar completely. So that's the idea, just what we're using that for. And then we have the duration to be 500, and then easing to what easing.ease, and here we now set is animating to what true. So that's the idea there. So here you see that we have the dependencies. With the dependencies at all current step, progress is animating, and then steps.length. So the current step is the current step of the progress, whereas the progress is the progress value, and then is animating is a flag indicating whether an animation is in progress, and then the step.length is the total number of steps. And then so this effect will only rerun when there's a change to any of these dependencies. So that's what it means. So we use this use effect to animate the progress bar when the current step changes, creating what a smooth transition between the steps. So that's the idea. That's what we used that's what we are using it for. So here we now come to we come here. So this is our animated style. So we're getting use animated style from Reanimated. So we use this animated style hook. It helps us to create an animated style. So if you come here, just like what we're saying, we kept increasing the value of the progress bar. So here, just like what I explained here, so the progress.value we use with timing to change it. So the first one is 0.33. So 0.33. So here we take the current progress value will be 0.33, which will be brought here into our width. So we're using object literals, and so we bring what the progress value, which is 0.33 for the first step, and then we multiply it by what 100, which will now give us what 33%. So we're adding this string to it. So we're adding the string to the JSX. So 0.33 is the current value, is the current progress value. Then 0.33 multiplied by 100, so will give us that percentage. So 0.33 multiplied by 100 will be 33, and then using this object literals, so it now becomes what 3%. So that's the idea. That's why we have what, and then we use it to what, to determine the width of what, of the progress bar, and that's why we have 33% here. So for the first step, and then by the time we go to the second step, so the second step now will be what, 0.67. So here the progress value will be 0.67 multiplied by 100, which will give us 67% for the second step, and then the third step will be what, 1. So 3 divided by 3, which is equal to 1, and then here it will be what, it will be 1 multiplied by 100, which will give us what, 100%. So that's what we are doing. So we now pass this width, we pass this animated style to what, we come here and pass it to our progress bar. So that's what we're doing. So without wasting any further time, we'll come here, and then this is where we render what, our progress bar. So to render this UI, we come here, we're using safe area view, and then here we have the title. So this is how we render, this is how we get the title. So this is how we got to what, the flight selection. So the title, what we are just doing here is, you know, the step is an array of what, step objects that we had here earlier. So let me quickly show you that. We can close this. So this is the step, it's an array of what, step object. So 1, 2, 3. So this now, the one I just highlighted now, helps us to access the current step object in the array. So in the array of steps, this will help us to access the current step object. So, and then when we access the current step object, we will retrieve what, the title. So the current step object, the current step is what, is 0. So to access that object, we will access what, the first step, so which is this, and then we'll retrieve what, the title, and that's why we have what, flight selection. So that's the title, that's what we're doing here. So this helps us to dynamically display the title of the current step, allowing us to show the user what step they are currently on in our multi-step process. So that's what we're doing. So I access the step dynamically. So when it changes to the second one, it will access the title of the second step using the current step. So the current step, if it changes, it will access the title. So that's the idea. So let's say, for example, if I come here and change the current step to 1, just see what would happen. So you can see this is beautiful, and you can see the progress bar also is animating, everything is working fine. So if I change it to 3, if I change it to 2 rather, if I change it to 2, and you can see this is beautiful, right? So we can continue. Then we'll come down here. So we have the progress container. So, and then inside here, so we're mapping through the steps. So we're mapping through the steps. So when we map through the steps, so we can get the index. So here we come here and get index plus 1. So that's what is giving us the number 1, and then when it goes to 2, that's why we have 1, 2, and 3, because normally index will start from 0, but now that we're using it to display our steps, so we'll say index plus 1. So that's why we're able to map through it. It maps through the steps, and then it will start from 1 instead of 0. So it will be 1, 2, and 3. So if I just say index, it will start from 0. So you can see it will be 0, 1, 2, but that's not how we'll display it. So it will be index plus 1. So it will start from 1, 2, and 3. So that's what we're doing there. And this is where we render the progress view. This is the progress animation. So we're using animated.view, and then we're passing our animated style to it with the style also. So we have the height of 100% and background color. So you can check the styles below. So we'll not be wasting time on that. So we're good to go. So after that, this is now where we render our content. We render content based on the current step. So here we come here, we have the container, and we're saying if current step is equal to 0, it will render this UI. So it will render the flight selection form. So that's what we're going to render here. It's the flight selection form that we'll render here. So that's how we're going to do it. So once we are done, once we are done with the flight selection form, we'll write the logic to change the current step to to 1, and then if the current step is equal to 1, it will render the traveler's form. So that's the idea, and that's how we're going to do it. So if I come here now quickly, let's go and create the flight selection form. So to create the flight selection form, we'll come here, come to our, so we'll go to our component. We can close this, we can close the modal. So we'll come into our tabs. So inside our tabs, I'm going to create another folder there, and I'm going to call it flight booking tabs. So flight booking tab. So inside the flight booking tab, we're going to have the flight selection form. So we have the flight selection form.tsx. So this is our flight selection form, and then so this is our flight selection form, and then we have all the codes there. I'll just be explaining them, so we won't be wasting much time on these. We'll first of all create all the UI there. So create the UI, and then we'll explain everything like that, so that we won't have to repeat explanation. So the first UI I'll create here is the flight header. So we'll go to our components. Let's create the flight header. So inside our components, we're going to create flight selection file. So flight selection file selection folder, and then inside the flight selection folder, we're going to create flight header. Flight header. So inside the flight header now, we can have our code there. So we'll just come up here. Let's import flight header here. So it has been imported. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to save flight header, and then we'll come to flight header and then also save it. So here we've saved the flight header. Then we need to go to our flight booking screen and then import towards the flight selection form as well, so everything can work well. So we'll come here, we'll remove this and then add our flight selection form. So we'll import it here. So we're going to say flight selection. So we import our flight selection form here, and then inside here we're going to get the on flight select. So for now we're just going to just put something there for now. So I'm just going to use null. Then the second one is on modify booking, so we'll come back to them later. So if we save this, so you can see beautiful. So you can see this is working very well. And then we have what? The flight header. So from Delhi to Mumbai, and the date, and then based on our selection is one adult. So we'll go back there now and explain the form. So if we come to flight header here, so here I declare the type for the header called what? Flight header props, and it has from city to city, travel date, passengers, and then on modify booking, which returns what? Void. So we come here and then we create a constant flight header, and then we have what the flight header props was passing to it as a type, and then we destructure those types which will be used. So here we have the trip summary. So that's how we're able to get the trip summary here. So that's the style for it. So and then we have under it we have what the from city code and then the to city code. So that's how we're able to get the del and then the BOM, DEL and BOM. So after that we are using so here we got the date. So from the travel date, and then we converted it to local date string using this method. So we can use this method to convert. So we convert it to, that's how we're able to get it. So the weekday will be short, and that's how we have TUE as Tuesday. The day is numeric. I've explained this before. So the day is numeric. So we have 29, and then the month is short. So we have JUL for July, and the year we're using 2 digits. So that's why we have 25. 25 for what? 2025. And so we have the comma there, and then after that we also display what the passenger. So we go into the passenger, and if the passenger is true, that means this is not null. So we're using object literals. So inside there we have this point, and then we get what passenger summary, and then we pass the passenger. So quickly I'm going to show you what the passenger summary is and what we're using it for. So we'll go to our utility. So inside our utility we have our passenger summary there, the passenger summary function. So we'll come to our flight utils. So here we have our passengers. So this is it, we have passenger summary here. So here I'm just quickly going to explain this. So we use the passenger summary to generate a string summary of passenger count. So that's just a summary of it. So I'll explain that right now. So the get passenger summary, it's taking a parameter of passenger, which is of type of passenger count. And remember that type has what? An adult, children, infant. So that's the type. It has adult, children, and infant, and we're returning a string. We're telling it the function will return what? A string. So here we come here, and then we have the part. We declare constant part. So this is an array to store the individual passenger count string. So that's what we're using for. So it's a type of string, an array of string, which will return. This is what we use to store the individual passenger count string. So currently it's what? It's 0. The initial state is what? It's 0. It's 0, an array, an empty array. So that's what it means. So here, what we're actually doing here is what? The function checks each type of passenger. So e.g. we have adult, we have children and infant. It checks each type of passenger and adds a string representation to the part array if the count is greater than 0. So that's what we're doing here. So if passenger.adult is greater than 0, it will what? It will add a string representation to the part array. So we're saying part.push, so it will store inside the what? Part array if it's greater than 0. So it's a string representation in the sense that you can see we're using object literals. So it will get the what? Passenger.adult. So to get passenger.adult, and you know it's a number. I think I should just show you that. So we can go to our types and let's look for our passenger count. So you can see it's a number. We have adult number, children number, infant number. So that's what is happening there. So if we come here, so passenger.adult, so it will get the count. So in our scenario, we choose adult. Adult was 1. So it will get the passenger.adult will be 1, and then so if it's greater than 0, that's if it's greater than 0, it will get the count, the passenger.adult, the count, how many adults was selected by the user. So the second thing we are doing here is this string representation includes the count and the type of passenger with pluralization handled conditionally. So that's what we're doing here. We want to check if passenger.adult is greater than 1, so we will use what? S, so it will be adult. Else it will be what? An empty string, so it will be adult. If it's 1, it will say it will be adult, and if it's greater than 1, it will be adult. So we're just using this condition to check if the passenger count, if the count is greater than 1. So we pluralize what? This string adult. So that's what we're doing here. So we come here to undo the same thing. If passenger.children is greater than 0, so we will push it, we will store it inside the part array and then get the count. So this passenger.children will get the count, the total number of children selected, and then we use this as a condition. So to check if it's greater than 1, it will be children, else it will be what? 1 child. The same thing goes for infant. So it will get the count and then check if it's greater than 1, it will use what? Pluralization, or it will retain what? Infant. So after that, we will what? The function will now joins the part array into a single string with commas and then return the result. So that we're using the join now. If, for example, we have passenger infant is greater than 1, adult is greater than 1, or let's say, for example, if adult is greater than 1 and children is greater than 1, so that means both adult and children were selected for the trip. So we will use join. So we'll use join here to join the total count for adult and children into what? One string. So let's say, for example, let me just drop an example here and then it will return the part. So let me say, for example, I'm going to drop. So you can see here now. So I say if passenger is adult equal to 2, that's the count, and then children equal to 1, then infant is equal to 0. So the function will return what? 2 adults, 1 child. I hope this is simple enough. So that's what we're doing here. So because adult count is 2 and then children is 1, so it will be 2 adults, 1 child. So that's the return That's the join. That's what it's doing. And so it will return everything inside in a what? In a single string. So, and then with comma. So it will use comma to separate them. So you can see we have 2 adults, then comma, 1 child. So that's what we're doing there. So we can save these. So we can save these, and let's close our utils. Let's go async storage. We're not using these ones. So we come back to our header here. So that's what we're using. So that's what we're using, the get passenger summary. So get passenger summary, and then we pass what? The passengers into it. So if it exists, so if this is true, if passengers is true, it will what? It will return it. Else it will what? It will show an empty string. And that's why you can see we have 1 adult. So yes, it's only 1 adult that was selected. So we have 1 adult. So that's what we're using it for. So here we also pass the modify booking so that we can modify if the user wants to change their route or want to change anything from their selection. So we use modify booking, but for here I'm not going to be going into that. So we're not going into that. I just put it there. So this could be an assignment too. I believe you know how to work around everything by now. So that's about the flight header, and then we have the styles. The styles is here, so you can check them out. So we can save this, and then we're good to go. So we'll go back to our flight selection form after that. So the next thing is to start displaying the flight results, the flight options. So the first thing we do is we're using an activity indicator. So we check if it's loading. If it's loading is true, it will what? It will show. We'll use the activity indicator, and then we'll search for flight. So searching flight will be loaded. And after that, but if it's not true, and if there's an error, so if there's an error, we would render what this element. So if there's an error, we will render retry and then handle search flight, so the user can search for flight. And if there's no error, then it will render. So we're going to render this UI. So that's what we're going to start from. I'm going to concentrate more on this. So the first one we're going to render here now, we're using a scroll view. So these ones will remain static on the page, whereas so we will be scrolling vertically for the remaining data. So the first one is the date selector. So I'm going to uncomment it so that we can create the date selector. So let's go and create the date selector. To create the date selector, we need to create the file. So we'll go to our flight selection component inside our component and create date selector file in it. So date selector. So we have date selector.tsx. So this is our date selector. This is the code for the date selector. So I'm just quickly going to explain everything. So here I declared the type. Declare the type called date selector props, which has a date option of type date option. Is an array of date option. So we come here, we have the date option here. So date equal to string is a string, and then date is a number, and then month is string, full date is date, so and then price is number. So we come here into our date selector. Inside our date selector, so the date option has a type of an array of date option. So it's the array of date option, and then selected index equal to is a type of number, and then on select we are passing a parameter index into it, which is of type of number, and it returns void, which means we are not expecting any value. So currency, we pass the currency type also to it. So it's a type of currency. So let's get currency. So currency has the code, symbol, and then rate. The code is of type string, symbol is string, and rate is number. So we'll come here and then we declare the constant date selector, and then date selector will pass the date selector props to it, where we destructure the properties of the date selector of the date selector props. So we're using a horizontal scroll view here to render this UI, this component. So here we're mapping through the date options. Remember, the date option is an array, so we're mapping through it, and then for each date we're using touchable opacity, passing the key is index, so we're using the index as the key. So for each date, so we're using onPress. So the onPress on select, and we're passing the index. So when it's selected, let's say for example if I select Monday, so you can see it has changed to 28, and it's now been selected. And let's say if I select Tuesday, see what's going on. This is beautiful. So we're getting that through the help of the onSelect, and it will pass the index. So So if the index becomes active, so that's what we're doing here. So the text, the first text here, text component from React Native, the first text here, we are passing what the date.day, and we are converting it to what an uppercase. So that's how we have what Tuesday converted to what uppercase, and then date.date will give us what 29. So we have Tuesday, comma 29. So the next text we use it to get what to render the month, so date.month, and then we convert it to uppercase, and then you can see we have July there. And then the third one is we are using what we are that's where how we displayed what the price and using what the currency. So and we're using the format price. So I'm just going to explain this format price so you understand what we're using it for. But that's what we use to get what the price, the currency, and then the price. So the currency that we're using currently is rupee, Indian rupee, and the price is 16,834. So it's 16,834 Indian rupee. So quickly, I'm going to explain to you what we mean by this format price. So let's go to our utils. Format price is our utils. So I'm just going to open it here. Let's go to our utility. So let's get flight utils again. We'll get flight utils, and then inside flight utils, we've done this. So let's look for format price. So this is it. This is what we're talking about, format price. So we use the format price function to format a price according to a specified currency. That's what we're using the format price function for. I'm using this function to display a price according to what the currency. So that's what we're just simply saying. So here we pass two parameters to that. So we have price, which is of type number, and then currency of type currency. So and it's to return what a string. It will return a string. So what we are doing here, so the price is the price to be formatted. So the price is the price to be formatted, and then the currency is an object containing the currency code and rate. Remember, I showed you in our type, so it contains what the currency code and rate, and also symbol. So it's an object. So if we come back here, so we declared constant converted price, and then we're saying price multiplied by currency dot what rate. So we use the converted price to convert the price to the target currency by multiplying it with the currency rate. So that's what we are doing here. So what we're doing here is we're using the international number format to format the price according to the currency. So if it's equal to, if the currency code is equal to Indian rupee, it will use this format, and then what it will do, it will format the price with the specified what currency code. So that's what we're doing here. So that's why if it's Indian rupee, so you can see the currency code is what Indian rupee INR. So it will format the price what together with what the currency code. If it's for other currencies, it will use this and format the price according to this and format the price with the specified currency code, and then that's why we are using what the currency code. So that's what it's doing here. So we're using the currency dot code, but if it's Indian rupee, it will use this and then format it using format the price using with what the specified currency here. So another thing we did here there is we get the minimum fraction digit option. So we get the minimum fraction digit. So what we are doing, so the minimum fraction digit is used to specify the minimum number of decimal places to display. So for Indian rupee, we are using what? We are using 0, and then we come here to and we are saying for the minimum fraction digit for other currencies, we are saying if the currency code is equal to Japanese yen, it will also use 0. So what we are saying there is it will set the minimum fraction digit to 0, as Japanese yen is typically displayed without decimal places. So the same goes for Indian rupee. So Indian rupee too, we are using 0, so it will not be into decimal places. However, so if it's not equal to Japanese yen, for other currencies, we use 2 decimal places. That's what we're doing. So for that currency, it sets the minimum fraction digit to 2. So and except for Indian rupee, which we handle separately here. So that's the exception there. So that's what we're using the format price for. So the format price helps us to display prices in a format that is consistent with the target currency. Our date selector. So here we're now passing the date, we're passing the price, and then we're passing what the currency. So we're passing the currency, and then we'll save this. So I'm going to show you how we change the currency shortly so that you see the difference and understand what I'm really talking about in a sense. So so inside our date selector now, we pass the options. So we have the date option. The date option is an array of date options, each containing a full date property. I've explained that before. So we have the selected index. So here we are doing some cool stuff here. So let me just come here and then make it more visible. So in our selected index, we're using the date option dot find index. What we use the find index for here is to find the index of the first element in the date options array that satisfies the provided condition. And the provided condition in this context is this. So this is the provided condition. So we're saying, so the condition is checking if the full date property of each date option matches what? The travel date. So what we're just using this for is to determine which date option is currently selected by finding what the index of the travel date in the date options array. So that's what we're using it for. So it will return the match, the first element in the data options array that satisfies the what? This condition. So that's what we're using it for. So the next one we have here, the next prop is for the onSelect, is the onSelect. So yeah, so the onSelect here is a callback function that updates the travel date state in the trip store when a new date option is selected. So you remember I mentioned it here, so and I practicalized it. So the onSelect here, so we use it to get to store and update what the state of our travel date inside our uScript store. So based on user selection. So and like I did, if I selected Monday, you can see it's updating the trip store, and then you see it's changing it, and then you see it has been updated. So if I go back to Tuesday, and you see everything is working. So that's what we're doing there. So it updates the travel date in the uScript store when a new date option is selected. And then we're passing the currency as well. So here, so what we are generally doing is when a new date option is selected, the onSelect callback is triggered with the index of the selected date option. So the travel date state in the uScript store is updated to the full date of the selected date option. So this is what we're just doing here. And then so quickly we're going to work on the currency converter so that you can see how we change the currency. So let's just quickly come here, and then I'm going to remove this. So let's work on the currency converter. So we're going to our component and get and create the currency converter file. So we'll let's go to our date selector. So to our date selector, we're going to say currency converter. Currency converter.tsx. So this is our currency converter file. So we have the script in it. So we're using, this is the props. So let me just save this and then let's import it. So we can close date selector. Let's import currency converter. So if I save this, you can see beautiful. So let's move this screen up a little so you can see the currency converter. So this is beautiful. So we can come and then explain everything in real time at once. So we have the currency converter props and using our interface. So it has what currency, and it's an array of currency. So it's the type is an array of currency. So if we come here, so we have an array of these code, symbol, and rate. And then after that, we have the selected currency. So the selected currency will be a type of currency. And then on currency change, so we're passing the parameter currency with a type of currency, and it returns void. So no value is expected to be returned. So after that, we declare the constant currency converter, and then we pass the currency converter props into it, and then we destructure it here. So we're using the modal. So because we are going to be using the modal there to display the list of currencies we have. So we're using what? We are using the useState to toggle between what to toggle the visibility of what the modal. So inside here we have the return function, and then we have the currency converter, the container currency. We have a container, and then here, so we're passing this. I pass this icon into it, and then we have the currency converter. So currency converter as the title, and you can see it's visibly showing here currency converter. And then after that, we have a touchable opacity. So when you press on that, so it will open the modal for the currency converter, and this is it. The drop down here. So once you toggle that, it will make what the currency, it will change the visibility of the modal and make it visible. So if let's say for example, I'm going to toggle on that now, so you can see, so the list of currencies has been displayed. So you can select the currency, so the list of the currency, and then it will calculate based on the currency. So if I come here now, let's say I select USD, that's US dollars. So you see what will happen now. Beautiful. So USD has been selected, and you can see that the date selector has changed. This is superb, right? So if you see that, it's no longer using Indian rupee. So that's what I'm talking about. So that's the power of what we're doing. So you can see it's no longer using Indian rupee. It has changed what? It has changed the currency to what? To US dollars, and it has changed the price. It has formatted the price based on the currency selected. So when we're using Indian rupee, I'll go back to Indian rupee. So the flight was 16,834 rupees. So when I bring it to what? US dollar, it converted it. Let's take it to USD. So USD, you can see is 202.01 USD, and then you see we're using the decimal point, the decimal places into 2 decimal places. So that's the thing. So you can see this is working very well. So if I come here, let's say I choose Japanese yen. So you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? And for Japanese yen is 30,133 Japanese yen. So this is beautiful. So let's go back to India. This is superb. So, and you can see it's changing everything in real time. So we're using this modal to achieve that. So, and when we open the modal, so this is the modal element, this is the modal component. So we say select, we have what? Select currency, and then we have the X button to close the modal. So when we press on it, it will close the modal. So we are setting modal to be false when it's pressed, and then we have, this is where we now display the currency. So we're using the currency. So the currency is inside our, I think should be inside our flight data. So currency, so we're using our currency, and then I'll show you where the list of our currency is. We got it from shortly. So however, but we're using the currencies from our tree, from our props. We're using the currencies, and this is it. And remember, it's an array. So currencies is an array of currency. So that's what we're using. And then so we're mapping through it to display all the listed currencies. So we get the key. So key will be the currency.code for each of the currencies. We display them, and then the key. So on press, so on change, we change what? We change the currency when using what the currency change function, and then set modal visible to what? To false when we change, when the currency is changed. So when the currency is changed, on currency change will be triggered, and then you set the modal visible to what? To false, which closes the modal. So, and after that we come here to display what? The currencies. So that's what we're doing, and then the currencies, and with the symbol. So you see, that's why we have the currency code and then the currency symbol. So that's what we're doing here. So we come to our flight selection form. So inside our flight selection form, so we have our currencies equal to currencies equal to currencies equal to currencies. So we get the currencies. So this is it. This is where we have our currencies. So this is where we have the list of our currencies. So this is the list of the currencies. So this is it, and we're passing it an array of currency. So which contains is an array of currency objects. So you can see we have the code Indian, and then symbol Indian rupee symbol. This is the symbol, and then the rate. So we pass the rate to it. So the rate is 1, and here, so you can see this is how we calculate everything. So you can see the rate here, and then we also have what this use state to temporarily store the currency, the selected currency. So you can see it here. So currency, set currency, so we're using use state, and we pass the currency type to it. And then for the default currency is an object, and then we're using Indian rupee as what? The default currency. So it's an object, so Indian rupee, so we pass the symbol, and then the rate is 1. So that's why by default it's using what? Indian rupee to do the calculation, and using the format price. So we'll come to our currency. So inside here you can see, so we have currency set to currencies, so it will display all the listed currencies, and then we selected currency will be equal to what? Equal to currency. So that's why by default it used what? Indian rupee. So because because that's its default currency provided. So on currency change, it will update the state of what of the currency and what update it to the selected, newly selected what currency, and then all our calculation will also change based on the selected what currency. So that's what's happening here. So we're using it to set what the currency to update the currency. So I think this is good enough. So the next one is we want to deal with the price class. So we want to display the price based on their class. So we'll come here and then let's go and get the file for price class. So we'll come to our, so we'll get price class. Let's call it price classes.tsx. So price classes.tsx. So this is the price classes. You can close the currency converter. I'm just going to save this and then let's import it here. So the error can go away. So you can see it's making updates, it's changing it as well. So you see we have the price classes. So you can see, and everything is working perfectly fine. And then you see we have, so currently the currently selected class is what business, and that's why you can see it. So you see the price variation. So based on the class, so it has calculated the price based on what the class. So let's say if you choose it and then you see economy, it will change the state. You can see, and it's using economy. So economy is the same price. So but for business, it will change what. So we're calculating based on the class. So we're just going to explain that quickly rather. So we come into the class. So here we declare the types for it. So the type is a price class props which has selected class equal to what is the type of travel class, and on class select, so we're taking an argument of class type, parameter of class type, which is a type of travel class, and then it's void, which means we are not going to return a value. So you're not going to return any value. So we have the currency, which is of type currency as well. So we'll not waste time on this because it's similar to what we've been doing so far. So what we do here is we created the constant price classes, and then we pass the price classes props to it, and then we structure the properties, and then in here we declare the price class is economy as class label economy, then the price is 16. So you can see that's the price we're using here, and then just the dummy data, so premium, economy, and then so see the price for each of them, and then the business class. So you can see we have the price for the business class as well. So I'm just using the dummy data here, and then the first class we have the price. So we're using the dummy data here so that we won't waste time. By now I believe you know how everything works. So we come to the return function here, and inside here we're using a horizontal scroll view with a horizontal scroll indicator set to false, and then here we're mapping through the price classes array. So for each price class we display the elements. So we are using touchable opacity with a key of index, and then we are passing the style. So we're passing the dynamic style. So style dot price class option, and when selected class equal to what the price dot type, it will use this style. So and then we are having our onPress function which updates the state of the selected class. So after that we display the text. That shows what renders the label, the price class label. So if we come here, so we have the label, so that's what shows the title. So it's economy, premium economy, and then we have business, we have first. So if I scroll them, you see everything. So we have first, we have business, we have premium economy, and then we have economy. So that's the idea. So it shows the label, that text we use to display. That's what we use to display the label. So that's the title, and then the second text we use it to display from. So you can see, and then we're also making all the styles dynamic based on what the selected one, the selected class. And then the third one, we're using the format price, and we're getting the price class and then the currency. So that's how we're able to get the price, and we get the price for the class and then the currency. So if let's change the currency again and see what happens. So you can see that this thing is effective. So you see the price is changing, the currency has changed, and it has changed the rate based on the currency rate. So everything is working fine. So let's go back to India rupee. So after that, and I think that's all about this, and we have all the styles here, you can check them out. So we'll come to our flight selection form and deal with the properties here. So the first one we have was selected class and equal to selected class. So on class select, so we're using handle price class select, and then we're passing the currency here. So we'll just go and work on, let's show the handle price class select. So this is it. This is the code handle price class select. So let's just quickly explain what we are doing here. So the handle price class select is used to handle the selection of a travel class. So in our scenario, we have the economy, premium economy, business, and first class. So we use this to handle the selection of a travel class and search for flights based on the selected class. So what we have here, we are using the set selected class, and then the set selected class is used to update the selected class state with the newly selected price class. And then the set travel class is also used to update the state of the travel class with the newly selected price class. Then we have set loading to true. So the set loading to true function helps the set loading to true indicate that the flight search is in progress. So here inside our try catch block, so what we're doing here is the function called search flight. So we call search flight to retrieve what flight result based on the selected class. So that's what we're doing here. We're trying to retrieve the flight result based on what the selected class. So if the search flight is successful, it will we will update the flight state with the search result. So with the search result here, we'll update the flight state, and then we have the flight state inside our here. So inside our use state, so we have the flight, and then we update the flight state is currently empty. So if it's successful, the flight will be updated. The state of the flight will be updated with the result. And if an error occurs, the function sets an error message, display an alert, and logs the error. And then the last one is it will reset the loading state. So regardless of the outcome, the function sets loading to false when the search is complete. So that's what we're using this finally for. So and then we can come back to our price classes. So price classes, we have a selected class is equal to the selected class. On class select, so we will use the handle price class is select, and then the currency, we're passing the currency into that. So we're good to go. The next one is to now filter. We want to filter flight. So we want to filter flight result rather. I want to filter the flight result. So, and to do that, so let's quickly create the flight. Let's create the flight filter. So we come here into our, so we're going to have, let's call it flight filter. So we have the flight filter here, so we can close the price class, and then let's import flight filters. So I'll close this, and let's save that. So let's save flight filter as well. So cool, you can see we have the flight filter, and you can see it's already telling us we have 10 flights for your trip. So that's the idea. So, and you remember we reduce the length to 10. We slice it to the first 10 results. So we have the flight filter. So quickly, I'm just going to explain that. So for the flight filter, we have a type sort option by duration cheapest. and the latest. So where it's like an enum. So the sort option has what duration, cheapest, earliest, or what latest. So if you come here, so that's this gear button, the gear button. So you can see we have, so we can sort, we can actually sort the flight based on those criteria. So for, we created the props, the interface, flight filter props, which has a flight count, type of number, sort by, we're passing the sort option, and then the non-stop only is boolean. Then on sort change, so to manage the sort option, and then it's void, and then on non-stop toggle, so we're having a void there too. So created the constant flight filter, and then we'll pass the flight filter props, and then inside that we destructure the properties. So here we're using use state for the modal visibility, and then the current state, the default state is false. So here we use the return function. Inside the return function, we have the container, and then we have the text flight font for your trip. So to do, we're using flight count. So it uses the flight count here to display the number of counts. So flight count, flight for your font for your trip. So here, see the count is 10. So here we're using the touchable opacity. So to set modal true, so the modal for the sort options, so we set it to true here. So when you touch on the gear icon, it will open the modal, which we did here. So you can see the sort by, it's obvious, it's visible, and then if I use the close button, it has closed that. And then here we are now, so here we have another touchable opacity to display the non-stop. So if you want to display only the non-stop flight among the 10 flights, so it will return only the non-stop, the one that has no stops. So that's the idea. And then we have what the touchable, and that's touchable opacity. So for what the duration. So this one is for the duration. So I'm just going to bring this down. So we sort by chart, and then slice to 1. So the JSX read that here. What we're just using this for is to we use this to get the first character of the sort by string, and then convert the first character to uppercase. Then we get the rest of the string, so from index 1 to the end. So and then we concatenate. You are using this plus sign. We concatenate the uppercase first character with the rest of the string. So that's what we're saying. So let's say, for example, if we have price, for example, we have sort by price. If we go back to our sort by, so we have duration, cheapest. You can see everything is in small letters, in lower case. So what we are doing here is when we come here, we can change, where is it? We can change. So this function, this method will help us to change, let's say for the duration, is to change it from duration, to duration. So the first character there will be capitalized, will be in uppercase. So this helps us to to display a user-friendly label. So that's also just what we're using this for. So we can continue, and after that we have the modal. So this is the modal where we get the sort by, and then we close the button. So the close button, and then you can see we have the scroll view here, and then we are mapping through it. So we are mapping through the array of what the sort by. So that's what we're doing here. So we map through it and display each of them. So if we come, if I press on the gear button again, so you can see that the duration, the first letter, the first character there is in uppercase, and same goes for the rest. Same goes for cheapest, earliest, and latest. So that's the idea. So that's what we're doing. And if I use the close button, it will close that. And then, so we are passing the onPress function to that. So we already know what this is doing. So you can see the same method here. So we're using the same method to capitalize, or to convert the first character to uppercase. So that's the idea. So because we are using, you can see for each option, so you can see, and then we have duration, everything is in lowercase. So for each option, the first option here, we come here, and then we use the same idea to capitalize, to convert the first character to uppercase. That's the idea. And then we're good to go. So we can save this. So the next one we're quickly going to work on is the flight itself. So we want to start displaying the result, the flight results. So that's what we're going to do. We want to display the flight result. So this is the flight result. We need to get the flight item. We need to create the flight item file. So you can see we are mapping through the flight, and then this flight, that's where the result of the retrieved flight were stored. So we map through it and then display those flights. So we can see those flights will be the next thing we'll display now. So I'll just go down here to our flight filter and create the flight item. So I've created a flight item, so let's add the codes there. So these are the codes therein. So it has we created the type flight item props, so it has flight, and then the flight option is a type of flight option, and then we have travel date, so it's a type of date or null. We are from city to city, currency, selected class, and then on select we're passing what a parameter of flight with type flight option, and it's void, so it means we are not expecting any value, no value will be returned. So we can move on. Here we have the constant flight item, so I'll just quickly come here. Let's import that first. So if we save this, so we're having an error, so let's save this and then let's save our flight item. So we're good to go. We didn't save the flight item, so I'm just going to come here. So everything, and you can see this is beautiful. It's generating what the flight is showing, all the flight, and this is beautiful. I hope you're liking this as well. So we come into this place, and then with the structure we added the flight item props, and then we destructure it, and after that we have the class map. So I've explained this before. So class mapping, I've explained it before, shouldn't be wasting time on that. So in this context, what we're actually doing with the class map here is that this class map defines a mapping between human readable class names and their corresponding property keys in the flight option price. So in the price of the flight option object. So if we go to our flight selection type and then let's go to our flight option, so you see what I'm talking about. There's an object, price object is inside the word flight option. So you can see this is it, the price. So it is an object of economy, premium economy, business, and first class. So what it's doing here now is what we are doing is we are mapping between the class names and the corresponding property keys in the flight option price object. So this is the price object of the flight option. So we are mapping between them. So we are mapping the class names. These are the class names. So these are the class names. So we are mapping between them and their corresponding property keys, and these are the corresponding property keys here. So it's economy, premium economy, so we want to, and first, business and first. So that's what we're doing. So the class map is an object that maps class names to property keys. So that's what this class map is. So we pass the key, and then the key is of type string. So the object has string keys. That's the class name. It has what? String keys, and you can see it here. So we have a premium economy, it has string keys, and then we have the business, and then we have the first. So that's what we are saying. So the class names has what? String keys. Then we are now saying is of key. So this key is of key of flight option price object. So the values are typed to match the property keys of the price object in what flight option. So the purpose of this is to provide a way to look up the corresponding property key in the price object based on what? Human readable class names. So in short, what we are doing is, let's say for example, we can say we can have const price key. So const price key will be equal to, so let's say we have the class map. So the class map, so let's add what? A key into it. So it's an array. So let's say one of the keys that we have here is economy. So economy, that's the key. So the result will be, it will return what? Economy. So that's the idea. So it will what? It will return what? Economy, because we are mapping it. We are looking for the economy, the key that has what? That has its property as what? Economy. The key, the class map, which key economy, who has what? Its property as what? Economy in our what? In our price object. And this is it. So it will return this economy. That's what we are doing there. So we come to the return function here, and inside the return function we have a touchable opacity. So the touchable opacity, we have the onPress, and then your press we're passing the onSelect, and then we add what? The flight. So we use it to update the user's flight selection. So that's what we use that for. Then inside the touchable opacity, we have the flight header. So I'm just going to bring this up and then zoom it in so that you can see everything that we're talking about here. So we have the header there, and then we have the airline icon. So here we want to display the airline icon, and inside the airline icon I have passed text. So we pass text, and this code here, so we're using this code snippet to extract the first two characters of the airline name. So here what we are saying now, we are saying flight.segment. So we are getting the first segment. So get to understand how these things works. So when it comes to flight options, so we have we have at least two segments. So one segment will be for the departure, the information about the departure city, and then the second segment would be the arrival city. That's if it's one-way trip, and there are no stops, no layovers. So but if there are stops and layovers, if there are stops or layovers, so we have different segments. So that's how it works. So and then if it's for round trip, so there will be different segment. So what we're talking about here, so we're trying to check the first segment. So the first segment now is actually talking about the departure city and then the information relating to it. So we are getting the first segment, and then we are getting the airline. What is the airline of the departure city? That's what we are saying. So this flight.segment, and then in array of 0 is accessing the airline name from the first segment of the flight. So after that, we use the substring to extract a substring starting from index 0 and with a length of 2 characters, and that's how we arrive at AI here. That is Air India. So that's how we arrive at it. So it will go and search for the airline of the first segment. So that's the departure where the departure city and the information about the departure. So it's from Air India. So the airline is Air India. So it's using A and I. So that's the substring. That's what it's doing there, and we are taking those 2 characters. So that's why we have this AI. So and then after that we come down here. So the flight segment, the first segment, will get the airline. So you can see the airline is Air India. So Air India is the airline. Then after that we got the flight number, which is AI969. That's the flight number that we generated previously. So after that we come to the next section. The next section is where we render the flight details. So the flight details here is a container, and then inside it, the first thing we rendered was the date, the travel date. So I think I've explained it before. So the travel date, you can see it's Tuesday, July 29, and this code here is what helps us to format it. We have JUL 29, 25. So that's what we're using to format. I've explained this before. So after that we're checking the departure time. So that's from the flight, that's the first segment. So we want to check the departure time, which is 6 a.m. and then from that we are going to check from city. So the from city, so we're using the code to access the from city.code. So the from city.code is DEL, that is Delhi, and then after that we come here, and then the flight duration. So that's how we were able to get this. So you can see, so we have this aeroplane icon that I put there, and you can see it's visible here, aeroplane icon, and then we use the format duration formula. So let me just we use the format duration formula function to get this. So I've explained this before. You can see we have 2 hours 0 minutes. So that's what we use the format duration for. I've explained that before. And then we have another icon after that, the aeroplane icon, and after which we displayed the stop, if there are stops in the flight, in this trip. So we want to check if there are stops there. So I will need to explain that. I think I've not explained that before, so I'm going to show you. So the stop is actually in our flight utils. So if we go to our flight utils, you can see, so we have get stops text. That's the function. So it has a parameter of stops, which is of type number, and it will return string. So it will return a string. So we're checking if stops is equal to 0, it will return non-stop. So if stops is equal to 1, it will return one stop. And then so here we return the stops. We return the stops based on the stops in the flight, the stops, and then we add stops. So that's basically it. So here it is what non-stop, because the stop is what is equal to 0. So that's why we have what non-stop. So after that, we have what we're spreading the travel date again, so that we get the arrival date. So it's the same day. So we have that's why we're using this. So Tuesday, July 29, 2025. So it's the same day. So unlike days where it's not the same day, or yeah, when it's not the same day, so it will give us a different date there. So here, this code snippet is actually used to retrieve the arrival time of the last segment of the flight of this trip. So like I said, we have the first segment and then the last segment. So the last segment is the final destination. So we want to retrieve the arrival time. So what we are now doing here, we're now using flight.segment, and inside the segment we're getting the flight.segment.length. So this simple code here means it's just going to get the last index of the segment. So the last index is the last segment, right, which is the final destination of the trip. So we want to now get the arrival time. So we just use this. It's majorly used when we are doing multi-city as well. So multi-city segment flight. So that's what we're using this for. So here you can see that the arrival time is 8 a.m. Yes, it's 8 o'clock rather. So that's what we're using it for. And after that we have to city code, so which is BOM. That's Mumbai. And then after that we go to the view flight details. So we have the view flight details here, and then we render the seat left, 8 seats left at this fare. So, and that's the next one. The next one is the price. So I've also explained this extensively. So we're using format price, which I've explained before. So you can see we are now saying that's why we're using from, and then we format the price and get the price based on the selected class. So we get the price based on the selected class. So that's it. And same goes, this same thing is repeated over the next card. So you can see them. You can see the time variation. So the arrival city of the first flight generated is 8 o'clock, and then you can see the next trip is by 8:39. So that's how we're able to get the variation. So it spread the time. So I explained that during when we're doing the flight generator function and we're creating the code. So you can see we have another flight here for 9:39, and you can see this is beautiful, and you can see everything is from Delhi to Mumbai based on the user selected route. So we can save this and go back to our flight selection form and handle the next item there. So that's the fare option modal. So I'll come here, let's uncomment it, and then so let's go to our component and create the fare options modal. So come to let's go to flight items. So inside this we'll create our fare options modal. So this is our fare options modal. So let me just close this. So inside this okay, I'm just going to save this, and then let's import it here. So import it, then let's import generate fare options. So we have the UI for the fare options modal here. So what I'm just going to do, so it's better we relate with it. So what this is doing is when I press on the from, so the from and then the price, you can see that there's a drop down there. So from, for example, we have 18,127 rupees, 18,127 rupees here. So if I press on that, it will show me the fare options modal. So let's press that. So we save this, and then let's go. We can close. So you can see that this is showing me the fare options modal. So we have basic, standard, and then it's horizontally scrollable, and then we have flexible. So that's what we're doing here. So I think it's better if we explain this way. So we can close flight items. So we'll go back to the fare options modal. So the fare options modal, we created a type for it. So fare options modal props, which has a visible, and that visible is type of boolean, and then flight is of type of flight option or null. So we also have currency in it. We have currency is of type currency, selected class is type travel class, fare options is an array of flight fare option, and then on select we're passing fare option, and it's type flight fare option. So, and it's void because we're not going to return any value. So we can go to flight fare options type. So we have flight options. So we have, let's look for flight fare options. So you can see we have flight fare option here, and it has ID of string, type is what, string, and price, number, benefit, also an array of string. So that's what we're using it for. So we come here, and then we have the flight option too. I think it's very important I show you the flight option. So this is the flight option. Flight option has ID, trip type, segment. So segment is a type of flight segment, is an array of flight segments. So return segment. So this is for round trip. So that's why we're using undefined there, because if it's not round trip, it won't throw an error. So it's an array of flight segments. So we have total duration, and it's string. Then we have the price object also. So we have the available classes. We have stops, we have stop cities, we have baggage, and then we have refundable, chargeable, and so on. And you can see that's why we have it here. So for here we have the baggage, and we have checked bag. So, and then we have carry on. So you can see it's displaying here also. So you can see everything. So this item, you can see it on the what, on the modal already. So based on what the fare option selected. So I think we're good to go. And then for the flight segment, so I think I've shown you this before. So I had ID, flight number, airline, departure city, departure time, arrival time, duration, aircraft, and operating airline. So that's it. So you'll see how everything works together shortly. So I declared what the fare options modal, a constant, and then I passed what the fare options modal props to it, and we structured them here. So we're only using visible, currency, fare option, and then on select. So that's what we're using here. So after that, so we come here and say if it's not visible, what, return what, null. So if this modal is not visible, it will what, return null. And then we come to our return function. Inside our return function, the first thing we did is to what, we display what, a horizontally scrollable modal card. So we're using what, the scroll view. So that's what we're doing here. And then inside that, so we are mapping through the fare options, and we want to check first if the fare option is not null. So we want to check if it is true. If it's not null, then we map through it. So we do fare options.map, and then we are getting the options. So these are the options there. So if you get the options again, so the option is what, fare option is what, an array of flight fare options. So obviously remember that. So we're getting the options there. So flight fare options. So this is it. So based on the, let me show you again. So it's flight fare option. So we're using flight fare option. So we have a flight fare option here. So that's ID, type, price, and benefit. So that's the idea. So the type will be either basic, standard, or what, flexible in this context. So these are the types. So you get to see them shortly, and then the price for what, each type, and then the benefit. So the benefit for basic, you can see carry on bag, seat selection, and then for standard, you can see. So that's how it keeps going. So that's the idea. You can see everything. So here we are passing the option i.id to as the key, and then we are displaying we are displaying the dynamic style here based on the index and the length of the fare option. So if it's at last, we'll come here. So we're displaying what the last card style. So that's what we're doing there. So, and then option here on press, it will update what the selected option. So that's the idea. So that's the on press here. So after that, we're using the format price to get what, the price of each option. So, and then we're using our currency too. So you can see that's how we arrive at what the price here. So the price for basic, the price for standard, and the price for flexible. So that's what we're doing here. So we're getting the option type. So this is the option type. So you can see we have basic, we have standard, and then we have flexible. And for each option type, we have what, the price, and the currency is there accordingly. So based on the options, we get the benefit for each option. So we're saying option.benefit. Remember, we have it inside is a flight fare option, so we have benefits. So, and it's an array of string. So we're getting the benefit for each option. So we're using the map function to get the benefit, and then the benefit index. So that's what we're doing here. So we're using the check icon, and then we are rendering what, the benefit here for each option. So that's why we have on the UI, you can see everything is displayed beautifully. So, and after that, we want to render the select button. So we have the select button here, and that's it. So everything is inside what, a touchable opacity. So we're good to go. That's it about what this So we'll save this and come back to our flight selection form. So we're saying visible, so we're passing show fare option, and you already know what that will be. It's a boolean, and then when we say show fare option, it will change it to what? It will change it to what? It will change it to true. So if I take you up, let's show fare option. So you can see show fare option is false. So when you press on it, it becomes true, and then we can display it. So after that, we have what the fare option itself. So we want to check if selected flight is true. So we want to ensure that the user actually selected a flight. So if selected flight is true, then we will now what? We will use the generate fare option. So what is the generate fare option? Is another function that was created. So let me quickly show you that. So the generate fare option is inside our flight generator. So I'll go to generate fare option. So this is it. So we have generate fare option here. So the generate fare option is a function that we use to generate fare options for a flight based on the selected travel class. So that's just what we are doing here. So we are using what it has two parameters. So the first one is the flight, which is what type of flight option, and then selected class, which is of type travel class, and then it will return an array of flight fare option. So that's what it will return. So what we're now doing here is we determine the base price. So to determine the base price, we use a class map to map the selected class to the corresponding property key in the flight price object. I think we have talked more about this over and over, so we will not be wasting time on it. So it's using the class map here to map what the selected class to map the selected class. So it could be economy, premium economy, business, and first. So it will use it to map the selected class by the user to the corresponding property key in the flight price object. You know, in the flight price object, it has what economy. Let me just show you that in our flight option. So we go to the flight object. So let's go. So if you see the flight, so it has an option of what price. So this is what we're talking about. So and that price is an object of economy, premium economy, business, and first. So what we're saying is we use this class map to map the selected class to the corresponding property key in the flight price object. So we are mapping what the selected class by the user, and we are mapping it to the corresponding property key in the flight price object. So that's what we are using. That's what we're using that for. So that's why we are getting the key, and the key is what is of type of string, and you can see the keys here are what strings. So and then the key of type of what flight.price. So if we go to our flight, let's say that's our flight selection form. So you can see if we go to our flight, you can see the flight is of type of what flight options, a flight option, and is an array. So hence we come here, you can see flight option. So it's talking about we are mapping it to the corresponding what property key here. So this is the property, this is the key, the property key for the price in what the flight option. So we want to get the one that corresponds to it based on what the user selected. So that's the idea. So we'll come here. So we'll come here. So when we use the class map to map the selected class to the corresponding property key in the flight price object, we will now retrieve the base price for the selected class. So that's the idea. We will now retrieve the base price for the selected class. And after that, the next thing that we do here is, so this is where we retrieve the base price for the selected class. So that's what this is doing. So here we want to check if the flight is domestic based on what the departure and what the arrival cities. So that's what we're using, and to do that we're using the domestic route array. So we are using the domestic route array to determine if the flight is domestic based on what the departure and then the arrival cities. So if you come here, you can see that's why we're using the sum function, and then we want to get for each domestic route. For each domestic route, we want to check the route from if it's equal to the flight.segment, that is the first segment, that's the departure city. So the first segment we have the departure city, and if the route.to for each of the routes, we want to check the to city there if it's equal to flight.segment to the last segment, and then we want to check the arrival city there. So in summary, what we're just using this to do is to check if the flight is domestic based on the departure and the arrival city selected by the user. So that's what we're using this for. So after that, we come here to generate what? The fare options. So this is where we generate the fare options. So you can see the fare with the fare options. So we have options, and then we declared constant options, which is of type flight fare option, and is an array. So here you can see exactly the way we map through it. So we have an ID. So is an we're using the object literal. So we're passing this as the basic. So the type here is what? Basic, and then the price, to get the price we're using the mat.run, and then we get the base times what? 0.9, and then the benefits, you can see these are the benefits, an array. We have carry on bag and seat selection. So the second fare option is what? Standard, and then the price is what? Is using the base price, and then you can see the benefits there. So these are the benefits for standard, and then the third one is what? Flexible. So the flexible, you can see we're using the mat.run function, and then the base price multiplied by 1.2. So these are the benefits what? For flexible. So that's the thing. So that's everything we have here for the generate fare option. So generate fare option. So you see, that's why when we come to our fare options here, fare options model, so we are using what? The fare option. So if it's true, and then we are mapping through it, and then inside the options we get what? We get the option type, and then after when we get the option type, we get what? We get the benefit, we get the price, and we get the benefit for each option. So you can see that's why we have basic, and then the price, and then we have the benefit. For standard, you can see, and then for flexible, so that's what we're doing here. And then we have what? The select. So that enables the user to select their preferred option. So that's what we're doing here. I think we're good to go. So from here now, we will just complete. When the user chooses select on what? Their preferred option, then they can now go to what? The next step, which is what? The travelers form, where they will input their details.